say I
What is up, fight fans? Live on MMA Weekly. Welcome to our coverage of UFC 279, the reaction show. I'm Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease, and I am telling you what, man, I don't know about you, but I got the chills. I got the goosebumps. I got whatever you want to call it right now running through my veins for tonight's fight card, even more so than I would have had it stayed the same. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Thanks for being with us all week on MMA Weekly, and I am going to tell you what, man, it has been an unbelievable week. As you guys know, I mean, right, it's been one of those weeks where, and I'm going to be looking up a lot tonight because my TV's in front of me and I got everything going on in front of me. But man, I'll tell you what, guys, what a week this has been as we have gotten you closer and closer to this fight that you're going to see tonight between Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson. A little bit of tap dancing on the part of the UFC. I just went live on ESPN radio across the country and did a live hit as their UFC insider talking about what an incredible week it has been. WWE-esque is what it's been, pretty much. And I got an echo in my ear, Scott, if you can hear me, and it is not a fun one. But anyway, guys, you know what is fun? I'll tell you what right now, and you can see it all over our social media. You can see it right here as the first fight of the card with Ian Cutelaba and Johnny Walker about to get it going as we keep it live right here all night long through the end of the press conference on MMA. As we come to you live, we are powered by, on MMA Weekly, some of our very just top sponsors, and they're happy to be on board this week. We're happy to have them. PristineAuction.com. You can enter to win for free a Nate Diaz autographed glove. An autographed glove by Nate Diaz. It's a UFC glove, and you can see it right up on your screen as we go here tonight, and it'll be up. There it is, right there. Boom. It is right there, and it's a pretty special glove, and it's a real nice piece of UFC history, and you're going to see history tonight with Nate and Kukui, but you can enter to win that glove, plus you get $10 off your first item one at PristineAuction.com. All you have to do is go to PristineAuction.com/register and enter the code Diaz. UFC 279 live on MMA Weekly is also powered by MyBookie. They're your bookie. They're my bookie. They're everybody's bookie. You know what I'm saying? And I'll tell you what, you got some pretty good odds out there tonight. Throw some parlays up. Make some money with MyBookie. They're going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000. What does that mean for all you Einsteins out there just like me? I mean, just think about it real quick. You bet with 100, they're going to match it with 100, so it'll be a $200 bet. You put a $500 initial deposit in, they're going to match it with 5. You put 1,000 in, they're going to match it with 1,000. Any amount that you put, they're going to give you up to $1,000. That's right on top of that bet to just double the money that you can win right there with MyBookie. All you got to do is go to mybookie.website/play with MMA Weekly and enter the code Weekly50 to win. Also powered by Manscaped right there. I'm repping tonight, man. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to show you, but I Manscaped today. I'm ready for tonight. I got everything. I have deodorant. I got the Reviver. I got all of it right now from Manscaped, and you should too. I mean, it's not just my head that's shaved clean. Let me tell you what, guys, and Manscaped right now, you see them all over the octagon. How could you forget them, right? So 20% off all their products, anything you can order on their website, 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com with the code Weekly50. So there you have it, fight fans, and you know you're cleanly shaven, you're winning money with MyBookie, and you're entering to win the free Nate Diaz glove and getting $10 off your first item one with PristineAuction.com. And I'm pumped, even with the echo in my ear. I don't care. It doesn't even throw me off because I have been patiently waiting for a track to explode on. But I've been waiting for Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson to fight each other. This is not Tony and Khabib. This is not Nate and Khabib. I love how Nate said, hey, bitch-ass Khabib is afraid to fight both of us, which we know is not the case. But Khabib never fought Tony. Khabib never fought Nate. And Nate and Tony haven't fought. They came close. They both beat Anthony Pettis around the same time, you remember? But then Nate called out Masvidal, created the BMF. You think about the recent history of the UFC. It starts with Brock Lesnar. He elevated it to another level. They put Kimbo on The Ultimate Fighter. That elevated it high with the UFC. Ronda Rousey, for sure, on the female side. Then Conor McGregor came and just blew a powder keg everywhere, and the UFC went nuts, sold for billions of dollars. And, you know, Conor McGregor needed that one guy to be his foil, to be his adversary, to beat him, to have a back and forth. And they're 1-1 now with a trilogy eventually going to happen. But Conor needed that guy, and that guy became Nate Diaz. And then Nate Diaz created the BMF and put Masvidal through the stratosphere with his celebrity and everything he did after the three-piece in a soda with Leon Edwards and the flying knee on Ben Askren. The BMF elevated him when The Rock put his championship belt, the BMF belt, not the championship belt, the BMF belt around his waist. But Nate Diaz was in the middle of all that, right? Nate Diaz was in the middle of all that. Cultural relevance is the phrase I love to use when I'm talking about Nate Diaz. We're talking about Stockton. He doesn't have the physique. He will go to war and scrap with anybody, anytime. He's the dude that has the beer in his hand and the blunt in his mouth, puts him down and beats your ass in the street, in a parking lot. All the trucks are around with the lights on. Nobody's around anywhere behind a building. His yard, your yard, school, wherever it was, Nate Diaz has been fighting and scrapping his whole life. He's a real G, and America respects that. The world respects that. The same thing with Tony Ferguson. You remember the press conference with Khabib? It was my question that sparked, you cannot fight in the street. That was my question, right? You're American. You cannot fight in the street. Don't tell that to El Kukui. Don't tell that to Nate Diaz, because we're going to get a good old-fashioned street fight tonight. It doesn't matter how many, like we just talked about The Rock. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many losses Nate Diaz has had and how many fights he's won in the last few years. It doesn't matter how many fights Tony Ferguson has lost in recent years. He won 12 in a row at one point, was an interim champ. Diaz had the title fight against Benson Henderson. At the end of the day, guys, what matters is they're going to fight tonight. I really actually like this. I like it better than the Khamzat fight. I like it better than, and this is my own idiocy, by the way, why I have the echo in my ear. Sorry, Scott, I'm a moron. I left the volume up on the YouTube, which is playing back in a delay, and it was in my ear. It doesn't even throw me off. I'm professional at this thing. Don't ask me to walk and chew gum at the same time. When my kids ask me a question when I'm in the middle of something, I can't even function. My ADHSP, I call it ADHSP, ADH, Attention Deficit Hyperactive Superpower. If you have it, you know what I'm saying. So anyway, that's where I'm at tonight. You can tell my energy's through the roof. I'm like a kindergartner on freaking Mountain Dew right now. I'll tell you what, I am. And Mountain Dew's not sponsoring. Maybe they should after that. But we are pumped to have Pristine Auction, Manscaped, and MyBookie as our sponsors tonight. I'm pumped to be here. Pumped to have you in the chat. I see you guys coming strong already. The numbers are already climbing huge. It's been an amazing week. We're over 500,000 views total on the 3 shows that I've done, and that doesn't even count all the extra stuff that Scott's put up that we've done from Vegas. We're over 1 million, and we are gonna be huge tonight all over this thing. As you look at Nate and Conor right there, and I said this, look, I'm not here to toot my own horn. Okay, maybe I am, just a little bit. So we said it live, Scott and I, on the show yesterday while we were doing the official weigh-ins, which normally is about as boring as watching ants mate while they try to surround your orange soda that you spill on the ground at a picnic, right? That's about as exciting as official weigh-ins usually get. Not yesterday with all the Khamzat drama. I mean, look, he didn't do himself any favors. He's flipping the bird. Not happy with him. Conor tweeted about it. He's not a dude that is in great favor right now with anybody as the next big star in the sport, along with Islam Makhachev, who's got the DuBronx fight coming up on Fight Island next month. But when I think about what happened at the official weigh-ins yesterday morning, and we said right there, Scott and I, the proof is in the pudding. We were live. We said it's got to be Nate and Tony. It's got to be Khamzat and Holland, and then Jingliang and D-Rod. Maybe they were a little further apart in weight. And Li Jingliang, Leach's coach, has even said everybody's talking about who's a gangster, but there's only one dude fighting a guy 10 pounds heavier, and it's the Leach. And that's facts. That's big facts. It's not cap. Gen Z, Zoomers. My kids are horrified when I use their language, but you guys aren't, because fight fans are younger too, right? So I'm telling you right now, this is a better matchup for Diaz. It's a better matchup for the fans. They're going to throw the hell down in there. They're both great at jiu-jitsu. I mean, they're ninjas, right? I mean, think about it. This is a fight that is years in the making. It's even better to me than Mayweather-Pacquiao when they eventually fought. Fury and Joshua. I forget why. I don't even know why I bring up boxing. Oh, I know why. Because we have Jake Paul press conferences Monday and Tuesday on MMA Weekly, and we have Canelo Triple G live next Saturday night. We're going to do exactly what we're doing right now for Canelo and Triple G. What is this, the 15th time they fought? Fastball pitcher against fastball hitter, as Max Kellerman so eloquently put it. Triple G and Canelo, who's coming off a bad loss to Bivol, and still making a fortune to fight Triple G for the 97th time. Johnny Walker is in there right now, by the way. and he's already been taken down by Cutelaba. Cutelaba's a big favorite coming into this fight. Johnny Walker's got some tough draws lately. Jamal Hill smashed his face. I mean, this guy's had a tough run after a real good start in the UFC, but 3 minutes left in round one. He's already fighting off his back with a nice up kick there against Jan Cutelaba, who is a ground and pound beast and just like seems like a mercenary. Like they send someone to kill you in Europe when you do something against the government. They send a guy like Cutelaba to get you. That's the way I view him. But man, this is pretty cool, right? I mean, Diaz and Kukui, Khamzat and Holland. I really want to see Holland knock the Khamzat freight train right off the tracks. I'm not even kidding you. I like Holland, and there you see it. Like and subscribe. Smash them like Khamzat thinks he's going to smash Holland. And Johnny Walker's up on his feet and has the back of Jan Cutelaba. You got about 2:15 left in round number one. And Mike Beltran with the tattoo sleeves of the spider webs and minus the long beard braids that he's always had. But you know, guys, I want to do a little roll call right now. It's tradition here on the show. Jeff Kane and I started it. A little roll call in the chat. Where you at? Where you watching from tonight? Ladies up there around the world, we know you're all over God's green earth. Where are you watching from tonight? Who are you here to see? Who are you here to talk about? Who are you here to chat about? Are you a Diaz Army member? Are you El Kukui, man, the boogie man? Are you part of the El Kukui crew? Or are you on the Khamzat train? I mean, come on, baby, right? And even Kevin Holland, as Dana White loved to call him, Big Mouth. They're tight. Now, look at Nate. Look at Nate's body up there, right? People love him, man. I mean, he's not like, he's still ripped, but he doesn't really have that physique of that fighter. And Johnny Walker's on the ground now with the body triangle locked in on Cutelaba with 1:30 left in this round. Cutelaba throwing backward punches as Johnny looks to maybe sink in a rear naked with the body triangle locked on the ground underneath Cutelaba with Cutelaba's back on Walker's chest and Johnny flat on the mat on his back. But Ontario, California, 909 in the building. Nacho Libro. There you go. Where are we at? Diaz 209. Idaho, Texas, Oxnard, California, North Dakota, Dallas, Texas, Diaz, baby, Detroit, Diaz, Australia, my man, Philip Bale. What's up, down under? Matt Davies will like this dude. Diaz, Khamzat. Oh, man, we got the chat going in full effect right now, guys. Loving this with Johnny Walker fighting right now. So you guys are coming strong. Diaz all the way. More California, LA, Oxnard, Diaz, Diaz, Diaz. And I'm pretty pumped. This fight, man, I'm telling you what, I am really, and I mean, no one believes that Khabib was afraid of both these guys, obviously, right? I mean, that's not something that anybody would actually truly believe. It sounded like Butch Davis right there, the old Miami Hurricanes, Cleveland Browns football coach. Actually, I truly believe. That's a bad Southern accent, but you know what I'm saying. Look at Kui. Does anybody like the yellow hair on Tony Ferguson? Does anybody actually like that? Southern Cali, but I'm going for Diaz. Diaz, 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 but still love you, Tony. No love for Kukui. Mountains of Tennessee, California love. Diaz needs to quit flexing those new arms. Nate, Jimmy, Nate Dogg, watching us live. One of my good friends, looking swole. Dominate 2022. Check him out on IG. Little shout out for my boy Nate. Connor said Diaz is the fat for a skinny guy. Yeah, they're going to do the trilogy, though, and they're going to do it outside the UFC with the UFC as a tri-promoter. They're going to do it Mayweather style. Mark my word. I've been saying it all along. Jupiter, Florida. We got Charm City 410. Look at this, man. We got France in the house. We got France. We got Cyril Gonland coming through. Johnny Walker just got the finish, and he's doing the worm. This is dope. I love Johnny Walker. One of my favorite dudes in the UFC. As I turn my back for 1 second, I love when he does the worm, right? Who is the wrestler that did the worm? Scotty Too Hotty. How do I remember that? What's wrong with me? WWE style right there. But the number's starting to go up. Smash the like, smash the subscribe. Walker with the rear naked choke, man. And that's you know what? Johnny Walker was a live dog. I told you guys he was my biggest play on this card, Johnny Walker, on my bookie. And they're matching your initial deposit, by the way, up to a G, 100%. Johnny Walker was a plus 161 dog. Shout out to my boy Marcus Williams, Nubian Bookstore on IG. He called it. I went on his word. There's my bookie right there. Why don't I just give you a little love, my bookie, right now? Because I'll tell you what, I just want some money from you. So I talk about you now. I might as well give you a shout out since I just fattened up my account a little bit on Johnny Walker. And with the finish too, parlay, yes, winning. So anyway, I'll tell you what, man, we're not going to see Khamzat and Nate, but we're going to see Diaz and Tony. And Nate Diaz is still an underdog. Kevin Holland, a live dog tonight. Let me tell you what, with Kevin Holland, you could actually make some money. So Let me get this right here for you. I got a million things on the screen in front of me. My ADHSP, attention deficit hyperactive superpower, is full effect. So Khamzat's minus 540. Kevin Holland plus 375. Kevin Holland parlay by KO. Check it out at my bookie. But Johnny Walker at plus 161. Live dog and under 1.5. If you had Johnny Walker in the under, you were doing pretty well there on a parlay. You've got Macy Chasson and Irene Aldana coming up. They did it at a 140 catch because neither one of them could make 35. You had a heavyweight miss weight on this card. You had the main event on the prelims, Hakeem Dawodu miss weight on this card. So it was pretty interesting when you think about it, right? But I'll tell you what, man, this is you got Daniel Rodriguez at minus 175, Li Jingliang at plus 142 live dog. And I actually really like, right? I mean, in the Diaz fight, Nate Diaz is plus 115. Tony's minus 140. The over-under for Diaz and Tony, most fights it's 1.5 or 2.5 rounds. Guess what it is for Diaz and Tony? It is 4.5 rounds. The odds makers are expecting this thing to go the distance between Kukui and Diaz. All right, Scott, we can throw that graphic up now from my bookie. I'm done yapping about all this right now for the moment. But the question is, who's going to win the battle of the real G's, the OGs, the California G's? Oxnard and Stockton, Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz, Kukui and the Stockton Slap tonight. So that's the question, right? And if you're still looking to get that action in, get it in now, guys. MyBookie.com is the place to do it. Look, the link is in the description of this video. So is the code. You're going to get those there all night long. But if you're looking to walk away a winner tonight, there's no better place to do it than MyBookie. Why? I'm glad you asked, even though you didn't. They're going to match your initial deposit up to a G right now. For those of you who don't know the street slang, come on, it's a G. It's $1,000, right? Up to $1,000. They're going to match your initial deposit. So you deposit 100, they're going to give you 100. They deposit 500, they're going to give you 500. They're stepping it up from the 50% they were doing just because they love you, just because it's a big fight, just because you're rolling with us. That's exactly why. So right now at mybookie.com, you go and you register, and the link is in the description. Use that link. It'll take you right to our page there. The code is weekly50, but it should be weekly 100 because 100%. Weekly50. You see it on your screen right there. They're going to deposit match your initial deposit right now, all the way up to $1,000. Use the link in the description. Bet on the main event. Parlay multiple fights. Do the props, whatever you want to do. Listen to me for the live dogs. And nobody's going to give you options to secure the bag like MyBookie. You can slay with MyBookie. Another Zoom term right there. If you're still on the fence about who to back this week, check MyBookie social media or just keep it here and listen to me. I'll guide you in the right direction. They're going to double your first deposit instantly. The code is weekly50 to claim your deposit match up to a G. Use the link in the description. You're all set with MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Janet Jackson's on, right? Anytime, baby, any place. I love Janet Jackson still to this day. Tell you what, man. She spoiled it a little bit by being with Jermaine Dupri. I'm not gonna lie. So we got the female fight coming up with Macy Chasson and Irene Aldana. I mean, she's fought. I mean, Macy's on her way up. She's at 8-2. Aldana's fought Holly Holm. She's fought a who's who, right? Raquel Pennington. But it's interesting because even at a 140 catch, and we saw a couple of 45ers earlier. There's no 45ers to fight Amanda Nunes. I mean, it's basically an empty division, right? With Cyborg gone and. You know, I mean, what's her name? Kayla Harrison not signing with the UFC. It would have been hard as hell for her to make 45 anyway. But, man, look at that upcoming schedule, too. The UFC's rolling out. Sandhagen and Sonya Dong coming up. Mackenzie Dern against Jan. That's going to be a good one. I love Mackenzie. Got an interview with her that we can throw up there. Grasso and Araujo. And then the Fight Island, man. Oliveira, Makhachev, Sterling Dillashaw, Jan and Sugar Sean O'Malley. Sugar Sean O'Malley taking a big step up in competition. He's an AZ guy. I love Sugar Sean with the rainbow Skittles hair. But we'll see how that one plays out, man. It's going to be interesting with Sean O'Malley. So we got some good things going on with MMA Weekly here tonight. We got Diaz and Ferguson. We got Johnny Walker. I told you he was a live dog, man. And he ended up being a winner tonight. And that's pretty dope because Johnny Walker's a great dude. And I mean, I don't dislike Kutalaba. But, man, I'll tell you what, Johnny Walker is one of my guys. And I really, you know, and speaking of which, you got Dominic Reyes coming back. He's one of my guys, too. I'm pretty pumped to see him coming back as well. So you can tell my ADHD SP right now. I got this, where are we at? Manscaped. I'm just throwing something in the comments right now. So appreciate MyBookie, by the way, for being a big part of what we're doing here on MMA Weekly. And all you guys as well. There we go. So let me see. I'm just finishing up something for all y'all in the chat. Link plus code in description. There we go. And we throw that in the chat for you guys so you know where to go to get all these hot deals from us at MMA Weekly, right? That's exactly what we got to do. There we go. And boom. All right. So now that that's out of the way, throwing up Instagram posts as we're doing this here too, guys. I mean, it never stops. It's just an unbelievable night and so many things going on. I mean, just let's we got the girls going to come up in a minute here, but let's throw it out there. What are you guys thinking for this main event tonight? Nate Diaz, they're showing him now just kind of walking into the arena under the tent. I mean, there's no place like Vegas for a huge fight. It's awesome just watching Nate and Nick walk in, strutting into the arena together. Nick was the big star in the family, right? Nate won the Ultimate Fighter Season 5, and then all of a sudden, and I remember Dana famously saying that and Irene Aldana's number 4, Macy Chasson number 10 at 135 behind Amanda, Juliana Vieira, and Holly Holm, who just keeps on. I love Holly. She's another one of my peeps. Shout out Holly and Michelle Watterson and all my peeps out there in New Mexico, Josh Gomez. And I'll tell you what, when I think about Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz and the Strike Force history and Nick fighting GSP and almost beating him for a title, and it comes full circle, right? And Dana saying Nate's not a draw like his brother, and then Nate becomes an even bigger draw than his brother, and then Nick doesn't fight forever, comes back and fights Robbie Lawler, looks like he might win for a while, ends up losing. But man, these two guys are real G's. It's not about the one-loss records. It's not about those with the Diaz brothers. It's about the wars, the back and forth, and Nate doesn't get finished. The BMF, remember, that was because of a cut, because the New York Commission doesn't really know what they're doing. Sorry, New York. I'm just playing, but it's true. And so when I think about it, Nate Diaz doesn't get finished. Tony Ferguson, aside from the Chandler up kick, which was just brutal, and that would have gotten anybody right in the front of it and underneath his chin, straight up Broadway. But I really think that when you're talking about Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson, the over/under at 4.5, I mean, it's a good play to go over on that. I mean, it's actually a hell of a play to go over, even though, let's look at that odds right now on the over/under. Yeah, it's -105 to go under, -121 to go over. So the odds maker's expecting it to go all the way over and go the distance in that fight, which, you can't really blame him, right? You can't really blame us for thinking that way, all of us who are feeling it. And so anyway, guys, it's going to be awesome to see this fight. They're OGs. How many of you guys out there have been around and been UFC fans this whole time? How many of you guys in the chat right now have followed Diaz from the beginning, from the Ultimate Fighter, when he was going to beat that dude's ass for writing on the wall? Remember that? I mean, this dude has been taking off his shirt and trying to fight dudes, sticking up middle fingers from the time we first saw him on TV on the Ultimate Fighter. He's been, I mean, you remember the submission win where he's double birding? I mean, the dude's just unbelievable, right? He's been a breath of fresh air. But it's funny when you think of all the drama this week, right? Even the McGregor drama. McGregor threw the energy drink first. It wasn't Diaz who started that melee. The backstage brawl the other day was Khamzat and Holland starting that. Nate won't be afraid to finish it, but none of these things, and Khamzat missing weight by 7.5. Diaz is in the middle of all those things, but it wasn't him who started it. They had the altercation with Khabib where he slapped Khabib at that one fight. I mean, this has been, a career full of just not taking any shit. But if you listen to Nate and Mark Raimondi, shout out Mark, did a great article on ESPN.com, even though he thought at the time it was going to be Khamzat, and everyone did. But spent some time, got some unprecedented access from Nate Diaz to write a great story on ESPN.com. My ESPN colleague, Mark Raimondi, you might want to check that out because some insight on Nate Diaz. And he actually said, hey, I'm cool with Dana. And Dana says, I'm cool with Nate. Look, there's one thing that brings everybody together. No matter what you feel about a person, no matter what the history is, no matter what has been said back and forth, frustrations, they're not offering me the fights I want, and Dana saying we've offered them a million fights, and they keep turning them down. Whatever the case may be, they're two proud guys, they're two alphas, whatever. The international language of dinero, of money, it just fixes everything. It soothes everything. And Nate Diaz has made a shit ton of money for the UFC. There's no denying that. A shit ton of money for the UFC. He created the BMF by himself. Masvidal might have won it, but that was Nate's creation because he's the one, after the Pettis fight in his interview, said, man, I need a bad MF to fight. How about Masvidal? Masvidal's a bad MFer. Why don't I fight that bad MFer? And ended up being in New York. He created the BMF. The BMF was a result of Nate Diaz. Think about that for 1 second. The money that was made, the marketing that was put behind that, a belt that was made for a non-champion, a BMF, a bad MRFer. That all came from Nathan Diaz. All of it. He's a genius. He is an absolute genius. He's smoking on the stage at open workouts and weigh-ins. He's got the blunt. I mean, he's on camera at events blowing smoke with a blunt in his hand. I mean, it's Nate Diaz, man. Everyone loves that type of dude. You can't help but love him because he's also got that endearing personality, and he's a new father, and he's got that whole soft side to him too. But don't mess with him, man. And he still lives in Stockton. He still runs the same route every day that he ran when he was 15 years old. Think about that for 1 second. He says home is where your mom is. Who doesn't love that dude? He's a mama's boy, a new father, and a G. I mean, he's just one of those dudes who checks all the boxes, who transcends everything that you could imagine. You can't put Nate Diaz in a box. You can't put him here. You can't put him there. He doesn't necessarily fit in any of them, but he fits in all of them at the same time. I mean, I hope I'm doing a good job describing him because it's fun to do. I love Nate Diaz unapologetically. I love what he's done for the sport. I love the way he fights. I love the way he came back on Edwards and pointed at him. I love how he's flipping Conor off in the middle of the octagon. And look, you could argue that he maybe won that second Conor fight. It was that close. The first one, no doubt. Conor punched himself out. Nate pieced him up, choked him out. Boom. McGregor hype train done. Remember Conor McGregor? Unbeatable at that time. Mentally, he had that Mike Tyson, Ronda Rousey aura. Nate ended that shit. I was really looking forward to see if he could do that to Khamzat, but I didn't think he was gonna. Khamzat much heavier, obviously. But man, I love Nate. I love what he's done for the sport. I love what Nick's done for the sport. I love what they put up on Instagram and how real that content is. I became buddies with Jake Shields, hung out with him a bunch at International Fight Week again this year. Gilbert Melendez. I mean, every single one of Nate's boys will tell you. And you know what Nate's stipulation was? This is the really cool thing, okay? And I believe, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember who it was who said it this week, but one of my colleagues said, you know, the stipulation that Nate Diaz had to re-sign with the UFC, do you know what it was? It wasn't money. It wasn't a title shot. It wasn't me. No. It was, you sign my 10 teammates to UFC contracts. Sign my teammates to you. Think about that for 1 second. Sign my training partners, all of them, to UFC contracts, and I'll come back and I'll sign a new deal. That was his stipulation. That was his stipulation in the hashtag me world. Nate's stipulation, sign my homies, sign my training partners, sign my guys and girls. Who does that? Who does that in this day and age? Not many people. Nate Diaz, that's who. Who trust me, that's who. Nate Diaz. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people might not love Nate, but I really feel like even though Kukui is legitimately a beast, man, and I love Tony, but Nate is, you know, I mean, he's everybody's favorite tonight. He's the guy that everyone wants to win. And, you know, it's easy to understand why. But Tony Ferguson is, I mean, he's right there with him, right? I mean, who doesn't love Kukui? The comeback against Kevin Lee, all those wins in a row, what he did against Anthony Pettis, and, you know, the blood coming down his face, licking the blood. I mean, the Khabib fight was cursed, and he didn't get a chance to win a legit title. But, man, it just was, you know, he was going to fight Khabib and unify the belts, and then it ended up being Khabib beating Ally Aquinta for the title. This is why I don't think Khabib's the GOAT, by the way. Nothing against him. I love the guy. I've done many interviews with him, met him so many times. He's such a great dude. I like all these guys personally, and I've known them all for years. But Khabib didn't fight Tony. Khabib didn't fight Nate. Khabib got Conor once when Conor was really not Conor anymore, and it was kind of good timing. It reminds me a lot of Floyd Mayweather's career, honestly, if I'm talking about Khabib, except for one difference. Floyd fought all the G's all the way through. Floyd fought Oscar De La Hoya and Sugar Shane Mosley and all those guys. You know what I mean? Eventually, Manny Pacquiao. Khabib didn't. He didn't fight the biggest fighters and best fighters of his era in his weight class, and that's a big thing for me when I'm talking about GOAT Mountain and who's perched atop it. Meanwhile, Chasson and Aldana are at it right now, and they both had trouble making 135. One weighed in at 137.5 and one at 139.5, and they just weren't. That just wasn't happening. So they're underway right now. Next up will be the co-main between the Leech, Li Jingliang, and D-Rod, Daniel Rodriguez, who might be the biggest real gangster on this card. D-Rod is, I'll tell you what, man, that dude is not to be messed with. I promise you, you don't want to be messing with D-Rod. But it's MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279, the reaction show. and we already did Pristine Auction and my bookie. So let me tell you about Manscaped, right? And I'll tell you, I mean, look, I have the whole kit, the premium package 4.0. So I'm just, look, I mean, here's unapologetically, I got the shirt, it came with it right there. But if you haven't heard about Smooth Sack Summer, look, it's technically summer until September 21st, right? But even though maybe you're not at the beach anymore and you might not need to show off that bod, but you're gonna find yourself in a position. Single guy like me, like Nate Dogg, my friend who came in, I'll tell you what, you're gonna find yourself in that position where someone's gonna be in close proximity, and you gotta be ready for when these things happen. Stay ready. You don't have to get ready. You know what I'm saying? Just stay ready. So Smooth Sack Summer is still going on with Manscaped. When you're playing in the summer sun, make sure you're scaped from pubes to bum. That's right. This is the summer to keep your balls cool while still looking hot with Manscaped. The leader in below-the-belt grooming is hooking you up. Check it out, right? They're making sure we all have a ball this summer, this fall, by giving our pants partners everything they need to stay fresh. Dive headfirst into Smooth Sack Summer, or follicle-free fall, or fuzz-free fall, whatever you want to call it, by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with our code MMAWeekly. I got the 4.0 package, the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer, the Performance package, the Crop Preserver ball deodorant, the Reviver toner, the Performance boxer briefs, I got them on right now, and a travel bag to hold all your goodies. I throw my old bag away, and they gave it all to me with Manscaped. You can get it too right now, and all you have to do to get 20% off and free shipping, and the shipping's actually that's a good deal because the shipping is pretty pricey if you're paying for it yourself. So it's 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com with the code MMAWeekly. And Scott's off running around inside the arena right now, so we don't have the graphic up. But 20% off plus free shipping with the code MMAWeekly at manscaped.com. It's Smooth Sack Summer, boys. Get on board or get left behind. And I'm not going to show you, but you know what I mean? The forehead and the five head and the whole head is not the only thing that's looking smooth and trimmed and just well coiffed, if you know what I'm saying. But I'll tell you what, man, Irene Aldana and Macy Chiasson kind of dancing around. The catch weight's 140. Got under 2 minutes left in the round. And this is an interesting fight, too, when you look at the odds coming into this one. And I like both these girls quite a bit. Chiasson's the dog at plus 152, and Aldana is the favorite at minus 188. Obviously, she's got more of a history when you're talking about Irene Aldana and the fights that she's fought in her career. And, you know, she's obviously out of Mexico and fights out of the Lobo gym. And, you know, I mean, look, she's been in the UFC for a while. I mean, all the way back since coming in from Invicta, where she fought Tanya Evinger. That was her biggest fight in Invicta for the vacant Invicta bantamweight title. Lost that one. Came into the UFC at UFC on Fox, Van Zandt versus Michelle Watterson. Michelle choked out Paige Van Zandt. That was December of 2016. Lost to Leslie Smith and Caitlin Chikagian, but then ripped off 3 in a row, capped off with a win over Bethe Correa, and then Raquel Pennington beat her, but she has a win over Ketlin Vieira, she has a win over Kunitskaya, and a loss to Holly Holm. But, you know, she's a pretty good fighter. I mean, she's got 7 knockouts and 3 submission wins, can do a little bit of everything. And when you're talking about Macy Chiasson, and this is a girl who began her career in 2017, so it's not someone that, you know what I mean? She's been with Fortis MMA, fighting out of New Orleans, Louisiana originally, but Fortis is in Dallas, Texas. She was one of the fighters on The Ultimate Fighter 28. Kelvin Gastelum, my buddy, picked her up, and she went into the finals of that and ended up winning the Ultimate Fighter Heavy Hitters. And, you know, she won the Ultimate Fighter 28 women's featherweight tournament. And, you know, her biggest fight was Raquel Pennington, Rocky, and she lost that one in December 2021. She beat Norma Dumont, who just fought tonight. And interesting, you know, she doesn't have the fights that Irene Aldana has. That's probably why she's a little bit of a dog in this fight, but a live dog nonetheless. And Irene Aldana's got her completely in side mount, side control. And are they stopping it already? Or nope, that's the end of the round. Irene Aldana had side control, hammer fisting away as round 1 ended. So she took control of that round, and looks like she's going to be up 1-0. So we're live here on MMA Weekly, getting you ready for Nate Diaz and El Cucuy Tony Ferguson. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, right here, and Cage Side Grease on social media, Gries, and Jim Grease, Gris. Give me a follow. Give MMA Weekly a follow on all your social media platforms. Smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button. What do you guys think of Khamzat this week? I want to hear. This is one thing I want to know. I wanted to get into this, and you know, I waited a while to do it, but I really would like to know what you guys are thinking about what Khamzat did this week, about the melee backstage. And you saw the video that came out. Oh, you think you're a gangster? You talk interview, come now. And he's back there with Kevin Holland going at it. And Kevin Holland's going, you're not about this life, dude. You live in Sweden. You know what I mean? So it's interesting, right? He wants to talk like he's a real gangster. And who knows if he is or he isn't. But he's in Sweden training with Darren Till. They're boys. And Darren Till never really gave off the impression that he's a gangster and living that life. But, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not here to cast aspersions or deny anything that he's saying. I'm just wondering what you think about him. I mean, the things that he said, the fight against Gilbert Burns did show me a lot, even though I thought maybe Burns won very close. I love Gilbert too, so I might be a little jaded there. But Khamzat beat Gilbert Burns in his first real big test. And, he was set to send Nate Diaz out of the UFC with an ass whooping is what he was looking to do. And I thought Nate could take him into deep waters and survive early and maybe beat him late or maybe choke him out like he did Conor. I didn't know if Khamzat was going to be able to withstand the 5 rounds, but now it's a 5-round fight against Holland. So if Holland can withstand whatever Boers has for him from a wrestling standpoint, from a submission standpoint, because we know Holland's not a good wrestler, he's getting better, but he's the Kung Fu black belt. So when I think about this fight, if Holland can survive early and see if Boers can go past 3, I don't know. We'll have to see, man. But I don't know. Catherine Mancini, Khamzat chickened out. Nate would beat his ass. There you go, Catherine. I like it, Catherine Mancini. Come on, YouTube. Of course I'm going to show that comment. Khamzat is a beast, but Nate was going to whoop it. All right. I like that. Josh Tate. Well, what are you guys doing right now? What are you guys thinking right now about Diaz bum, Jason Oswald? How many guys and girls in here don't like Nate Diaz? Let's go there. How many are not Diaz fans? And Hope Kukui. Fook Kamzat, he is a cheating cockroach. Okay, there you go. We'll show that one. We got a fighter at the podium right now. Let's go live to the podium in Vegas here on MMA Weekly.
It was a lapse of his judgment maybe, but also a little bit of his preparation or even mental focus and fortitude. I mean, I go and run like 15 miles like on my rest days because I know it's going to help me get my body leaner to make weight. Like I said earlier, I'm a big featherweight. Look at me, I stand next to Hakeem. I might look like I'm in a different weight class because I'm a big guy and I make the weight. And like I said earlier, I kill myself to make the weight, but I'm also willing to die in the cage. And I think if you're not willing to kill yourself to make the weight, how can you be willing to die in the cage? And I think you see a little bit of that tonight with Hakeem.
That being said, when you came in, did you feel like you had a little bit of an edge on going tonight just because of that?
Yeah, for sure. When you're in a cage with somebody, you kind of feel the tension and the sway of things kind of go back and forth. Normal people outside of our scene, you can kind of just feel it. And I just felt like he was like okay with just surviving until maybe he could throw something big at me, like almost like a Hail Mary. And I felt like I was in control of the fight the entire time, and it never really had a lapse in my judgment. So, like I said before, if you're having a lapse of judgment with the weight, the day before you fight, you're going to have that in the cage as well. I think I felt that for sure.
Maybe with the confidence, it seemed like your hands and your striking seemed maybe the better that I've seen in quite some time. Did it feel like that when you were in there? Did you feel like everything you were throwing was coming out perfect?
Yeah. Thank you so much for saying that because it's nice to get acknowledged for things that you're working on. I always have, the ability to like brawl with somebody and have the toughness for that, but to be able to technically outstrike someone who is a striker, who prides himself on being a striker, is something I look forward to more than just brawling. And I'm willing to brawl. Like I was willing to at any given time just go for it. But it was a lot better. It was more satisfying to outstrike myself.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you so much.
Really congrats on the big win. Someone who lives in Vegas, you cut weight in your garage. It's insane.
Well, it's 100 degrees, man, and I got the Peloton in there, I got the sauna, and I just run, bike the weight off, and I don't want to get my house dirty, so I'm sweating, and when I'm getting low on weight and I have to, I gotta pee, I just hammer it out, I just pull it out in the garage and just pee and keep going. I got enough energy to go outside. coach was talking about control his right hand, my right hand, and try to get the rear choke. But I watched one of Hakeem's fights, and MMAWeekly had his back the entire fight. He couldn't really control him. MMAWeekly's a good, a good grappler stuff here. I mean, I'm not saying if MMAWeekly couldn't really control him, then I can. But I told my coach when he was saying right hand to right hand, and I tried to sink it in, and I was like, I just want to punch him, coach. I'm sorry, I just want to punch him because I figured he was going to be a hard and difficult guy to finish from the back. But I could pepper him up, and it just showed everybody that I'm still trying to hurt him in the spots, not just trying to punch him.
And two quick things for me. How bad does your neck hurt? Because you landed a flying knee in the first round. I mean, that looked like an ender. That was the chin. How did he walk back to his cage from that corner? Like, wow, he's got a chin on him.
No, he for sure has a chin on him. There was like probably 3 or 4 times, even in the first round itself, I see his eyes kind of roll back. I see his legs shake, and I was like, it's only 1 or 2 more punches, but I was trying to be a bit more measured and not just explode on him. Even though I knew I had the cardio to do that, and still be able to last if he was able to withstand the onslaught.
Let's go back to you.
But
I'm gonna throw it back to you.
I mean, for him to be able to round after round, I think probably like 5 or 6 times I heard him the entire fight, was able just to keep his composure and hold on.
All right, that was Julian Erosa with a nice win, by the way. Unanimous decision, 30-27 across the board over Hakeem Dawodu in the main event of the prelims on ESPN and ESPN+. And it's been a good night. I mean, Norma Dumont with a nice win over Daniela Wolf in her first UFC fight. Norma's been around a while now, getting back in the win column. And so that was a good one, and a nice comeback win for Chris Barnett, who weighed in over the 265 heavyweight limit. Think about that for 1 second. He's only the second heavyweight to ever miss weight in the UFC, but a nice comeback win over Jake Collier in the second round. TKO by punches, probably the knockout of the night so far, although Dennis Tiulian defeated Jamie Pickett by TKO, knee and punches, and that was a pretty good one too. On the prelims, the sub from Jailton Almeida over Antoine Turcali at 4:27 of round number 1. So it's been interesting. All the early prelims went the distance. Only one on the secondary prelims went the distance. It's MMA Weekly's live coverage. Look at that shot of T-Mobile Arena. Scott Peterson coming up huge with the camera tonight. What about Scott's work this week? Going backstage with the cell phone and getting Dana White's presser, his little scrum after the press conference was canceled. T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Man, Kendrick Lamar played there last night. How many Kendrick Lamar fans in the house with us right now? Kendrick did the Super Bowl show with Dre and 50 and Eminem and Snoop and Mary J, and they won an Emmy for that, so that's pretty cool. But, again, we've got the fight going on right now. The girls are in the octagon. Live odds are -120 for Irene Aldana and Macy Chasson at -110. Aldana pulled away in round number 1. This one, big wild left hand misses from Chasson. So what are you guys thinking? I was asking you guys about Khamzat before all this went down. Khamzat Chimaev and what you thought of his antics this week. And the chat's going too fast, guys. A lot of your comments are being blocked. Be careful with the words you use in there. YouTube's been a little finicky about that lately. So a lot of your comments are going to get blocked if they're vulgar or, some too many bad words in there. I know it's kind of sucks. It's fights, but it is what it is. So Dennis, for example, Horrigan, your comment just got blocked, and I'm not going to show it because we get in trouble, unfortunately. And this dude, you are going away. Put user in timeout. See you there. Goodbye. So Nate going to beat his ass. Yeah, for example, we can show that one. Why would they want us to block that one? So the number's starting to spike. Look at that shot inside T-Mobile Arena. Scott Peterson. That is what draws me to the UFC. And I'm at my friend Sam's house right now. He's got a studio in his house. It's Sir Video Productions in Arizona. And it's right outside Phoenix. And Sam's a great shooter and editor of Sir Video Productions. But I'll tell you what, man. And the reason I bring Sam up is because he has not been to a UFC fight in person, and I was like, dog, you have to go to one. And Macy just got slept by Aldana, by the way, and I'll wait for the replay and I'll describe it for you. Look at that shot at T-Mobile Arena. There is nothing in the world. Aldana was down, and Macy Chasson had dropped her, and it was a body kick, an up kick to the body underneath the rib cage on the right side, just a boom, burying that heel. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal. Things started to go Chasson's way, but that up kick right into the side of the body. I mean, literally the heel straight into the oblique, but more so toward the front. Like, that's just I mean, you just can't when you're not ready for that. That's just a good night. And it's a good night, Irene. See, Irene, I wasn't quick, right? This is the University of Miami education. Shout out to the Canes, 30-7 over Southern Miss today. Should have won that game. 2-0, though. Football season is not over for me. Khamzat is a dog. Doctor told him to quit cutting weight. Jason Oswald. Shout out to my girl, Minnie Khabib, by the way. I love her. What a great kid. And her dad, I know them just with the girl, the pretty cute little girl with the Khabib gave the hat to. Known her for a long time. She saw Khamzat eating the night before and put that out on her social media. Irene Aldana with a big win. That's knockout of the night. An up kick from the ground to the body. But when you drop the octagon in the center of any arena, any building, a cage, local fights, it doesn't matter when you drop. But look at that with AL3, my man, shout out AL3 from Phoenix. That's my dude, the UFC's official DJ. But when you put that cage, that octagon in the middle, and you put the girls, and you got the sounds, and you got the lights, but the cage in the middle of the arena floor or the stadium floor or whatever room it's in, with the fans around it screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs and the music blasting, you put that cage in there with two fighters, male or female, going to war, to battle. You lock that door behind them, and you put it in the middle of an arena. That's modern day gladiator, even better than football. Look, I covered the NFL for years. Super Bowl, I was on Radio Row. I covered the NBA for years, guys. There is nothing that beats the UFC's octagon not even a boxing ring, the UFC's octagon in the center of any building. Dana White's right about one thing. There's Barnett dancing away with his missing weight ass, but he got a big win over Jake Collier, and next time I'm sure he'll make weight. Very happy dude. He's been dancing all week. You could see he was in the moment at the ceremonial weigh-ins, dancing up there on stage, doing his thing, and he's doing it right now, or he was doing it earlier. As the numbers continue to spike in the chat, guys, thank you for being here. It's MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279, the reaction show. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, Cage Side Grease. You see the social media handles up there on your screen. Give me a follow. Give MMA Weekly a follow on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok. You don't stop. All over social media. We've been there all week. The views have been huge. We love you guys. We appreciate you so much. We're going to go through the roof tonight for Diaz and Kukui. How many OGs in the house? We got the new school gangster and Khamzat Chimaev, who lost a lot of fans, man. People were booing him at the ceremonial weigh-ins. And there's Marky Mark in the house. He gets pissed, by the way, Mark Wahlberg, when you call him Marky Mark. If anybody asks him about Marky Mark, there's Josh Emmett. He's a problem, by the way, Josh Emmett. There's Mackenzie Dern. I love it when they show. But Mark Wahlberg, one of the part owners of the UFC through the WME Endeavor deal, an old school fighter. Chito Vera in the building, who's on a better run than him right now, especially since Aldo just lost, the last guy to beat him. And you got Li Jingliang, the Leech, coming up against D-Rod, Daniel Rodriguez. Man, I'm really excited about this one. But you got the Chinese gangster and Li Jingliang. You got Daniel Rodriguez, who might be the ultimate G and gangster on this whole entire card. Khamzat Chimaev, the new school gangster. Kevin Holland, who's an OG himself and says, you ain't about that life to Khamzat, right? Man, that's interesting stuff right there. And then you got the California gangsters. Who's making that shirt, by the way? Diaz and Kukui, Stockton, Oxnard in the building tonight. You got OGs, you got new Gs, you got just about everything and everyone you could ask for on this fight card tonight. And we're about to get to the Coco main. Look, Li Jingliang didn't have to take this fight. This is the one thing, and we said this on the live stream of the official weigh-ins yesterday when we told everybody, all of you who were watching, and you guys can vouch for me and for Scott, we said Diaz Kukui, Holland Chimaev. Those were no-brainers because they were so close in weight. But Li Jingliang weighed in at 170.5, and D-Rod weighed in at what, 179, 179.5 for the 180 catch against Holland, who's an 85er, and D-Rod's a welterweight. So they did that at a catch, right? And D-Rod's got a huge strike differential, by the way, one of the highest in the welterweight division. He's a beast, but he's almost 10 pounds heavier than Li Jingliang. And Jingliang did not have to take this fight. I'm sure they made it worth his while, but he's a tough dude. Last time we saw him, I think I was there. As a matter of fact, I know I was. It was UFC Elmont, right? If I'm not mistaken, Scott, it was Li Jingliang at UFC Elmont. The Leech, of course, he's fought under Team Alpha Male, Killcliff FC. But think about this guy, right? I mean, and Khamzat, I mean, that was brutal what Khamzat did to him in round one. The rear naked choke just ragdolled him and threw him around. But he has a win over Ponzinibbio. He has some good wins. And we're still waiting for Johnny Walker to go to the podium. That'll be must-see TV. You see Johnny Walker, by the way, this week talking about how there was traces of THC in the CBD he's been taking. It was making him schizophrenic, wasn't getting along with his girlfriend. I mean, who does get along with their girlfriend or their wife? I mean, you show me, and I'm now that I'm single now, got no ring on his finger. I walk around stores all the time. Like I'll go to a Whole Foods. It's a fertile breeding ground, by the way, on a Sunday. If you're looking for a girl and you don't want to go to a bar, you're welcome. And if you're a lady, you're looking for a dude, go to Whole Foods on a Sunday morning. Trust me. Go to Trader Joe's, go to Sprouts, go to any of those stores. I mean, even Target if you want to slum it a little bit, and even more slumming it, go to Walmart. But I'm not saying I'm going to do it. Not advocating for that. I'm saying go to Whole Foods, right? Anyway, I digress. But where was I? Being single. You show me a happy dude who's being dragged around by his girl anywhere, shopping, or even the girl's miserable. Nobody seems to be happy when they're coupled up. So that's what I'm saying, right? So I didn't even know I don't even know where I'm going with this. But what I wanted to say is when I look at what Leach has done, and it was July 16th in Elmont. What a nice building that is, man. The arena in Elmont next to the Belmont track that they kind of replaced Uniondale and the crappy ass old Nassau Coliseum with, where, you know, I mean, it was maybe nice in the early 80s and late 70s when the Islanders were winning Stanley Cups, but not since then, right? So when you look at what Lee did, he was coming off that loss last October to Khamzat after he beat Ponzinibbio. Neil Magny beat him before that. So he's been in the UFC for a long time, the Leech. I mean, he's a G for sure. He's been since UFC 173 in 2014 against David Michaud, and he won that by split decision. But he's fought Diego Lima. He's fought some pretty good fighters. David Zawada, Neil Magny, Ponzinibbio. He has the win. Fought Khamzat, but he beat Muslim Salikov. Punches and elbows, a brutal TKO in round 2 in Elmont, his last time out. And he's got Daniel Rodriguez, man. And this fight's coming up right now. They're on their walkouts. And Rodriguez is from Alhambra, California, Syndicate MMA right now. And that's obviously not in California. But it's interesting when you talk about him, right? He's got 8 knockouts and 4 submission wins. He just beat Kevin Lee August of last year, unanimous decision. When Kevin Lee tried that comeback fight, that was D-Rod, remember? D-Rod beat him by a unanimous decision. It was not a close fight. Made Kevin Lee look bad. He beat Mike Perry by unanimous decision on the Vittori Holland card in April of last year. Preston Parsons knocked him out. I mean, his loss in the UFC, he lost in Combate to Victor Reina, but his one loss in the UFC was to Nicholas Dalby. But he's beaten Dwight Grant. He's beaten Tim Means, the Dirty Bird. That's a solid veteran right there, you know, and he beat Rico Farrington on the Contender Series, didn't get a contract, went back to Smash Global, knocked out Quentin McCottrell, came to the UFC, beat Tim Means in February 2020. I was there. It was the Rio Rancho fight when Jan Blachowicz knocked out Corey Anderson and Bones Jones was sitting in the front row. That was a pretty good fight card. Diego Sanchez was on that fight card as well, but then he beat Green and Grant, lost to Dalby, unanimous decision at UFC 255 in November of 2020. But then he beat Mike Perry, Preston Parsons, and Kevin Lee. So Perry's doing pretty well. He just beat MVP in bare knuckle. So it's pretty interesting, right, with D-Rod and his wins. So I don't know. What do you guys think of D-Rod? I actually like D-Rod a lot. He's a true G, right? He's a minus 175 favorite with a big weight differential. Plus 142 is Li Jingliang at MyBookie. Get your bets in now at MyBookie. They're going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000. Right now, go to MyBookie. Get those bets in, guys. Get them in. Nate Diaz is plus 115. Ferguson minus 140. The over-under is 4.5 rounds. Minus 105 on the under. Minus 121 on the over. The co-main, you're getting a good number on Kevin Holland at plus 375 if you think he's going to win. The over-under for that fight is 1.5. Everyone thinks Khamzat's just going to run through him and finish him early. But Khamzat's a minus 540 favorite. If you want to go that way, you got to bet 540 to win 100 on that one. So that's a tough one. But Holland, you bet 100, you win 375. And then you got Rodriguez right now at minus 175. Not too bad. If you throw that with the under at plus 118, if you think he's going to get that early finish at MyBookie, the link is in the description. The code is weekly50. They're going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000, and they're just showing now some of these finishes from Li Jingliang. This dude might have weighed in 10 pounds lighter, but I guarantee you one thing: he has the power and the repertoire to take out Daniel Rodriguez, and Daniel Rodriguez knows it. So this is going to be a hell of a fight. The numbers continuing to spike here on MMA Weekly. This is awesome. I mean, you can't beat it. They're showing highlights of the D-Rod Kevin Lee fight, and D-Rod's got the tats all over his body. He's got them on his head, his neck, his back, his arms, his chest, everywhere, man. This dude's a real G. I mean, he might be the biggest G on the whole entire card. So you talk to his teammates about him, and I mean, he's a great fighter, and he's a guy who, with another couple wins, could put himself in serious contention. And the one thing that kind of sucks for the fans and for Nate tonight, with Kukui being his partner now and his dancing partner, his opponent, it's interesting because had Nate beaten Khamzat and derailed the hype train and knocked it off the tracks tonight, he would have had a real good argument to face Leon Edwards for the title next, right? Because Khamzat's right in line for that title. Kamaru's lost to Edwards. It would have been Khamzat versus Kamaru next. Had Khamzat fought Diaz and won, and maybe even fighting Holland and winning, he might have been next to face Kamaru Usman for the title. Now it's not going to be for a fight or two. You think about it, right? Because Kamaru is going to get the rematch. But if Nate had won this fight over Khamzat, Nate fought Leon Edwards last year in Phoenix, and you remember that 5th round when Nate clocked him and pointed at him late. Diaz said it, man, if this fight was in the street, you know what would have happened. I won. And that's what Nate cares about, by the way, just so you know, and you guys know this. But I'm pretty pumped to see, where this goes from here with Nate Diaz's career. Again, I said it earlier, man. He was talking about, hey, you sign my teammates, and I'll re-sign with the UFC, all 10 of them. And I thought that was cool. Please like and smash the subscribe button, hit the bell. Jim Grease here on MMA Weekly. He took my name down, but he left the social media handles up. So you can follow me there. I like that. I'd rather have you see the social media handles. And I kind of look like, since we got a bunch of gangsters on this card with Rodriguez and Li Jingliang, you're a gangster if you take a fight against a guy 10 pounds heavier, period. End of story, right? You got real G's all over this card. So I got the light here. It's almost like the dark, the faded, the alley, like I'm in a back alley somewhere. I really love this, what they did for me at Sir Video Productions here in Arizona. But man, there's gangsters up and down this card. The highest significant strike rate in UFC history, 8.24 per minute for Daniel Rodriguez. That's what you need to know about him. He is output, 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 output. He's not just a walking tattoo. He is a beast in the octagon. He is a guy who will look to and attempt to take your head clean off your body. And that's exactly what he'll be looking to do. And you're looking at the odds for this one. Again, if you want to get those bets in with my bookie, -175 for D-Rod, +142 for Jingliang. And when you saw D-Rod up on, because D-Rod and Holland were the only fighters that came on stage at the press conference and the only ones who did the face-off, right? You kind of looked at him, and Holland was talking trash, and Holland's going, well, I'm a black belt in Kung Fu. I don't see you having a black belt. And D-Rod's like, yo, man, this ain't going to be a Kung Fu fight. This is a street fight. And Holland goes, everybody's Kung Fu fighting. And so it's been entertaining as Li Jingliang makes his way to the cage. But you look at D-Rod there. Check him out, bro. And sis, check him out, man. That dude is a G. And you're looking at footage from MMA Weekly's ceremonial weigh-in show, which you can also see on YouTube. The Leech making his way out right now. And you got to remember, too, what you weighed in at really doesn't make much of a difference right now in this fight. Obviously, if the guy who weighed in at 179 is bulking back up to about 190 in D-Rod, that's one thing. But for Li Jingliang to weigh in around 170 and a half and maybe bulk up to 180, you want to see what they look like next to each other as the fight's about to start, right? That's the key, right? You want to see the size right now. The rehydration and re-energizing of the fighters, is absolutely incredible what they do right now. It really is. And Jingliang's going to fall over trying to get out of his pants. His cornerman had to help him up there. But this is pretty dope. I'm excited. What do you guys think about this fight? This is a really good co-main. This is the fight that, to see D-Rod and Kevin Holland was going to be dope. To see Jingliang and Tony Ferguson I thought was going to be dope. But this fight is something I really want to see. What are you guys thinking in the chat? It's going by so fast. It's a blur right now. But it's a little easier for me to see in our eCam, so I can do that too. Holland is what? Holland is, where are you at? What was that? Holland is Hazmat's a clown. Kevin Holland. The Leech by stoppage, Michael Sillars. Okay. I'm watching Lee in the ring right now. Aloya. All right. So what are you guys thinking about this fight? Who are you taking? You taking the Leech? You taking D-Rod? How? What round? Let me see you. Let me hear you. You guys here with me. I'll guide you throughout the whole night. So just enjoy it here on MMA Weekly. There's a couple of good prop bets too. Rodriguez to win by KO and TKO is pretty good plus money. To win by decision. The Leech to win by KO or TKO is over plus 300. You got some good bets to throw up there. You can get them in now. It's a lot of fun. Makes it a little bit more interesting. I'll tell you that. It's really, and look at D-Rod, man. He's all bulked up. He's ready to roll. He's got tats from top to bottom all over his body. I mean, he's a real G. I said he might be the realest G on this whole card. And in terms of actual dude you wouldn't want to run into in the street under any circumstances, he might actually be that guy. He might be that guy. I don't know if you guys saw this on TikTok. It's going around right now with Kevin Hart. They asked him if he got in a street fight, or if he was had a fight in a bar, who would he want on his side, The Rock or Ice Cube, his co-stars? And he was like, Ice Cube. And he's like, why? He's like, well, because The Rock's with me. We're going to clean that bar out, and I know that. But with Ice Cube, if it gets more real than that and people come back to get me after I clean that bar out, I know Cube can handle that too. And that's D-Rod to me, bro. I don't even know. He's 15-2. He's from Alhambra. You don't want to mess with these guys, but this is going to be a tough fight for him with the Leech. The Leech is one of those veteran guys that, oh man, my boy Sam just brought me some food. Yes, I'm starving up in here. Really, really hungry, man. So I'm gonna take a couple bites here and there, guys. So hopefully you guys are having as much fun as I am. Live stream here on MMA Weekly. We're waiting for Johnny Walker to come to the podium. Nice win by him over Jan Kutalaba after losing. He was losing early on. Oh, man. Didn't get a chance to eat dinner, so this is good right now. You guys have to bear with me on this, but what an awesome night. Guys, I also want to remind you, our live coverage on MMA Weekly of UFC 279 is powered by Pristine Auction. And I got to tell you about this. Diaz fans, listen up, right? Here we go. MMA Weekly is thrilled to be teaming up with Pristine Auction on tonight's coverage of UFC 279. Right there. Scott's got it up there. PristineAuction.com is the most trusted sports memorabilia auction site. I've been checking them out. I'm a member. I joined up. It's awesome, right? They have an A+ Better Business Bureau rating, which is as good as you can get. Auctions on PristineAuction.com. They start at just $1. They start at just $1, and each day there's over 1,000 autographed items available, not just UFC or MMA stuff. Last week, a Francis Ngannou autographed glove sold for $49. Deals like this are happening every day at PristineAuction.com as this fight gets underway with the Leech and D-Rod. And they have just about every fighter you could want. Francis Ngannou gloves sold for $49 last week. They got Paddy the Baddy. They got Conor McGregor. They got John Bones Jones. And many, many more. Every item on PristineAuction.com comes with a certificate of authenticity from the industry's most reputable authenticators. Upgrade your collection of signed memorabilia today and get $10 off your first item one when you use code Diaz. But wait, Diaz fans, I told you, you don't want to miss this. Win a Nate Diaz signed autograph glove. That's right. You can enter to win for free. A Nate Diaz signed autograph glove. You see it up there on your screen. All you have to do is head to PristineAuction.com, click register on the top of the page, and sign up using our registration code Diaz to be entered into the giveaway for free to win a Nate Diaz autograph glove from PristineAuction.com. And the Leech and D-Rod throwing a lot of kicks early on, leg kicks, and got the Leech. And you got D-Rod. D-Rod's in a southpaw stance. Interesting. Leech is ripped. And they don't look that much different in size. Although D-Rod looks a little bit, like thicker, more hydrated, got a little bit of a midsection on him. Leech looks quicker for sure, though. It's a good fight. Look at the inside of T-Mobile Arena. No place like that. I used to love MGM Grand Garden Arena. Nostalgia, the ambiance, the atmosphere. I sat 10 feet away for some of the best fights I've ever seen, whether it be Silva Weidman 1, 2, Ronda Rousey, Miesha Tate, Kane JDS 2, Tito and Chuck in there, Conor Diaz 1, Conor Aldo. That was my favorite. Leech coming through with a right straight up the middle. It looks really quick, the Leech does. Look at the podium. That must mean Johnny Walker's coming. Always fun when he gets. Meanwhile, Leech and D-Rod still feeling each other out. There he is, Johnny Walker, heading to the podium in Las Vegas. MMA Weekly's camera is front and center. The post-fight press conference for Johnny Walker, the rear naked choke win over Jan Kutalaba in round number 1. Here he is on MMA Weekly, exclusive. Scott, we're not hearing the sound from the room. If you can get me there. There we go. We got it. And there's Johnny Walker.
It's been a while since we've seen you do the worm after a victory in the UFC. So what are the emotions now that you got the submission win?
I'm very, very happy. And just like hard work pays off. I've been working my ass off for the last 4 or 5 months for this fight. And a lot of commitment and consistency, and you see the results.
Was this how you saw the fight playing out? I mean, I know he took you down right away, but then you obviously ended up on top of him without submission. Is this how you saw it playing out?
Like, I knew he gonna take me down because it's a good wrestling, but he don't have good control on the floor. And I'm a good striker, no. I improve my defense because I stay there. I want to fight. He don't fight. He don't so much. I was ready to fight in a defensive way, you know. And then when he takes me down, like I wasn't worried. Like, okay, take me down. So I'm home. Now belt, train jiu-jitsu every fucking day. And I don't want to stand up because I stand up, he'll probably take me down again. I have a good defense, no, but I don't want to spend energy defending a good wrestler take you down. I'm gonna be in okay, I'm gonna be here on the floor, you take it down, okay, what you gonna do?
Did you give him a kiss after the referee pulled him?
Of course, I love this sport, I love everybody. I don't have enemies. We need to make the money to support our family. We beat the shit out of each other, but on the end of the day, it's just a work, a job, where we can provide for others.
And at media day, you spoke a lot about all the THC stuff that was happening between your fights. You said it really messed your life up. So is this the type of Johnny Walker fans can expect moving forward?
100%, no more THC. The CBD, there's nothing to deal, but every CBD has a little bit of THC. Just if you 100% CBD to me, I don't want to try it, you know, but yeah, because taking my confidence off, messing up with my mindset, you know, confidence off, like, I'm really good. It's good for my brain, it's not everybody, you know. Some people have that reaction, I'm one of them, so get paranoid and fucked up. So now I'm far away from this substance, so I feel myself again, I keep committing to the training, I don't get late on the training. You can ask my coach, like early in the year, like many days I get, the class start 11, I get there 11, 10, 11, 15, everybody warm me up and then learning like what's, it's not commitment. It's not because I'm man who hard with time, it's because I was like, lost myself, you know? Like we're there now, I get there 1 hour, half an hour early, like I start to stretch and do my injury preparation stuff, like really committed, you know, really focused, so I can see the difference, you know, and I want to keep doing this.
What was it like having the fans back after so many years?
So good like that, when I see everybody there, I don't know how many people are there, everybody's maybe I need to see, and I want to show that, and I show.
Father, when do you want to get back into the octagon? I know the UFC has a big event in Rio coming up in January.
100% UFC is going to be a dream for me, never fought in Rio, January 23rd, I think, it's going to be an amazing day for me. One day I'm back to the gym training, you know, I want to keep my high performance. Of course, I don't want to train really hard because I have a lot of time, but I want to keep myself in shape and diet and still commitment. I'm ready to back in January.
What led you to coming to the conclusion that the THC was causing the problem? Yes.
I can't give you too much detail. I was on holiday in Thailand, right? It happened a couple of times before. I'm not really big smoker, you know, but sometimes I have some gummies, you know? Like one time ago I tried, like sometimes 50, 60%, 40%. When you eat bad trip, then you do trip. And in Thailand was my bad, the worst trip. I'm on holiday, could enjoy myself. 10 days to come back, you know. My fiance looked after me like a child, you know. We was in a 6-star hotel resort, and every day I want to leave the resort. And the second day, because I was there for the celebrity appearance for my sponsor, when I get there, the second day I tried it, and then 10 days to come back to the normal.
Every day I was packing my bag, like she's sleeping, right? And I'm packing and throw things that this makes us hard. Like throw things on the beam like full. When she wake up, all of the bag was packed and everything was full of things like that we need. No, we need to leave, we need to leave. And I wake up in the middle of the night looking for her, like it's a fucking nightmare. For me, for her, she had to look after me like I was, if she brings me to the hospital, they're gonna laugh me there. This guy's crazy. He's just done it for the society. You know, because I was crazy, like, not myself. Then after 10 days, then I'm doing a lot of juice, adjustments, juice, a lot of fun, sweat it out, and everything. 10 days I come back and I said, oh, never again about this. Because my brain is very sensitive, you know. And it's too good for me. I would do it at night, man. I live in another dimension. I was in the resort, I was thinking the aliens were one of the experiences for me. They feeding me up with good food. They had camera everywhere. I was watching, like people watching. You understand everything, right? I was fucking, I don't know, in another universe. What the fuck is that? It's not for me. I like this universe here, like right now. I be myself. I like the earth, the suits we have.
Welcome back.
Hey, Johnny over here. You asked for the bonus because you're getting married soon. How much would that money help for your wedding?
You're help so much, man. The wedding in Ireland is expensive, and also I need to. And then was my house, you don't have a house yet in Ireland. The house is really expensive. And you know, I'm setting up a family there. I want to get married. I want to have kids. Everyone is welcome, right?
You're known for your walkouts to the cage. At your wedding, when you walk up to the altar, will you also be dancing?
Maybe.
Congrats, man.
Hey, John, right here. You still got your gloves on. You planning to fight again tonight, or?
I'm never ready. Want to fight me?
No, I'm okay, thank you. I just saw you in there. You made the move to the SPG camps. They're often known for their striking. Obviously, a lot of great strikers come out of it. What can you say about the SPG International grappling systems from top down?
All right, Johnny Walker with a big win, though, over Kutalaba, and it didn't look like he was going to win that fight early on. Meanwhile, Li Jingliang rocked Daniel Rodriguez. He hurt him in round 2. Looks like they're going to go to the 3rd round. What are we looking at here, guys? There's the inside of T-Mobile Arena. Let's get those numbers climbing through the roof here on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, UFC 279 reaction show live on the world's largest independently owned MMA website, MMA Weekly. And Li Jingliang doesn't look like a smaller fighter with the power that he's showing tonight, and that's usually the case for the Leech. And you got Rodriguez in there, and you wonder if he might slow down a little bit the longer this fight goes. And Jingliang ankle picks him and takes him down. Pretty dope maneuvering there at the very end of round number 2. Just reached down, ankle picked him, and threw him on his back. Ate a couple of shots and a kick on the way out, though. Is headed to round 3. C. Robin says, I just won $1.2 million. I betting on Kaz not making weight. I mean, yeah, right? There you go. There you go. I see a lot of foreign languages in there. I see some Chinese writing. Quang Wang, shout out. Tony is a clown to UFC community. Sabina Jangirgan. Rodriguez with a couple of good shots and a nice right landed in exchange, and the Leech hurt him with a right hand. Man, there's been some real nice exchanges in this fight so far. They had a nice exchange in round 2 where Leech backed him up. And was able to get him to back off. Are we looking for someone else to be at the podium there, Scott? I'm not sure. We got a replay coming out. There's Macy Chesson and Irene Aldana. Irene finished her with a body kick off her back. There's D-Rod right there. Daniel Rodriguez. Round number 3 underway against Leech. This is a hell of a fight, man. Jingliang is jacked and ripped, man. He's probably about 182 to 185. D-Rod's got to be up around 190, but he's carrying a little extra body weight. I don't want to really call it fat around the midsection, but certainly not ripped like the Leech is. D-Rod going southpaw, obviously. Orthodox for the Leech. There's the Leech right there up on the stage at the ceremonial weigh-ins yesterday. Look at that physique, man. He's much bigger than that right now. Still just as ripped, but much bigger, especially his arms, his chest, his shoulders. Rehydrated, swolled up nice. And I don't know who to call this fight for right now, man. This is pretty close. This is really close with these two guys right now. And the second round was close. A lot of people are saying the Leech is up too. He's in incredible fight shape, obviously, and he looks quick, and he's beating Rodriguez to the punch. I think Rodriguez knows he's got to do something big here in this round because he's being a lot more aggressive. Numbers spiking back up. Hit that like button, subscribe, the bell. Let us know when, or let you know when we have more content coming up. Rodriguez still doing okay, though, with that jab coming straight up the middle. This fight literally has my undivided attention right now, guys and girls. This is a dope fight. Really good fight. There's Nate and Tony. It's only right that these two guys end up fighting, right? Nate's last fight in the UFC is against another old school OG in El Kukui. I mean, look, Tony's had a bad run lately. Nate hasn't won much, you know. But still, I mean, his loss is Masvidal, Edwards. He's back down from anyone. He only wants to fight, as he calls it, real MFers. Well, that right-handed jab from D-Rod's starting to really connect against the Leech. So quick, though, changing levels coming in. Leech coming in very fast, throwing that hook, and then coming right back with a left and maybe even a kick. D-Rod with the head movement, hook to the body. I mean, this is some high-level striking that we're seeing right here. I don't know, man. Round 2 was close. It might be 1-1 right now. But you never know with the three judges, what, you know, they score it differently. Rodriguez doing a better job staying just out of the range of the punches of Jingliang. He was coming in and throwing exchanges and staying in the pocket early on. He's been quicker to get out now. You got to give both these guys a lot of credit, and all 6 guys at the top of this card to change opponents the day before a fight. When you've been training for one guy, Rodriguez was training for Kevin Holland, not this type of striking that Jingliang presents to him. So you almost have to throw a loss out for any of these guys tonight, except Khamzat. Khamzat loses, it's disaster for him, and the hype train gets derailed. So anybody else, though, as you look at Tony Ferguson there, about a minute and a half left in this fight, the catch weight at 180. Jingliang and Rodriguez, I mean, I got to feel like D-Rod thinks he has to get the finish here. I don't think the Leech has really landed anything in this round. And there's Nate Diaz, Stockton in the house. We're getting closer, guys and girls. Getting closer to the Diaz fight. It's coming soon. Here comes Lee and Rodriguez. Got about a minute left in this fight. I mean, there's a lot of high-level striking going on here. I don't feel like either guy should be comfortable enough to think that he's won. And we should see a real high volume, real intense last minute of this fight. Come on, let's go. Bang it out. There's D-Rod coming in with a triple jab. He's really found some success scoring points with that, but hasn't had a chance to really lock in and nail that power shot. Leech looks so much quicker. You know, you got a guy who's fighting at a 180 catch against a guy who's quick and agile coming in at 170 and a half. But the, big difference in body and leg strikes for Lee and a huge difference in head strikes for D-Rod. It's pretty close, really close. Nice right hand lands for the Leech right there. Under 20 seconds left. These guys better get after it, man. No one won this fight yet. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Look at the inside of T-Mobile Arena. That's Aldana and Chesson right there before their fight. Leech misses. D-Rod snaps that jab again. 3 seconds, 2, and it's all over. No flurry at the end for either fighter. Very close, man. I don't know if any of you in the chat are actually watching this fight, but let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you are thinking. You guys liking this fight? We're getting closer. We got Khamzat Chimaev coming up next against Kevin Holland, guys. Right there around the corner. Right around the corner. Jingliang with some nice body kicks in this fight. Rodriguez consistently landing the jab straight through from that southpaw stance. The leg kicks all night long for Lee and for Rodriguez. Some nice, significant strikes landed by both guys. Each guy, you know, they didn't really hurt one another, but they landed. Oh, Jingliang with a big power hook. It was early in the second round to follow up a nice left from Rodriguez. I would have to say, if you press me on it, I'd say Leach by decision. Probably unanimous, probably 29-28. I'd have to go D-Rod in that third round. But I know that the guy's fighting 10 pounds. It has nothing to do with the judging, but he's fighting 10 pounds. He's fighting guys 10 pounds heavier on a day's notice. What a performance by Li Jingliang. And for the most part, you get this out of him almost every time he goes out there. He's a solid pro. He represents every single time. He literally puts on a show. He's polite. He's respectful. He's a hell of a fighter. And if, D-Rod does lose this fight, you can't really hold it against him. You're not really it's not going to set him back any. Although you don't want to see that win streak come to an end in a fight like this. But Jingliang, being the smaller guy, looked quicker, looked a little faster to the punch, looked a little bit more agile in there. Maybe a little bit better cardio also. And, that's not saying that D-Rod didn't have it, but I think it's pretty good, man. I think it's pretty good. Let's see. I got to turn these closed captions on. What am I doing here? All right, there we go. Boom. Come on. Don't freeze my screen because I'm putting up the captions. There we go. Daniel Rodriguez wins. Split decision. All right. Hey, I told you guys it was close, right? Really close fight. D-Rod gets the win. That's why I'm not a judge, man. I'll tell you, that's why I'm a host. It's not easy to judge these fights. At all. Not at all. Look at the chair that we're going to see Irene Aldana come to momentarily, and then D-Rod after that. And I don't know. I mean, look, a split decision. The Leech doesn't have anything to hang his head about. He's not going to lose anything. He's not going to lose any favor within the organization. He's not going to, lose any ground in the rankings or anything, I don't think, based on this. He came and fought a guy 10 pounds heavier. He fought a hell of a fight, man. The Leech fought a hell of a fight. That was a nice job by him. Just D-Rod, picks up the win. And really, in the end, for D-Rod, it was the jab. All night long, that jab coming through, that right hand, so much power, snapping that head back, and he landed so many more significant head strikes, and that's a big part of what happened there. I don't know why my feed is freezing on ESPN+. This is no bueno. Let me try to reset it. Yeah, let's reload that. I don't know what's going on there. Come on. Interesting. I don't have any issues with my internet. Something must be happening on there. And look at the inside of T-Mobile Arena. Can't wait, man. 2 fights away. Diaz and Kukui. But right now, we're in the build-up to the co-main. You got Kevin Holland. You got Khamzat Chimaev. They've been going back and forth for a while. You got Chimaev, saying that he's not a real, that Holland is not a real gangster, and he is a real gangster. And you know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty pumped to see what's going to go on there in this fight between these two guys. All right, my feed's back up and running. That got me scared for a second there. Sometimes a little refresh is what we need in life, right? Most significant strikes per minute in UFC history entering tonight. 7.89 for Khamzat. 8.24 for Daniel Rodriguez, who we just saw. So back-to-back. Drake would like it. Back-to-back. Like I'm Khamzat and Rodriguez striking. 7.89 and 8.24. Sugar Sean, Jordan Wright, Leslie Smith. That's pretty interesting to have the top 2 significant strikers in UFC history. And how about Boers? At one point, he had 1 more fights than he had strikes absorbed. Think about that. He had 1 more fights in the UFC than he had strikes absorbed. He won like 4 fights and absorbed 2 strikes or something like that. It was just absurd what he did. This is going to be a lot of fun when you think about this fight coming up next with Khamzat Chimaev and Kevin Holland. Holland, the Kung Fu black belt striker, famously couldn't wrestle, going to DC. And then, of course, Khamzat, the beast of a wrestler, and finishes with submissions. What he did to Li Jingliang showed me how great he is. And what he did against Gilbert Burns, again, he showed me how great. Khamzat's great. There's no question about this dude's talent. There's no question about Khamzat Chimaev's talent, right? You can't question that. You'd be an idiot to question that. I'd be an idiot to question that. I mean, he's a Chechnyan who trains and fights out of Sweden at All-Star Training Center. He's a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, but he's a gigantic, big, strong, tough guy for his weight. I mean, you think about it for 1 second, his wrestling, he's one of the best freestyle wrestlers in the entire country of Sweden. He's had combat sambo and judo events, and you think about what he's done since he joined the UFC, speaking of Boers, and there he is up there on the stage right now. This dude is just a monster. He's an absolute beast. He's 11-0. I mean, this guy got to the UFC after, 6 fights? TKO, technical submission, TKO, TKO, KO, technical submission. And then he goes to the UFC at 6-0 after fighting 4 fights in Brave. John Phillips gets subbed by a Darce choke on July 16th of 2020. 10 days later, after fighting at middleweight, he comes back and fights against Reese McKee on the Whitaker-Till card. Gets a TKO from punches with a minute, or one first round, 3 minutes, 9 seconds the first round. He beats Gerald Meerschaert KO by punch in September of 2020 in 17 seconds. So in 3 fights in a little over 2 months, like 63, 64 days, this dude got 3 wins, less than 1 round of octagon time, and had not absorbed more strikes than he had victories in that time span. Nobody's ever done that. This dude, nobody's questioning his talent. Nobody's questioning his heart in the octagon. After what he did against Li Jingliang, sorry, say that 5 times fast, Jim, on October 30th of last year, when he just ragdolled him and basically threw him on the ground and punched him a few times, got the technical submission by rear naked choke. And then what he did against Gilbert Burns, a unanimous decision win in Jacksonville, fight of the night in April of this year. I mean, look, I thought Gilbert repped it out pretty hard in that fight, and I could see how that would have gone either way, but Boers got the win. I mean, you're not going to – I mean, he's a freestyle wrestling champion for years in a row, and quickest 3-fight win streak in modern UFC history, 66 days. Fastest consecutive wins in modern UFC history, 10 days. 4-time performance of the night. Fight of the night, 1 time against Gilbert Burns. So a 5-time bonus winner in the UFC. I mean, this guy's as real and legit as it gets, right? Talking about Khamzat Chimaev. So what's going to happen in this fight? What's going to happen in this fight, man? And I want to know what you guys think. What are you guys thinking in the chat right now? This is a big favorite, Khamzat Chimaev. When you're looking at the odds on MyBookie, Chimaev is a minus 540 favorite. Holland at plus 375. As a matter of fact, while I'm on that, get your bets in now. Minus 540 for Boers, plus 375 for Holland. The over-under is at 1.5 rounds. So if you think anybody's going to get a quick finish, take that under. You get plus 120 on that. Minus 153 for the over. There's Holland right there. And these two were going at it backstage. It was awesome, man. They were going at it backstage, and they were just ready to rock. So we're here, and we're going to keep you informed right here live, right? And we're going to let you know exactly what's happening in this fight. So what are you going to do in this fight? The big underdog Holland or the big favorite in Chimaev? Well, either way, regardless who wins the fight, you can walk away a winner with MyBookie for a limited time. Join the MyBookie community, and you'll double your first deposit instantly. That's right. Just use the promo code Weekly50 to claim your deposit match all the way up to $1,000. Use the link in the description, and you'll see it on the screen in just a minute with the link and the code. Bet on the main event, parlay multiple fights, do the props, and increase your payout. Nobody gives you more options to secure the bag like MyBookie. And if you're still on the fence about who to back this weekend, check MyBookie's social media channels for real predictions by your favorite UFC fighters. A little late for that right now, though. I'll tell you what, I kind of like Kevin Holland as a live dog. It's because I want to see him win. But, I mean, Boers is a beast, no doubt about it. If he wrestles and goes for the submission or the ground and pound win, could be a quick night for Kevin Holland. But if it's a striking battle, I kind of like Holland in this one. So again, double your first deposit instantly. Use the promo code Weekly50. The link is in our YouTube description, and you can see the code right up there, Weekly50. MyBookie, claim your deposit match all the way up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. So again, Holland plus 375 if you want Holland and the under If you think Holland can get a quick knockout in there, and that would be so dope to hit that parlay. I mean, that's a game changer right there for a lot of people and a lot of things in the UFC too, of course. But man, a lot of people say they want Holland to win. A ton of people saying they want Holland to win in the chat. What are you guys thinking? Let's go. What do you guys got for us in the chat right now in real time? Who do you have? What round? By what means? Eric Carver, yes, they changed the fights because he failed his weigh-in. You can super chat us too as well if you want to. Goatman, Lee got robbed, man. I mean, I was with you, Goatman. I kind of thought Lee won. Wish Holland wins, but he won't. Rodney Cunningham. So tired of this Chimaev calling himself a gangster. Dude, you didn't make weight and got punked. Don't care what anyone says. He knew if he lost to Diaz, his hype train was over. That's a pretty popular sentiment right now. Inside T-Mobile Arena. Look at that shot on MMA Weekly. That's actually on the YouTube right now. You guys saw it a minute ago. I'm looking back and forth between the actual YouTube, which is live right now, and there we go with the pinned comment right up there. You can see that the pinned comment or in the description. I thought Boers coming out and being as cocky as he was and laughing about missing weight and shooting the bird at the cameras and the way he was nonchalant about it on the stage, like, that's real charisma. That's real superstar stuff, man. Like, I don't give a fook, right? Conor McGregor. Fook, I said, right? So that's the attitude that real people like that have. I mean, when you're that big of a star, when you feel like you're that great of a fighter, all those things, I mean, you're going to have at times that nonchalant, devil may care attitude. And I feel like that's what Khamzat did. You see him up there with Joe. He just told the crowd to shut up at T-Mobile Arena. Here comes Boris. He's going to run to the octagon. He's running and jumping on his way in. This dude knows what he's doing. He can't wait to get in there and fight. He literally can't wait to get in there and get his hands on Kevin Holland. The goal for Khamzat is to clean up the division. I want Holland to win, but the wrestling's too much. Has Nate fought yet? Nope, not yet. It's after this. From Benoy Yurt, Chechnya. Of course, lives in Sweden, moved there with his mom. His brother had already lived there. What are you guys thinking? People call Nate a journeyman, but he never backed down to anyone in the top 10. This is facts. Holland by KO in the second. Jake Ramirez. Holland needs to use his long reach. Holland with the knockout. Khamzat definitely wasn't scared of Diaz. Let's go. Keep those comments coming, guys. I'll be reading them. Boers is running into the octagon, like jumping up the stairs, taking him 3 at a time to get in there. He cannot wait to fight. Every time you see this dude get in the octagon, he cannot wait to fight. As you look at a live shot right outside T-Mobile Arena, our MMA Weekly cameras are everywhere tonight. We're outside the building. We're inside the building, bringing you exclusive coverage like nobody else of UFC 279 all week long. Thank you for the big numbers we've gotten. We really appreciate you guys there. I mean, wow. And you know it's going to spike once Diaz and Tony get close here, man. It's not even 9 o'clock on the West Coast. It's a catch weight, 180 pounds. The reach is 6 inches for Kevin Holland. But Boer's so quick. I mean, he's going to be fending off takedowns from the beginning, Kevin Holland. I don't know how he's going to keep him off him with that length and with that reach. That's going to be the real challenge for him. Buffer, as usual, all pimped out. He's got the royal blue with the black lapels on tonight, the big wide ones. And I'll tell you what, Destiny Rodriguez, he did the only thing he had left to do. Where's that? Oh, that one went away fast. Where you at, Destiny? I'll have to stop this and go back up to that comment. Destiny Rodriguez, he did the only thing he had left to do because he can't make excuses. He's whack for not making weight. I mean, that's the sentiment, right? Khamzat round 1, Khamzat by knockout, Khamzat ground and pound. Okay, all right. We'll see. I mean, look at what Boers just lost, right? I don't know about the money situation. I'll find out later. But this dude was set to make the last walk to the octagon, right? He was set to make the last walk to the octagon for the first time in his career in the UFC. He was set to be the last guy out to the octagon to headline a 5-round fight, the top of a pay-per-view against Nate Diaz, a legend in the game. So people want to say, hey, this dude he should be pulled off the card. He's whack. He's this and that. This dude got a lot of punishment for this. Think about it. He was going to be the last guy out in the main event. The showstopper had a chance to bludgeon up and beat Nate Diaz and really become a huge superstar. Instead, he fights in the co-main against Kevin Holland. That's a big drop down. No disrespect, Kevin. I love you, dog, but that's a big drop, man. That is a very, very big drop. I mean, you definitely can't. You know what I mean? There's no way around that. It's a big drop. And the numbers starting to really pop up with Khamzat Chimaev in the octagon. Buffer is announcing boards right now. We are just about set to get started, man. Last chance to get those bets in with my bookie. Nate's wrestling is very underrated. First round submission, Khamzat, says Caleb Cutler. Nate gets stomped. Holland has to slow Khamzat down. Agree there. Holland and Chimaev getting ready to throw down in the octagon right now. And guys, I'll keep you posted every step of the way right here on MMA Weekly. Hit that like button, that subscribe. I know Dana's got to be pumped watching this right now. Boers immediately shoots and gets his arms around the waist of Holland and is ragdolling him and throwing him all over the octagon. That was so fast. Holy crap. I mean, that's faster than I've seen Khabib in there for takedowns. And he's got the bear hug around Holland right now. Holland just give up his back. I mean, this is a big problem for anyone in this division. Kevin Holland has his back taken. Boers is all over him. I mean, that was really quick and really impressive. I mean, he just didn't want to stand and trade with the Kung Fu black belt, right? So immediately got the takedown. He's standing over Holland right now, looking for the ground and pound for the real quick finish. I mean, Boers is all over. I have not seen a takedown that fast in a long time. Good Lord. Holland's in big trouble fighting off his back. Boers is postured up over him, and he's trying to get to half guard right now. This was really impressive. He instantly came out. Kevin Holland scrambling to get out, but Khamzat just smothering and so strong. Kevin Holland looking to fight him off, but chest to chest, the strength, no match for Kevin Holland with Khamzat. He gets dumped on his head, awkward landing on the back of his neck. Boers is in there with a choke right now. Man, this is crazy. Kevin Holland just got jumped. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Khamzat looking for the finish here. Man, almost like a front face lock. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Kevin Holland just got blitzed from the start. Unbelievable. Wow, Khamzat Chimaev just came out on fire, guys. On fire. Unreal. And every time I try to put on the closed caption, my thing freezes, so I'm not doing it anymore. Interesting. I'm just going to leave it as is. But, man, Khamzat Chimaev just still rolling around with Kevin Holland, just controlling him. Looking for the choke finish. Holland flipping his legs up, trying to get out. And, again, just kind of going limp underneath the weight of Boers there. This is insane. What an unbelievable just attack from Khamzat Chimaev from the opening of this fight against Kevin Holland. 250 and counting. And Holland taps out. That's it. Khamzat Chimaev, just an incredibly dominating performance in the win over Kevin Holland. That's crazy. Just disposes of him. I mean, how good is Khamzat Chimaev? I mean, he needed this after this week. He needed to come out and have a performance like that, and he just did from the second this fight started. Oh, my God. The speed, the takedown, the attack, taking his back, throwing him back on the ground. Just absolutely no chance for Kevin Holland. He emptied Kevin Holland's gas tank, took every bit of life right out of him. I don't have an official time just yet, but instantly got Holland to put the hands up and literally shot right in and took him down. Holland didn't even have time to react. I mean, just an incredible takedown by Boers, flipping around, get his back, chest to chest, inside trip, just throws him down, just wrestling him. Just an incredible performance there, overwhelming him. You know, he takes him down, no idea what he's doing. He got the Darce choke a la Tony Ferguson. And, oh, my God, guys, what an incredible – I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, Nate would have lost even as fast. Goat man. I mean, there's a lot of people out there right now going, wow, man. Glad I didn't have to see Nate Diaz go through that. And a lot of people think, hey, why didn't you fight him on the feet? Look, you're fighting a Kung Fu black belt, right? You're fighting a Kung Fu black belt, and there's really not, a lot of opportunity on the feet for Kevin Holland in this fight if Khamzat's going to, because he's got a 6-inch reach, right? So if Kevin Holland's got that reach and he's a Kung Fu black belt, he's a great striker, why would Borz mess with that when he knows he can shoot it? Holland's wrestling is weak, and he knows he can just take him down, beat him up, choke him out, go home. I don't have the official time. See what Buffer says here. This is unbelievable. I mean, when you guys see this highlight, if you're not watching live, if you guys are watching live right now, Pauline Scott, Nate Diaz, fans till I die, we're only moments away from Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz. 2:13 of the first round. Submission due to a Darce choke. Khamzat, Chimaev, and a lot of boos in that crowd right now, but an unbelievable performance from Borz, and he's got his team in there with him right now, and I mean, that's just crazy, man. I haven't seen many people with that kind of speed and that kind of quickness and that kind of agility, that kind of strength to go with it. And Borz grabs the mic, doesn't even let Joe ask a question first. He said, I'm here to F everybody. It came out a little bit wrong, so I don't know what he said. The closed captioning didn't catch it. Rogan's like, that's an incredibly impressive performance by you, Khamzat. And here he is now on the mic. I am the most. I am coming for everyone. I'm the most. I will kill everyone. Finished 11 of his 12 wins, 6 knockouts, 5 submissions. He doesn't seem to have a weakness. That win against Gilbert Burns, what an incredible fight that was. Good Lord, man. Khamzat Chimaev. I am going to go for everybody. I don't think he gets a title shot next, but I mean, you look. I mean, I can't wait to hear what Dana has to say in the post-fight presser about this performance by Borz. He wants to compete for the welterweight title. Is it important? They know you can make 170 pounds. And here's, I am supposed to make weight as well. Nobody can stop me. Only the scale. He didn't say that. That's me. But that was incredible, guys. I mean, that was absolutely mind-numbing, that performance by Borz. He just threw a shout-out to the fans. If this was a fight for the title and you came in over 8 pounds overweight, it wouldn't have taken place. Good question by Joe. Khamzat keeps trying to grab that mic. Rule number 1, man, I've done a lot of interviews in the cage over my career. You don't ever give up that mic. Proud to say I never did. I don't know how Holland didn't see it coming. He did see it coming. There was just nothing he could do about it, man. If you haven't seen it yet, I mean, so fast. But still, that's Holland can't be giving up that takedown there like that. And then he's just throwing around and landing on his neck on the takedown with his neck bent back. I mean, that was just, dude, Khamzat is a beast. He is a beast. Wow. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279 is powered by Manscaped. It's smooth sack summer, boys. Keep your balls cool while still looking hot with Manscaped. The leader in below the belt grooming is making sure we all have a ball this summer by giving our pants partners everything they need to stay fresh. Dive headfirst into smooth sack summer by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with our code MMAWeekly. 20% off plus free shipping with the code MMAWeekly at manscaped.com. It's smooth sack summer, boys. Get on board or get left behind. Also by Pristine Auction, you still have time as he's getting set to come out here soon to enter to win that Nate Diaz signed glove. They're going to give it away on Monday. You'll have plenty of time. You get $10 off your first item one as well. You register at Pristine Auction with the code Diaz at pristineauction.com/register. And also by MyBookie, they're going to match your initial deposit. Still time to get your bets in on Diaz versus Kukui, and of course the Fight Island fights, Triple G and Canelo. Just use the code weekly50 at mybookie.website/play with MMA Weekly. Lucky Nate and idiot Holland. I don't know if I'd call Holland an idiot. I mean that you can't give up that takedown though. You really can't. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Wow. What a performance. I mean, you're going to come in 7.5 pounds overweight. You're going to come in the way that he came in and have the attitude that he have. You better perform like that, right? They say if you're going to be an a-hole, you better be great. You better be great. And that's what he's got. And he's fans love that kind of stuff. And you see Nate in the back there. I mean, that would have been interesting to see Diaz try to fend that off. But Diaz jiu-jitsu too, you can't just blindly go in and bum rush him and take him down with his jiu-jitsu. Tony Ferguson in the back. We got Nate Diaz and Kukui coming up next. What are you guys thinking? I mean, a couple of OGs in this game. They fought so many times in their careers, but never against one another. How about that? When you look at Nate Diaz, all those years and all those fights, the Ultimate Fighter 5 winner. He's been in the lightweight division from 2004 to 2010, 2011 to 2015. He's made a welterweight run twice in his career. Looking back at that baby face way back in the day that he used to have, Nate Diaz. I mean, he's lost to Masvidal and Edwards back-to-back, fought twice, since November 2019. I mean, you look at Nate, right? I mean, he fought a couple times in 2013, once in 2014, once in 2015. The Benson Henderson title fight was all the way back in December of 2012 in Seattle. I remember that. That was a UFC on Fox card on national TV. I mean, the win over Conor in 2016, the rematch later that year, March to August. I was there at both of those fights, and that was unbelievable. The second one, the atmosphere, Conor Khabib was maybe a little bit more electric. I don't know, though. At the end, it was when everything went down. But for Diaz McGregor, too, that was one of the craziest nights of my entire life covering the UFC. I mean, Vegas was just, the whole entire city was lit. Everything was crazy that night for Diaz McGregor, too. But, Nate's 20-13. He's got 5 knockouts, 11 subs. Tony's great at jiu-jitsu. Diaz has only beaten Anthony Pettis since the first Conor McGregor fight in March of 2016. And, Tony Ferguson, of course, was the interim champ, and he had, 12 wins in a row for a long time. I mean, he's definitely, he's a black belt, 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu under Eddie Bravo. And, he's just, these guys are both big personality guys. And, the McGregor stuff that would always go on with Diaz, and that was awesome, right? So 4 losses in a row for Tony after the 12 wins in a row. He was at 25-3 after he TKO'd Cowboy Cerrone. Pettis before that, Kevin Lee to win the interim belt before that. The Khabib fight never happened. You guys know, in Brooklyn, he hurt his knee doing a TV interview, but he's beaten Josh Thompson and Edson Barbosa and Lando Venata, Rafael Dos Anjos, Abel Trujillo, Gleason Tebow, Danny Castillo. This dude has fought everyone. He's been in the UFC. You think you go all the way back to June 4th, 2011, and he's had heavy activity and volume, but the last 4 fights he's lost, think about this, okay? If you're wondering who's going to win this fight, give you some info here, right? Gaethje by TKO, and that was in an empty arena in Jacksonville, the first fight back after COVID. Charles Oliveira, unanimous decision. Do Bronx didn't finish him like he did Gaethje, like he did Poirier, like he did Chandler. Then he lost to Beneil Dariush by unanimous decision, a guy who's still on fire in that division, and Michael Chandler, and he looked really good. He might have been winning that fight over Chandler until that front kick came through. But, the Dariush fight and at the time, the Oliveira fight didn't look as good for Tony. But, it's been since May of 2021 since we saw Beneil Dariush. He's going to face Mateusz Gamrot in October on Fight Island, which is, I don't know why Beneil would take that fight, right? He just wants to get in there and fight, obviously, right? But, man, Nate Diaz, Tony Ferguson, just a couple of minutes away. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Who you taking in this fight? It's like a trip down memory lane. It's nostalgia. It's 2 of the real G's in the sport. They've been around forever. What are you guys thinking right now about this fight? What are you guys thinking about? Let's go Diaz. Okay, there you go. I'm going to read these comments we got. Diaz, real gangster. Who's fighting right now? Diaz and Ferguson are about to do their walkouts. The wolf just strangled his prey. Yeah, Khamzat Chimaev, if you guys just joined us. Oh, my God. This destroyed Kevin Holland. Was it 2:13 or 2:16? 2 minutes, 13 seconds the first round. Shot a takedown instantly and just flipped him all over the cage. If you remember what he did against Li Jingliang. Very similar to that. Interesting. This is a lot of fun, guys. I'll tell you that. This is a lot of fun. And these 2 guys set to hit the octagon right now. Numbers really spiking. Let's get those bad boys up there. Hit the like. Smash the subscribe button. Tony Ferguson, blue corner. Coming out first, El Kukui was supposed to fight the Leech. Kamzat Kevin was expecting fireworks, but damn. Yeah, damn, exactly. Chimaev, boring fighter, 2 strikes thrown. I don't know. That was pretty impressive. Nate by stomp out. Khamzat Kevin was expecting fireworks, but damn. Bing Balu, I believe they put up a show for 5 rounds and saved this card. I got Tony with this one, says Leach. Kamzat dive for the balls. Nate's going to throw a water bottle first round, LOL. Diaz TKO round 5, trust me. Diaz all day, true G. I say Diaz. Not me, I'm just reading that. I don't know who I'm picking in this fight. By the way, if you want to get your bets in now, Nate is at plus 115, Tony minus 140 at my bookie. The over-under is 4.5 rounds. The odds maker's really thinking this one's going to go the distance. We're talking about minus 109 for the under, minus 116 for the over. Ferguson minus 138, Diaz plus 114. How about Sugar Sean at plus 299, Piotr Jan at minus 416 on Fight Island? Bilal Muhammad is an underdog against Sean Brady. Brady's a great wrestler. That's incredible that Bilal will be an underdog in that fight. UFC 280 is loaded. Bilal and Brady, O'Malley and Jan, Dillashaw and Sterling, to TJ trying to get that belt back. Islam and Oliveira. And Poirier is a big favorite over Chandler at MSG, minus 172 to plus 135. There's Nate right there, coming out at the ceremonial weigh-ins. Zhang Weili and Carla Esparza on that card. Weili is a minus 344 to Esparza at plus 250, the champion. And then Israel Adesanya at minus 172. Alex Pereira at plus 133. You can bet any of those right now with the code weekly50 at MyBookie, just so you know. And you got the link in the bio. The code is weekly50. MyBookie is your bookie, my bookie. Bet anything, anytime, any place. Look at that inside T-Mobile Arena a little bit earlier tonight. I'm up there twice. It's like I'm like the one of those special effects up there on the screen right now. The outside of T-Mobile Arena. I don't know if you heard me, Scott. They got me twice on the screen right now. So you guys, Diaz all day. Diaz TKO third. Dr. Stoppage. Tony wins. Diaz about to bust him up, but I had to parlay with Nate and Tony. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling you. Let me see. Khamzat only wrestler. Just wait till he can't make weight. Bully other people. Someone he loses to people like Burns. I thought maybe Gilbert won that fight. Alu Kabar. What's up, guys, now? They are both easy bleeders, Randy Bird. That's a good point, man. There's going to be some cuts in this fight. I don't know if you can hear me, Scott, but my face is up there twice on the screen. And my YouTube stream keeps slowing down. I got to keep refreshing that. There we go. I don't think I'm up there twice on the YouTube, just on our eCam. But, man, you can still enter to win that Nate Diaz signed glove, right? As he's about to walk out at Pristine Auction, you can enter to win that Nate Diaz signed glove and get 10% or $10. Enter to win the Nate Diaz signed glove and get $10 off your first item won with the registration code Diaz when you sign up at pristineauction.com. Pristineauction.com. A-plus Better Business Bureau. They got all the fighters you could possibly imagine. They have live auctions every day, all kinds of sporting memorabilia. Just enter the code Diaz when you register and get $10 off your first item won at Pristine Auction. Some good deals for you tonight with the 100% deposit match with MyBookie. You still got time to get it in, guys. You still got time to get it in. You know what I'm saying? And if you're looking to get it in, it might be a good idea to take advantage of that 20% off at Manscaped right now, plus the free shipping. You're going to get it in, you got to find it first, right? Manscaped's product, the Performance Package 4.0, 20% off plus free shipping, manscaped.com with the code MMAWeekly. Here comes Nate Diaz strutting out to the octagon, closing out the show. The last walk to the octagon, Nate Diaz from Stockton, California. What a career he's had, man. What a career Nate's had. What a run he's had in the UFC. He did get the title fight against Benson Henderson a long time ago, but, man, it hasn't been about titles for Nate. It's about the Conor McGregor fights. It's about the BMF, the Leon Edwards in the 5th round pointing at him. It's about a lot of inaction over the years, fighting back and forth with Dana in the UFC. There's Nick right there with him. He's been in the same boat. We have not seen a ton of the Diaz brothers, and that's one thing I look back, as Nate could possibly be fighting for the last time, although I don't buy it, in the UFC tonight. It might look different in the future where he'd be a co-promoter with the UFC, especially in the Conor fight, and they both would be. But when I think about this, the one thing I look back and go, I wish we would have seen Nate and Nick fight a lot more often in the UFC. I wish we would have seen a lot more of the Diaz brothers. And, you can't do anything about it now, and we got them in the octagon coming out there right now. So I think in this fight, and you guys tell me what you're thinking, but I believe Diaz and Tony can both take a lot of punishment. I believe that they're going to throw down in there. You're not going to see really any takedown attempts or anything like that. I don't think you're going to see anything jiu-jitsu. I mean, Nate's got the 3rd most performance awards. He's got 15 performance awards, man. This guy leaves his heart in there every single time. He's got the 5th most total strikes and the 5th most submissions in UFC history. He's got the 10th most significant strikes in UFC history, over 1,440 significant strikes. This is cool, man. I got to tell you, I'm geeking out on this one. I am. Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz, I'm definitely geeking out on this one. There is no doubt right now that I'm geeking out on this one. I mean, you guys, I think you guys probably should too, right? I mean, if we're being real, you guys are OG fans. A lot of our MMA Weekly fans in here, you guys have been around a long time, right? So you understand what this is all about. This is not about title contention anymore for these guys, although Tony would probably tell you otherwise. But, they're 37 and 38 years old. There's an inch difference in height. The weight's the exact same. Half-inch advantage in reach for Tony Ferguson. They're both great jiu-jitsu-wise. They're really good on the feet. So it's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome. And Buffer's out there right now getting the intros going. Let's get those numbers popping in the chat and on the stream. Hit that like and the subscribe button. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, Cage Side Grease, Jim Grease on social media. Like us, follow us on social, MMA Weekly, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. And make sure you hit that like and smash that subscribe button. You got the judges. Sal Diamato is one of the judges. Mark Goddard's the ref. I like Goddard a lot. I've known him for years. He's a really terrific official, man. So most of the time, he's missed a couple things here and there. Everybody has. But these are 2 of the legends, And Brian Ortega just throwing them respect. I mean, all the fighters love these guys. They're getting respect from everywhere. And that's what it should be, man. These are OGs. They're 37 and 38 years old. They've spent a career. The younger fighters are in awe of these guys. They're learning from them every time they turn around. I mean, these are guys they've looked up to. And a lot of the younger fighters in the UFC, these guys are their heroes and their role models. You know what I'm saying? So this is awesome. This is about Nate going out with a bang. Let's go, says Jason Williams. Hustle, don't sleep. Let's go, Nate. Diaz is the best part of the UFC, Charlie Kowalski. Buffer's going nuts, man. If you haven't been to T-Mobile Arena when it's sold out, it's packed to the rafters. The noise is unbelievable. Vegas is going to be lit all night long. I mean, that's just incredible, man. There's nothing like it. Brian Nesmith says, Diaz, not many people rooting for Tony. Tony's doing his little thing, crawling around on the floor with the blonde hair, El Kukui, Tony Ferguson. This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. Let's go, guys. Come on. Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz, Oxnard, California, the former interim lightweight champion. He was moving up to welterweight to fight the Leech Li Jingliang. Look, both these guys had matchups that were a lot less favorable than this one. This is a much better, much more evenly matched fight for both these guys, in my humble and esteemed opinion, than either one of the fights they were going to fight, because the Leech looked damn good tonight. That would have been a tough one for Tony Ferguson, although I think he could have won that fight, but moving up from 55, Nate Diaz against Khamzat. Now he's got Tony. At least he knows he's not going to have some dude bum rushing him, trying to take him down and beat his head in and send him out on a stretcher. But, I mean, Nate Diaz closing the show, red corner, last man walking out, last man introduced. The final fight of Nate Diaz's UFC career, possibly. It's the last one on this contract. What will your memories be of Nate Diaz? The BMF, right? And, of course, the Conor fights, the Benson Henderson title fight, the middle fingers, the sparring back and forth, the wars with Dana White, the McGregor incident with the water bottles, the Khabib slap. But it's definitely, I mean, all the phones are out. People are taking videos, taking pictures everywhere right now inside T-Mobile Arena. It's lit in there. The electricity, you could cut it with a knife right now, man. These two guys have not fought. Two of the best lightweights in a long time in the UFC, and they both come out throwing from the beginning. Nate, of course, is southpaw. Kukui's in southpaw stance. Oh, spinning elbow from Ferguson. Tony's a creative striker, man. I mean, this 4-fight win streak, you're talking about some of the best guys. He ankle picks Diaz and kind of throws him down, tries to head kick him on the way up. I mean, Tony's not above a little ankle pick here and there or a takedown attempt. Nate just kind of loves that feel-out process. I mean, you're really looking at a guy who, until he gets hit, he's not in a fight. You know, Ferguson was training for an elite striker in a 3-round fight in an abbreviated training camp coming in at 170. But you had to think that maybe he was brought in as a potential backup for some reason. And Diaz was supposed to be fighting Chimaev, but can imagine how that would have went. Nate Last Dance Man, Charlie Kowalski. Yep. Love it, guys. Thank you to my bookie, to Manscaped, and to Pristine Auction. More on them in a minute. But right now, you got about... I'm having a hard time seeing the clock. But both guys have great cardio. I think we're at 3:49 of round number 1. Nate started very aggressive. Tony ankle picked him and threw him back down, and I kind of took care of that momentarily. Turn off this captioning. I don't need it for this. Oh, Tony lands a big right hand as Diaz throws a kick. But you know Diaz with the big-time chin that he has. It's going to take a lot to hurt that guy. Stockton slap for the win. Says to no. Very active, a lot of volume as you might expect. No big power shots really yet from these guys. Tony looking like the quicker, better striker, but that's usually the case when Nate just kind of deceptive. Loves to counter. Nate with a good kick to the back of the left leg of Kukui. Tony kind of shuffling those feet side to side and leading with the elbow. And this is entertaining, man, these two guys. And they've both seen it all. They've been there, done that. 247, 245 remaining in round number 1. At least on my ESPN. You're seeing it up there in real time. Scott's probably got it in real time. I'm a little bit behind maybe on my ESPN Plus feed here. So I won't give the time. But, man, look at that. They're both throwing a lot of leg kicks. Nate's switching up the stances a little bit. You know, you expect to see some showmanship, but you got to be careful. Both these guys pretty quick. A little bit of clinch game there. Tony coming in with right misses. Hope you guys are enjoying this live coverage of UFC 279, the reaction show on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. Scott Peterson on site in Vegas. Post-fight press conference coming up after this. The press conference and the weigh-ins were so entertaining all week, man. You don't want to miss that one. Dana talking about Khamzat's performance, and Nate's right leg is pretty bruised up already from some of Kukui's kicks. He's pointing at him. Nate is throwing some pretty good shots at one another. I think it's not blood. No, it's a bruise on Diaz's lower thigh on the right side, just above the knee, on the right leg. Minute and a half in round number 1. Thanks for being here with us. Throw it up in the chat. I didn't hear the walkout song, Will Grace 81. Sorry, brother. Tony ducking under and throwing a spinning elbow. He loves that creative stuff, that fancy, crazy ninja stuff. Oh, Diaz lands a nice combination to Ferguson. Man, there's Nate's first real scoring of the fight. Tony bobbing and weaving, coming back in with combos of his own. Is Tony's foot bleeding? His foot might be bleeding. That might be why Diaz... Yeah, I think Tony's foot's bleeding. Nice kick to the inside of the thigh from Ferguson. Yeah, I think Tony's foot's bleeding. That's why Nate's got blood all over his leg. And his toe prints on there. Yeah, Tony's got blood streaming down the front of his left leg onto his foot. That's where that blood's and that darkness is coming from on Diaz's lead leg, the right leg. So it doesn't seem like there's extra, like it's really hurt. Interesting. Under 20 seconds left in the round. You see it there. Numbers peaking and spiking. Let's go. Nate bleeding yet? No, but Tony is. I think it's from his knee. I don't know where that came from. You got 5 seconds left in the round. Nate with a nice jab and a left to close out a very close and competitive round number 1. This is exactly what you would have expected from these two guys. Diaz raises up both arms like he loves to do. Some good highlights, though. Tony Ferguson landed some vicious leg kicks, and Nate checked one of them early on, and I believe that's how Tony got bleeding on his left leg. Ferguson landed a nice left. They're showing some highlights now. Diaz landing some nice shots in that opening round. He's got some pop on those lanky arms. You know, when he gets the full extension, you call it hitting at the end of the punch. When you hit someone on the end of the punch, Amanda Nunes is great at that, right? I mean, you hit him on the end, you get that little bit of extra snap. And Nate's really, really good at timing and interpreting that distance to get the maximum velocity and effect from the snap on the end of that punch. Diaz, let's go, brother. Yes, Nate Diaz. Getting ready for round number 2. Look at that shot of T-Mobile Arena. Packed to the rafters for these two G's, as it should be. Packed to the rafters in here, too, guys. Really appreciate you. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease on MMA Weekly. Getting set for round number 2. Powered by Manscaped. 20% off with the code MMA Weekly at manscaped.com. Pristine auction. Enter to win the Nate Diaz signed glove for free. And get $10 off your first item 1 at pristineauction.com with the registration code Diaz. And by MyBookie. Go to MyBookie and enter the code Weekly50 to get a 100% deposit matched from MyBookie. And you can do that for the Fight Island fights. You can do it for boxing, Canelo Triple G. Got NFL tomorrow. Bet on anything, man. Use the code Weekly50 at MyBookie. All right, round number 2. Here we go. 10-9 Diaz. His 1-2s have been pretty effective. People are saying 10-9 Diaz in round number 1. That seems to be what people are saying for the scoring as we hit round number 2. Tony coming out throwing some pretty heavy shots early on. And here comes Nate right back at him. Tony Ferguson and Nate Diaz both using the right-handed jab. Tony switching up stances a lot against Nate. Nobody's cut yet. What was the over-under on how fast these guys would be cut? That'd be like the real question, right? Especially Nate. Nate's always getting cut in there. He's got all that scar tissue on his face from all those fights over the years. But it's only round 2, man. We're at 340 of round number 2. A lot of kicks being thrown by these two guys. I mean, it's really been just a kickboxing match at this point, minus Tony's ankle pick and throwing Nate on the ground in round 1. I mean, it's pretty even, and it's anybody's fight at this point. And these are two of the all-time greatest. Oh, nice combination by Tony. A left hook, then a straight right. Nate walking right through it, though. We're close to the 3-minute mark. Tony's got a cut foot. So when he kicks Nate, he's getting blood on his leg. His left foot is cut. That's what we got from Tony Ferguson. For those of you asking in the chat, there's a cut on his left foot. Under 3 minutes in round 2. Nate with a nice left and then a right follows it up. Kukui catching a kick and just throwing that leg off. Diaz and Ferguson just circling each other now. Hell yeah, Nate Diaz versus McGregor 3. I watched Nate as a kid on The Ultimate Fighter. A lot of us did. Hell yeah, thanks for streaming. You're welcome, Matthew. 2.5 minutes left in round number 2. Tony with a lot of spinning back fists and elbows being thrown. That's something that you always see from Kukui. He's creative. He's quick on his feet. Great striker. What a nice night. Beautiful fight. The crowd it's packed in there. Tony and Nate face to face. They're still doing a lot of circling, a lot of volume, ton of strikes being thrown in this fight Ferguson slips down. That wasn't a knockdown. Under 2 minutes left in the round. Thank you, Transformers Talk Raw. Appreciate. He says, thanks for the coverage, man. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ferguson ducking his head down and bobbing and weaving back and forth. Kind of like this. Diaz coming straight ahead, as always. And the blood that you're seeing, if you're watching on Nate's arm and on his leg, is from the cut on Tony Ferguson's foot. Nice left by Nate. Nate's starting to really connect now. Tony kind of backing up. He's got blood streaming down. I don't know if that foot, that cut, it might be on his knee. Looks like it's streaming down his leg. Tony's so quick with the movement. It's hard to tell where that cut's coming from or that blood. It's coming down from, oh, okay, it's from the checked kick. It's midway down his leg. It's on the shin. A little above halfway down between his knee and his foot. But he's getting hit by Nate, and now Tony's face is bleeding. He's got a cut under the right eye, too. Diaz has opened up a cut under Tony Ferguson's eye. And now Nate was standing orthodox, switching those stances up. Maybe not wanting to eat as many kicks. Keep that lead leg for a little bit later in the fight. Such a smart fighter. Both guys, it's slow in there for them. What I mean is, you know, Larry Bird used to say in basketball, NBA, that you get older, the game slows down, right? And that's where these guys are at in their careers. But, you know, all of a sudden, Kukui's cut. He's still coming forward, but Nate Diaz having a lot of success. He hasn't really been hit much. Tony hasn't landed much in this fight. Just about at the 10-second mark of round number 2. Nate rushing forward, not throwing a shot there. More than content with the work that he's done in this round. 5 seconds left toward the end of round number 2. Nate pointing right in his face as he walks away, and Tony pointing at him and Nate pointing right back. And some words being exchanged in the center of the octagon. So Tony's got a little mouse under his left eye. He's got a cut under his right eye. Above his right eye, and it's a pretty good, and one below. He's got a couple of pretty good cuts on that right eye. Yeah, those cuts are not good for Tony Ferguson. Yeah, there's one under his eye and one above his eye, maybe a little one on the side of his eye. They're getting a good close-up of it now, but it's the one above his eyebrow, above the right eye, that's opened up pretty good. It's kind of like going this way and that way. Nice little gash. Nate doesn't have any cuts yet that I can see. A little bit of swelling on Nate's face. Tony's got a black eye on both sides. Nate's been landing a lot. Diaz has a little bit of damage underneath those eyes on the cheeks, and not much there. Thank you, Yvonne or Ivan Uzi. Solid work. Appreciate that. Thank you, Bald Man. AMJ's Boxing. Hey, man. Thank you, Bald Specimen. There we go. No commentating, Kevin. Well, we can't show the fight. What do you want to do? Otherwise, it's just a chat, man. Round number 3 out of 5. The main event in Vegas, T-Mobile Arena. Diaz and Ferguson. And Ferguson came out pretty strong and fast early, but Nate's had him backing up. And his counter punches have been on point. Nate's feeling it in there right now. He's not feeling like Tony can really get to him or hurt him. I mean, but most people have it at a round apiece. Hell of a fight, man. Hell of a fight. And you knew it would be. Alexander Allegris, thank you. Subscribed. We appreciate it. Patrick says it's going to end up a draw. Celebrity death match. Give more info. I'm doing the best I can. Oh, nice inside leg kick by Tony. I'd have hurt Nate's leg a little bit there. The lead leg on the inside of that thigh. Starting to walk a little bit more gingerly, man. Those shots, those leg kicks, I mean, Tony's got 18 of them. They start to add up after a while. Nate just kind of walked back and circled around. I don't know if there was a low blow. He's shaking his head, walking around the octagon. Tony falls down and gets back up. I don't know what Nate's doing. He's walking away. Was it like a, I don't know, it was a low blow or something? I don't know what. Nate was just walking away, shaking his head. And these inside leg kicks starting to add up for Tony, though. He's landing them pretty much at will. He found something. Choke him out. Diaz make him say, "Uncle." Still going. Tony throws a left. Nate now clinching up with him. Interesting. The jab still coming through from Diaz. Oh, the 1-2 and then the leg kick from Nate. He walks away, puts his hand down. Now he's leaning up against the octagon fence. Showmanship from Nate Diaz. Tony shoots in for a takedown. Nate shoves him off. Tony kind of showing that takedown there, but he's been working on those legs with the kicks. So Tony knows what he's doing and where he's going with this. Continuing to throw those kicks to take away the base of Nate Diaz. And he's throwing them with the leg that's all cut up. And it kind of reminds you of, like the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie where he's like, hey, kick the tree. Keep kicking the tree. What do you want me to break my leg? Kick the tree. And he kicks the tree down. That's Tony Ferguson, man. And you've seen him kicking the steel pipes and the concrete. You know what he's doing there. So no worries for Tony Ferguson with the blood gushing down that leg. He's got the big cut above his eye. But so far, a pretty big round for Kukui. And if he takes this round, he could be up 2-1. But again, it's the third round. It's like they're just getting started. Tony leading with the knee, almost like a flying knee, and throwing a punch off of it. Close to the 2-minute mark of round number 3 on MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279. Oh, big left hand from Diaz, followed by a right. Really got Kukui spinning around and running backwards. Nate's grabbing the fence and pointing back at Tony. I don't know what the deal is there, what Nate keeps doing. He's just trying to say Tony's running from him. Nate Diaz just became the 9th fighter in UFC history to land 1,500 plus significant strikes. Diaz landing big combos now. Tony's getting hurt. Wow, some big combos from Diaz coming back later in the round. Kukui just missed with a big right hand shovel punch. Nate with a big time kick to the midsection. Both these guys standing toe to toe, letting them fly. Nate's got his arms down now inside a minute and a half of round number 3. Neither guy giving an inch right now. And Nate coming forward again, landing big shots on Tony. Man, what a fight. Nate throwing out the fist for the bump. Kind of bending over at the knees, kind of feigning to be tired. We know Nate's not tired, man. He's got the smoker's lungs. Come on. Minute left in the round. This is a great, great fight. I mean, a great fight. These guys are showing up and showing out. This is everything you'd expect and then more. Heavy, heavy volume. Tons of strikes thrown. I don't have any numbers for you. As soon as I see them, I'll throw them out there, man. But what a fight. What a fight so far between these two warriors, these two icons, these two legends. Diaz with 55 head strikes to 23 for Kukui, but 23-8 on the leg strikes for Ferguson. 16-10 on the body strikes for Tony. It's been kicks and up top. And this is exactly what you thought it would be. Pretty much a kickboxing match between these two guys. Takedown, schmakedown. Diaz is a big live favorite at -370. Kukui at +255. 10 seconds left in the round. Tony started out strong and was winning this round, but I think Nate might have stolen it here. 5 seconds left. He lands a big left hand. Nate leaning up against the fence, kind of feigning and throwing kicks. He had his two arms up on the fence like this, throwing kicks out to the side. Man, what a round. We're going to the 4th round. Tony's leg still bleeding from that shin, from that checked kick early in round number 1, and those hurt the hell out of both guys. Obviously, Tony's got a big black eye under his left eye and a major cut above the right eye. Nate's not cut yet, man. This might be the latest Nate Diaz has gone in a fight in years without a cut. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279 is powered by PristineAuction.com. Enter to win a Nate Diaz autographed glove at PristineAuction.com and get $10 off your first item one with the registration code Diaz at PristineAuction.com/register. Also powered by MyBookie. They're going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000 right now with a new account. The code's weekly50 at mybookie.website/play with MMA Weekly. And by Manscaped, 20% off plus free shipping all their products with the code MMA Weekly at manscaped.com. Smooth sack summer. Get on board or get left behind. And you don't want to be behind anything in this fight right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is awesome. Nate Diaz and Tony Ferguson putting on a show for the fans in Vegas and all over the world. Tony comes in and throws a shot right away, but Nate with a couple of rights back-to-back to the side of the temple of Kukui. Tony really starting to get marked up now, and Nate really guarding that body. Tony's throwing some kicks, a lot of kicks to the legs that are adding up. Tony shoots in for the ankle, and I think Tony might have to think he's going for some more takedowns. Some people are saying they have it 30-27. Diaz, I'd say 29-28 at this point, 2 rounds to 1. Maybe Tony won round 1. I don't know. It was really close, but I think Nate definitely won round 2. And then round 3, Kukui, at about halfway through, he was really looking good in that round, but then Nate poured it on in the second half of the round. So I'd say Diaz is at least up 2 rounds to 1. This thing is probably going to the distance. Unbelievable, man. These two guys at 37 and 38 years old putting on a show. Tony with a big left that just missed. Nate slipped it at the last second. Nate's defense is incredible up to close, though. I mean, you can see the way he defends, and his legs are getting kicked out from underneath him. Tony's been working on that. Only a matter of time before he starts bringing those kicks up. Tony's movement's still good. He looks fresh, but Nate's got a lot of zip and a lot of pop on those punches, especially at the end. I talked about it earlier. Full extension on the arms and a lot of pop on the end of those punches from Nate Diaz. And he's getting closer to Tony because Tony's coming in, ducking down underneath and leaning forward into the abdomen area of Diaz. That's where you really open yourself up for an uppercut or a knee or any kind of kick. Oh, Nate staggers him with a big left, but Tony was throwing a kick at the same time, so he was on one foot. Hope you guys enjoying this as much as I am. This is dope right here. Icons, legends, G's, Cali boys, Ferguson and Diaz on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease, Cage Side Grease. And Jim Grease on social media. You see that there underneath my shiny bald head. Not so shiny tonight, though. Oh, Nate really hitting him with some combos right now. Tony covering up. Nate was trying to split the guard there. Landed some big shots, though. Diaz really taking control of this fight. Heavy volume. This is a Nate Diaz special. The heavy volume, throwing a ton of shots. The cardio for days. Tony with a nice body shot there. Nate really good at defending the body shots. His legs have been kicked a lot in this fight. He's going to be hurting tomorrow when he wakes up, trying to walk around. Tony's still looking pretty fresh, though, coming in with these shots. Nate's still not cut at all. Tony's got a big black eye on the left eye, cut above the right eye and underneath it. Big cut on his left shin from a checked kick earlier in the fight. Tony shoots in, waist high for a takedown on Diaz, and now he's on top of him with 2:10 left. But Nate's got the choke sunk in deep, and that's going to do it. Nate Diaz taps out Tony Ferguson with a guillotine choke. Tony shot for a takedown, and Nate Diaz wrapped in that guillotine real tight, real quick. What a fight. Nate Diaz with a big-time finish in round number 4. And guess what? It did go over the 4.5. Just barely. Just barely went over the 4.5. So if you had bet the over, you got it. They're literally holding hands, raising each other's hands up. And, you know, Tony maybe shouldn't have gone for the takedown there. Easy to say, but you saw him a couple times feinting it. He ankle picked early in the fight. A lot of kicks to Nate. So Tony was eating a lot of punches from Diaz. And a nice left, a couple of lefts from Diaz hurt Tony. He came off the fence, saw an opening for a takedown. Nate just wrapped up, got that arm. Oh, man, and got that guillotine in just from the side, sunk it in. And Tony just couldn't get out. And Nate wrapped those legs around him. Didn't even get both legs around his back. And then, man, just didn't even need him. But pushing into the back of the neck while that guillotine's locked in tight. Goddard coming in and stopping the fight. Man, that was unbelievable. He did get the triangle, and Tony did tap. That was one of those chokes that not only takes away your air, it cuts off the circulation. And so Nate Diaz with the win by guillotine choke submission. What do you guys think? And what an unbelievable performance by Nate Diaz. Wow. I mean, we need to see this guy get a new contract right now. You know, Nick must be so proud of him. You know, Diaz got a 2-for-1. Oh, I won $15K. Congrats. I hope you did it at my bookie. I hope you did it at my bookie. What an unbelievable fight. That was sick. I mean, you want to see it go the distance. You didn't want to see it end, you know, with a choke like that there. And Tony's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but I mean, that was a nice takedown too. He ducked under, came off the fence, but he was taking some pretty big punishment at the end of that last round and into this round. Tony's lost 5 in a row now. Gaethje, Oliveira, Dariush, Chandler, and Diaz. And, you know, submission due to a guillotine choke. Nate Diaz, I missed the time there. Did you guys see the time? Man, what an unbelievable Nate Diaz. I mean, this is going to be, is he going to say, I'm not surprised? I mean, the interviews are as good as anything with Nate. Joe's going to grab him here. What an awesome thing for Joe. I mean, as a guy who's done a ton of these interviews. Listen to that ovation for Nate Diaz when Joe calls his name as the winner. I mean, these fans just love this dude. Legend. It was a real fight. Yeah, it was. What was it like coming into this? Most submissions in UFC history. Diaz with 10. Oliveira was 16. That's absurd. Damian Maia, Jim Miller, Royce Gracie, 11, 11, and 10. Oliveira was 16. He didn't do boxing much in the camp with Khamzat as an opponent, so that was an adjustment. He looked sharp on the feet. What was going in through your mind when Khamzat came in so overweight? What's Nate saying there? I was like, this is such a rookie. Never worry about a rookie. The fans love him. Ultimate Fighter 5 winner, man. Wow, Nate Diaz. They say people never get the flowers while they can still smell them. Nate Diaz doesn't have that problem. Want to remind you, stay tuned. We're going to have the post-fight press conference coming up right here on MMA Weekly's YouTube. Tony's not happy that he lost that fight. It's not really over, fake commentary. Tony's still a badass. Respect. Yes, Prince Ali of Ababua. I feel like Diaz got lucky, but no, he won. Respect to both. No, he didn't get lucky. He was winning on points, too. I wanted to see the Stockton slap. Yeah, we didn't see the slap. We didn't see a cut on Nate's face. He said, shout out to Dana White for giving me the opportunity and the platform the whole time. I feel like I have had the longest career in the UFC and the most successful one out of everyone. Man, I outdid everyone on surviving. And I want to get out of the UFC for a minute and show UFC fighters how to take over and own up another sport, how you are supposed to do it. Conor McGregor did not know how to do it, and none of these other fighters know how to do it. I'm going to go out there and take over another profession and become the best at that and show everyone I am the best at that. There you go. So I wonder what that's going to be for Nate. There's the media room right there. Our camera's right on scene with MMA Weekly. What an unbelievable night, man. Great performance by Nate Diaz. Great performance, man. Unbelievable. He's saying how you can own other MMA organizations. If you think you're the top, I am the creme de la creme, and I am coming for you. Where's the trilogy going to be? Is it going to be outside the UFC with the UFC as a co-promoter? That's what I've been thinking. That's what I've been saying. Thank you, Zahir. Best commentary in MMA here for sure. We appreciate that. Press conference is next on MMA Weekly. Nate Diaz with the win over Tony Ferguson. And he was an underdog in this fight. Don't forget that. Nate Diaz, the fans going crazy. It's going to be a party in Vegas tonight. And with the week that this has been, 2:52 of round number 4, 22 seconds over the over. 22 seconds. The odds makers were dead on balls. 4.5 was the over-under. This one went 2:52 of round 4. Tony, you also took this fight at the last moment. Give us your thoughts. Tony, it was wild. It was an honor to come in here and fight for you fans. A tough loss for Tony Ferguson, man. What a G. I mean, you see people all the time. Oh, he's just a kid. He can't fight anymore. You lose to Gaethje and Oliveira and Dariush and then Chandler and then Diaz. I mean, it's unbelievable, man. I mean, come on. You got to give the guy some credit for going in there and fighting the way he did. Tony Ferguson fought his ass off tonight. 4 rounds of carnage, last-minute replacement. I mean, there's no loser in that fight. There is, but there isn't, if you know what I'm saying. Shout out to my wife, my 10-year anniversary. Kukui's had a little trouble there. He picks up Joe Rogan in the middle of the octagon. You got to love Tony Ferguson. You got to love him. You got to love Nate. This was everything we could have expected and more, and then some. What a night. What a fight. Khamzat with the dominating performance. I mean, think about what we saw tonight. Khamzat Chimaev, after what happened this week and the crap that he pulled, and maybe for the last time in the octagon, there's Team Diaz. The whole team in there is Nick, there's Nate. Man, what an unbelievable night of fights, guys. I mean, Irene Aldana with the up kick to the body, KO, there's got to be a bonus in there. Johnny Walker's rear naked choke of Kutalaba. Daniel Rodriguez and Jingliang putting on a show. D-Rod with a split decision win. And the fights that were taken in the last moment, that was the first one of the three. The Darce choke and Khamzat just toying with Kevin Holland. Diaz and Ferguson, I mean, just an awesome. The comeback win for Barnett over Collier with the TKO. Tiuliulinen with the TKO over Pickett. What a night of fights for the UFC. It always is, man. You can never look at any card and say, hey, that's not going to be a good card. The drama all week long, the press conference cut off by Dana White had never happened before. I just want to give a shout out to Scott Peterson on site for the work that he's done this week, man. Scott covering that press conference, running backstage with the cell phone, the official weigh-ins, the ceremonial weigh-ins, not missing a shot, Scott, with that camera. And then tonight bringing you inside T-Mobile Arena to show you the octagon and the crowd and the building outside, and just an unbelievable week for MMA Weekly. The numbers have been huge. We appreciate you guys so much, but what an awesome week. What a great way to cap it off with that fight between Ferguson and Diaz, and we got the press conference. Can't wait to hear what Dana White says about this fight and about Khamzat's performance, right? About D-Rod and Jingliang. I mean, just to get his thoughts on the craziest week he's had in a long damn time. And you're talking about, you know, look, when he's had Jones pop the week of UFC 200 when they were announcing the damn sale, right? He's had the Conor McGregor-Diaz fights and all those things that went on behind the scenes there. Conor with the bus in Brooklyn, the whole thing with Conor and Khabib jumping over the cage. I mean, this week has been as crazy as any of those weeks with the canceled press conference, Khamzat being 7.5 pounds over. You have to completely rejuggle and reconfigure the top of this card. All three fights at the top of this card have to be rebooked and redone. You got cooperation from the fighters, the commission, all the shit that went on behind the scenes. You guys literally, if you know, you know. If you don't know, I mean, it's unbelievable what they would have had to do and what they had to do to make this fight card happen tonight. Just goes to show you, and again, I'm going to say it, I'm sorry, but there's no sport like this. I've covered them all. I've been to Super Bowls, Final Fours, NBA Finals, everything you can imagine. And I'm talking about covered them all and been there with press passes and done my show from there. Nothing beats the UFC. And you have to give Dana White and Hunter Campbell, big time props to Hunter as well. He was really instrumental in this from the legal standpoint. Mark Ratner. I mean, it is a team effort. It takes a village. In Vegas, you know, of all places, Tommy Lee was there tonight. Mark Wahlberg was there tonight. I mean, they brought out the stars, man. Everybody loves some Nate Diaz. And you know he's going to take some time off. He's got a ton of cash. He knows he's sitting on the Conor trilogy, you know, and it's just unbelievable to be able to sit here and do this for you guys. It's MMA Weekly, Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. And I want to take a moment to remind you after that win by Nate that tonight's coverage is powered by PristineAuction.com. We're thrilled to be teaming up with Pristine Auction on tonight's coverage of UFC 279. PristineAuction.com is the most trusted sports memorabilia auction site, the most trusted in the world, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Auctions on PristineAuction.com start at just $1, and each day there are over 1,000 autographed items available. So you, that's right, you can win signed, autographed, and authentic memorabilia at affordable prices. Just last week, an autographed Francis Ngannou glove sold for $49. Deals like this are happening all the time on PristineAuction.com, and they have just about every fighter you could want, including Paddy the Baddy, Conor McGregor, John Bones Jones, and so many more. Every item on PristineAuction.com comes with a certificate of authenticity from the industry's most reputable authenticators. Upgrade your collection of signed memorabilia today, and they're going to give you 10% off your first, or $10 off, $10 off your first item one when you use the code Diaz. But again, wait, that's not all. You can enter to win for free a Nate Diaz signed UFC glove. Let's see that glove, Scott. All you have to do is head to PristineAuction.com, and there's the glove. Click register at the top of the page and sign up using the registration code Diaz to be entered in the giveaway. The links, the code, everything is in the description. It's on our Instagram. Give us a follow there, MMA Weekly. I mean, you'll see it all wherever you can go. Man, this is awesome. This is really super cool. MMA Weekly's live coverage continuing on. Literally an unbelievable. And they need to put me on that desk, by the way, with Dean Thomas. I should be up there. But I'll tell you what, man, unbelievable what we've seen here tonight. A terrific fight card from top to bottom. And if you get that Nate Diaz signed glove on top of the performance he just gave you, on top of the career, where does that rank, guys? In the chat, where does that rank with Nate's best performances if you saw it? Where does this win rank? You know, he goes out with the W. His last win before this, you know, was a while back. I mean, when you're looking at Nate Diaz, his last win before this, he only won one fight. Over the last few years, he had the Edwards fight last year that was really close, especially in the 5th round, although, you know, he lost that one by unanimous decision. His fight before that over against Jorge Masvidal, the doctor stoppage, Nate was coming back in that one. His last win was over Anthony Pettis in August of 2019. That's a long time ago, right? And then Conor McGregor, the loss, majority decision, August of 2016. That one could have gone either way. Beat Conor, rear naked choke. I mean, he beat Michael Johnson when Michael Johnson was in his prime and he was a dog. Lost a decision to Dos Anjos. And, you know, Josh Thompson finished him. Benson beat him by decision, mostly decision losses for Nate. But where does this rank? Where does this win over Kukui rank? Where do you put him on the Mount Rushmore of MMA? Do you put him up there on the Mount Rushmore of the UFC? There's no denying he's not an all-time great like GSP. He's not an all-time great like Khabib. He's not an all-time great like Anderson Silva. You know, he's not that level. Let's be real. He's not, obviously, John Jones. He's not that guy. You're not looking at Nate Diaz through that scope and that lens. You're not looking at his career that way. He's got too many losses, obviously, a ton of them. And he's known and remembered as a guy who came and fought like a G every time out. He's a guy who put on a show for the fans every time out. He's a rebel all the way through, middle fingers blazing, weed smoke blowing. Nate Diaz. How are you going to remember Nate Diaz? If this is indeed the last time we saw Nate Diaz in the octagon, he went out with a great performance tonight. You know, Nate always does get you emotional. He connects with you on a level, you know, that very few fighters have connected with you on. Let's be real, right? I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, 10 submission wins, double digits. You know, he's 3rd all time, tied with Royce Gracie. Maya and Miller tied for 2nd. Oliveira, Dubronx was 16. It's ridiculous. I mean, look, I want to see Khamzat versus Costa, but I don't know if you're going to see that. I think Borz is going to be very close. So you're going to see Kamaru Usman. And where's the fallout for Khamzat Chimaev? We got a lot to talk about. I mean, I wish I was in this press conference tonight. Scott Peterson, what's the fallout for Khamzat? Who's he going to get next? It's not going to be Leon Edwards. I know that. It's Kamaru who's getting the rematch there. You're not doing that to Kamaru. I mean, it's not going to happen. If Kamaru had held on and won that fight, you might see it even though he missed weight. But now Borz doesn't get the title shot. Who do you want to see Khamzat fight next? Do you want to see him go up to 85 and fight someone like a Paulo Costa? I mean, I don't know if he's taking down Paulo like that. I don't think so. I don't see that happening. What he will be remembered for is, I am not surprised, mother truckers. Well, he didn't actually say mother truckers, you know. But, man, he tried to not get that message. And YouTube gave me the option to show or hide that, and he put mother truckers. So, Yoshiaga, my ass doesn't smell. You know why? Because I got the Manscaped Crop Reviver and everything that comes with that package. So, it's fresh down there, my brother, just in case you're wondering. Just in case you are wondering, which reminds me, MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279 is powered by Manscaped. Thank you for that, saying my ass smells when it actually doesn't, because I got their Performance Package 4.0. It has everything you need to prepare for that summer bod. You're going to get the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. You're going to get the Weed Whacker ear and nose. Look at this. No hair. See that? No hair. Look, mono hair. And, of course, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant, which is why my ass doesn't smell. The Crop Reviver Toner, which is why I feel alive and fresh. The Performance Boxer Briefs. They gave me the shirt. You're not going to get that. But you get the travel bag for all your goodies, and you get 20% off with the code MMA Weekly. And Scott got the shirt too. You get 20% off with the code MMA Weekly. It's smooth sack summer, boys. Get on board or get left behind at manscaped.com. calm. And Khamzat should have used those things, man. What if Khamzat would have used those? I mean, it might have gotten like 4 or 5 pounds off of him right there with all those things. That's what I'm saying. My thoughts on Chimaev, and we're going to talk about Diaz a lot. We're probably going to be here at least another hour and a half or so because these press conferences go forever, and we'll have a lot of fun here, guys. So hang out with us. You know we're really interactive. You put something good in the chat, we're going to talk Manscaped D's nuts. Yeah, that's what it's for. Sarav Silva, that's what it's for. Khamzat equals shit. I don't know if I'd say that, Johnny Boo. He's a badass MFer, that's for sure. You remember Nate Diaz because he yelled at Dana for the lack of fights he's getting, not because of the money, but because he wants to kill, and that is one of many. The money is very secondary for Nate Diaz. I agree 100%. Nate Diaz now has massive payday against Jake Paul. I don't want to see that. Jake will knock his damn head off, man. I don't want to see that. Jake Paul's actually a pretty good boxer. I know I'm going to get shit for that. I hope Anderson Silva beats him. Anderson Silva, I think, is a better boxer than Nate Diaz. I don't think Nate's going to want to get that Jake Paul money. I don't know. I mean, he might, but Nate's got plenty of money. It's not going to be about the cash for him. Khamzat beard growing off my... Never mind. I mean, a crop sniffer. I mean, a crotch sniffer. Khamzat. I mean, look, he's a great wrestler, man. He's a great wrestler. So we're going to talk a lot about Nate Diaz. I want to talk about Khamzat Chimaev for a second. What he just did against Kevin Holland, though expected, honestly speaking, expected. I mean, he knew he had a big disadvantage with the reach, and he knew he was going up against Kung Fu black belt. Why even bother striking when you feel like you can get in? And he's a weak wrestler, man. A weak wrestler, Kevin Holland. Not even, a so-so wrestler. Not a good one at all. So when you think about that, and my pretty face is off the camera now. So I'm sure you guys missed that, like, thank God they took his face off. I would love, you know what, D's nuts. I think Colby will beat Khamzat. I would love to see Khamzat fight Colby, man. That's, to me, the fight to make for him right now. As we look at Irene Aldana at the podium, here she is live on MMA Weekly. Beautiful win by upkick over Macy Chasson at a catchweight of 140.
Congratulations on the victory. I know you've had a little bit of time to process the win now, but a little bit of bizarre ending. Not a lot of us knew quite what happened when Missy fell on the floor. So what were your initial reactions after such a bizarre ending like that?
Yeah, it was bizarre. Like I said, I knew the kick hit well. I knew it hit the liver, but it was a little confusing for me seeing her reaction like that. So I'm sure it kicked in the liver, but maybe I hit her somewhere else. I'm not sure, but because of her reaction. But yeah, we trained that kick a lot, so yeah, I'm glad it came out.
So you were aiming for the liver with that
Yeah, for
first
sure.
round.
Yeah.
In the first round, you obviously dominated a lot. You scored a 10-8. In the second round, she came back. So how did you see the fight playing out in that third round? What were your thoughts on the fight?
I knew I would get the third round. I was feeling more comfortable with the time. My hand was better. I thought she was the weight advantage she had. So I felt her really heavy in the round. And I didn't want to risk too much. And I just needed to be cautious and relax and just wait for the right time to make the space and get out of there.
You mentioned the weight difference in there. This fight is obviously was 135. They have to weigh in until you find out it's 140. What exactly happened? Why was it too much?
Yeah, actually, I was in the morning, the day of the weigh-ins, and I had just 1 pound left to cut. I was already cutting that pound. And we received a call from her team saying that she was still 142 and she didn't even know if she was going to make it to 140. So I stopped my weight cut. She asked for a catch weight in 140, but they didn't even knew if she was going to make it to 140. So I stopped my weight cut and recovered a little, just half a pound. And we decided to take the catch weight, and I didn't want it to keep cutting, so it wouldn't give her that much of an advantage in the weight. Still, she was heavier than me, much heavier than me.
Was there any thought in not taking the fight, considering she was so heavy on Friday?
Sorry.
Was there any thought in not taking the fight, given that you were 1 pound away and she was still so heavy?
Yeah, we discussed it for a while with my team. We should take it, we're not. But we said let's do it. Let's do it. We're here to take challenges. This is one more challenge. This is one more day in the gym. You're always training. My coach said you're always training with heavier guys in the gym. All your teammates, all your sparring teammates are heavier than you. So you're ready for this. This is why I train you. You're made for this.
Did the UFC give you any more compensation, like money or anything like that, to take this fight, or was it just your same contract?
No, just was my contract and no compensation. But I'm just glad I was able to make it. I didn't want to cancel the fight.
And then this win, obviously, you're back in the win column again in the bantamweight division. Well, it was a catchweight, but you are ranked bantamweight. So what do you want next for your career moving forward for the rest of the year?
Well, I'm open to whoever the UFC wants me, but I'll obviously chasing the title fight. I'm ready for a title fight. If it's that the next step, I'm ready.
Irene, felicidades. My first question, just because it took a year, more than a year, to get back in the cage, how important was it to really get that ring rust out during your training camp?
There wasn't any ring rust. It didn't feel like it was 1 year off because I was always training. Actually, I was supposed to fight Germain in November 2021. Then that fight was supposed to be rescheduled, I think, in March, and it got off again. Then I was supposed to fight Aspen that I injured and well, it couldn't happen. Then I was preparing for this fight. So I was always in training camp. And my training camp is always like if I'm fighting. So it didn't feel that way. Actually, I was so happy to be here.
Most people would say for Amanda Nunes, it's between you and Ketlin Vieira. You obviously have the win over Ketlin. I guess, when would you want that fight? Because it feels like out of everybody, you have this benefit that the calendar works now. You guys are both on the same timetable.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way I won to Ketlin Vieira, it was clear. It was a clear victory, a dominant victory against her. So I think it's my turn. If the thing is she or me, I think I deserve the title, but it's the UFC who make the decision. I respect that, and I don't want to sit and wait. I would like to always be working, but if the title is next, I'm ready.
In recent weeks, it feels like there's just a lot more support behind the Mexican fighters specifically, and now you add to it, obviously your teammate Alexa Grasso is an important fight in about a month. Just what does it feel like, one, to have a teammate who's also right there with you with title hopes, and then secondly, just as a whole, the Mexican fighters having a moment once again in UFC?
It's great. It's great to see Mexicans stand up like this. We are getting noticed even more with time. The new talents who are coming, the ones that we have a while being here, Alexa, Jair, Brandon, and we are not in the same teams, in the same gyms, but it feels like we are teammates when we are together in the cards and we share this in the UFC. I'm really proud of them and of Mexico, and obviously Alexa, she's been like my little sister since day one. So I'm pretty glad that our careers have been like in the same way all this time. So she's going to do great in her next fight, and I'm sure she's close to the title too.
Now that you won the fight and you get more money, are you gonna buy a new cat?
I don't buy my cats. I adopt my cats. I would love to buy them a big jar, a bigger jar.
Congratulations.
Irene, to your right down. You said that you didn't receive additional compensation for taking the catch weight. Did your team not attain, or were you told that that was not available?
No, the way it works is if I would make my 136 weigh-in, and she was heavier, I will get a compensation. But the way it works, if I accept the catch weight, they don't need to give me a compensation. I think that was okay, because if I made 135 or 136 and she was heavier than that, she was heavier than 140, the fight won't be able to make it because of the commission. So I'd rather to take the fight that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Irene, felicidades con el triunfo. Antes de que otra cosa suceda, felicidades, te viste tremenda.
Gracias.
Habías de nada, mencionado de patria mexicana y que ya mero es la independencia. Poder ganar por ese knockout fue como un estilo gancho al hígado como Chávez. ¿Qué orgullo te da poder finalizar a tu oponente en una pelea que fue fantástica y llena de acción?
Pelear en el mes de septiembre es una motivación extra para mí, es un orgullo poder representar a México, mi bandera más en el mes de septiembre. Finalizar la pelea al estilo Chávez, adaptado al MMA, en este caso pues siendo una patada al hígado, pues el golpe al hígado es uno de mis golpes favoritos, pues me da muchísimo orgullo y me siento muy contenta de haberlo logrado.
Y explícanos, por favor, porque es la primera vez en la historia del octágono que vemos ese tipo de golpe. Lo pudiste ejecutar pues, perfectamente. ¿Lo entrenaste? ¿Cómo viste que tenías esa opción? ¿Algo que vieron cuando estaban estudiando a Macy?
No, esa patada siempre la hemos entrenado desde hace muchísimos años. Siempre es una opción que estando en el piso, estando de espaldas, es una opción. En ese momento no lo pensé estratégicamente paso por paso, simplemente el entrenamiento salió por sí solo, salió el engrama de mi cuerpo, salió todos estos años de practicarlo, salió solito y pues bueno, se dio y se dio perfecto.
Gracias. Hubo más énfasis porque no somos jueces, pero el primer asalto fue tuyo, te lo llevaste sin problema, casi la sometes con la palanca de brazo.
Sí.
El segundo fue un poquito más difícil. Pero tu esquina, ¿qué te dijo? Hey, ¿necesitamos o no te preocupes? ¿Cuál era la plática?
Sí, me fueron guiando perfectamente todos mis entrenadores. Tengo mi entrenador de lucha, mis entrenadores, compañeros de striking. Me fueron guiando de la manera más correcta porque tenía ella una ventaja significativa de peso. Entonces yo estando en el piso sí la sentí muchísimo más pesada. Entonces tuve que mantenerme tranquila, seguir sus instrucciones paso por paso para poderme salir del problema, primero no ser sometida y después regresar a mi juego de pie. Yo sabía que si abría ese espacio y podía pararme, podía yo regresar a mi juego de pie, ya me estaba sintiendo más cómoda y creo que si se hubiera regresado a la pelea al striking lo hubiera encontrado mejor.
Fantástico. Y finalmente, ahorita es un momento muy lindo en los de los combates. Brandon, obviamente campeón. En una semana aquí vamos a ver a Saúl defender sus títulos. ¿Cómo se siente ser parte de la historia y poder llevarlo al próximo nivel representando a tu bandera y a las mujeres peleadoras y a todos en el octágono?
Sí, poder representar a mi bandera, a mi cultura, a mi gente en esta plataforma para mí es algo muy grande, me hace sentir muy contenta. Como lo menciono más en este mes, yo siempre he defendido mucho el hecho de ser 100% mexicana, hecha en un gimnasio 100% mexicano. Desde el primer día que pedí informes en ese gimnasio que iba yo a entrar solo como una clase de hobby, y después esto se transformó a ser toda mi carrera. Desde ese día, desde el primer día hasta ahorita he estado en un gimnasio 100% mexicano con entrenadores mexicanos y eso me hace sentir muy orgullosa y pues bueno, compartir esto con más atletas, más talentos mexicanos como lo son Jair, Brandon, Alexa y todos los demás, pues bueno, quiere decir que estamos haciendo las cosas bien en México.
Pues qué buena suerte nos tocó que encontraste este hobby. Sí. Felicidades.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Very good. Thank you.
Irene Aldana, the Espanol, at the end of that press conference session for her. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279 is brought to you by MyBookie. Join the MyBookie community. Double your first deposit instantly. They'll match it up to $1,000 with the code Weekly50. Bet on Fight Island. Bet on Sanhagen and Song Yadong. Bet on Canelo Triple G. Bet on Week 1 of the NFL tomorrow with MyBookie. You can secure the bag with bets at MyBookie. If you're still on the fence about who to back, check us out. Check out whatever analysis you can. Bet.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys, the attendance was 19,125, 25th consecutive sellout. The gate was 5.67 million. The bonuses went to Almeida, Walker, Aldana, and Diaz. They all won $50,000.
Dana, to your left. John Kavanaugh put out, did you see the tweet that he put out before I asked you about the fights? He said that he and Johnny Walker were forced to leave the arena. Johnny had no shoes on. They weren't allowed to stay, watch the fights or anything. Do you know what went on?
I don't. Lene just told me a little bit about it before we walked in here. I guess ever since COVID, they started this thing where they get the fighters right out of here. I don't know why that happened or what happened. I mean, we're not throwing Johnny Walker out in the street shoeless, I'm sure.
There was a picture of him with no shoes on leaving the arena.
We fucking threw him right out in the streets, huh?
Yes, apparently.
It's rough around here.
So,
I don't know.
Anyways, can you comment on Nate's performance and what you thought of the way he rose up in his final fight and not only boxed so well like everybody knew he could do, but then get to submission on a guy like Tony?
Yeah. I mean, he's so durable and so tough. And, literally, we went, I don't know if you guys have monitors over there, but we went, or you can hear what's going on, but we went into their corner, Tony's corner that round, and his corner, for some reason, told him to take him down. Said, take him down. He was chopping that leg. He kept kicking that front leg, obviously doing damage. His corner told him to take him down, and Nate capitalized on that the minute he did it.
Did you feel like Tony and Nate delivered the fight you expected? Was that kind of what you thought they would do?
Yeah, I think so. You know what I mean? Listen, they're both older guys that have been around here for a long time, and it was what I expected.
What do you make of what Nate said, that he's open to a return to the UFC? Obviously, he said he's going to do something else, but open to a return down the road. I mean, obviously he's 37 now.
No matter what Nate does from here on out, I mean, the kid, this is his house. He's been here forever. It's been a blast having him here, and I wish him well. He and I had this discussion months ago at the offices. Whatever he moves on to do, I wish him nothing but the best. If he's starting his own organization or, getting into promoting or doing something else, I wish him nothing but the best of luck. It's been awesome having him here.
Two other questions for me. Obviously, people pretty much expected Khamzat to do what he did, especially given short notice and Kevin couldn't train for the wrestling.
I don't know if anybody expected him to do exactly what he did. You don't know what to expect from that guy. For him to go out, and this is like his fourth fight that he's never even taken a punch. He's an absolute fucking freak of nature, and I don't think anybody expected that, especially against Kevin, who's 6'2". I don't know if anybody to say that somebody expected that. There's no fucking way people expect.
Well, I tweeted
I didn't
win by first round, so. I had picked him in the first round. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. The question was, Khamzat kind of, he messed up the show. He misses weight. He's unapologetic for missing the weight. And like Joe asked him in the cage, like, how do you put him in a title fight if he misses weight by 8.5 pounds? So what's your reaction to it? I know you're generally pretty lenient on those things.
What was the question? What
is your reaction to putting him in a title fight at some point if he's missing weight by 8.5 pounds?
It's his problem. Yeah, it's a problem that he missed weight. I don't know. We gotta look at it and figure it out. And what makes sense is for him to fight at 180. So we'll see. Yeah.
Dana, just how hard was it to react to yesterday and to get these fights reshuffled and everything? You've been through a lot of stuff with the company and being able to react, but how crazy was yesterday?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was crazy, but, if you think about it, 22 years we've been doing this, however fucking long we've been doing it, it's what we do. We've always done, we had that one year where the main event fell off. What is this, a MASH unit? What's going on around here? It's crazy. What are we in this is insane. I mean, we had one year where every main event fell off that year, and we had to, do some switching around, and it's a nightmare, but we get it done.
Did you guys talk to Khamzat about, like, look, what exactly went wrong? What went wrong? Why did you miss weight? And then did you talk to him about, like, the fact he wasn't sorry and he was joking about it and stuff,
Have we talked to him about what?
Have you talked to Khamzat, find out what went wrong with his weight cut, and did you think anything of him, like, he wasn't very sorry, he was joking about it online? Is that, like, it's obviously not very good, right?
Yeah. I mean, what should I talk to him about?
Be smaller.
You should be sorry, get smaller. I mean, it is what it is. It happened. I mean, we'll go back this week, come up with a plan, and like I just told Kevin, probably have him fight at 180.
Dana, right here. How did you score the fight between Daniel Rodriguez and Lee?
I thought Lee won the fight.
And a lot of people thought Lee kind of got the short end of the straw because he weighed 170, Daniel.
He did. They're right. You're right. The judges were wrong, in my opinion. It wasn't even like I was like, wow, that could have gone either way. I was shocked when they said split decision.
Is there an update on Chris Barnett? Something looked like something was wrong with his face when he was leaving the prelim.
Yeah, he was discharged, right? Yeah, he was discharged. He's fine.
But there was nothing like the commentary thought there was like nerve damage.
He had a nasal fracture.
And what did you make of the Irene Aldana knockout? First time you see a kick to the liver off her back.
Yeah, I didn't realize what happened until I saw the replay, and I thought maybe she broke her rib. And then, yeah, that was pretty impressive.
What do you do with Tony Ferguson moving forward? Do you want him to stay at welterweight? Do you want him to go back down to lightweight?
I don't know. Right here, right now, I don't know.
He had also said at Media Day that a tough season between him and Khabib was actually greenlit by everyone, and they're just waiting on Khabib.
That what was greenlit?
A season of The Ultimate Fighter between him and Khabib. He said that it was greenlit by everyone, and they're just waiting for Khabib.
No, I don't think we said did I say we greenlit it?
That's what Tony said at Media Day.
Oh. Yeah, we haven't even started talking about The Ultimate Fighter yet.
Hey, Dana.
Hey.
How early yesterday did you guys know that Khamzat was going to miss weight, and how early did you guys start to kind of try to figure out what to
We didn't know till he was, well, I mean, we knew he was having trouble cutting weight early. Yeah, what time? I mean, what are you asking me?
Yeah, I mean, before he waited, you guys had an indication that he may not make weight. So already you guys are kind of scrambling to try to figure out what would happen if he missed weight and what you guys would do?
Well, wasn't that we were scrambling if he was going to, we knew he was going to miss weight. The doctors went up to see him. When the doctor goes up and the doctor calls the fight off, if you're dancing around the question that there was some conspiracy theory that
no,
okay, because there's some fucking lunatics on the on the internet that think that this was all staged and planned and whatever. If you think that the crazy dudes that we had here this week could be orchestrated into something that would be, you're literally out of your mind. Yeah, this all happened, and we had to deal with it, and I just couldn't wait to get tonight over with.
And then what are the conversations like with Nate and Khamzat yesterday? Because obviously Nate was like, I'm not fighting that guy if he's that heavy. So what are those conversations like?
Yeah, well, we knew as soon as he wasn't going to make weight that the fight wasn't going to happen.
Right.
You know, forget about Nate. The athletic commission wouldn't have let the fight happen at that big of a weight discrepancy. So, yeah. So you immediately start getting to work, figuring it out.
What are those guys saying to you? Like, what is Nate saying? What is Khamzat saying? As far as like what happens next, like when you're discussing like what the next day is going to look like, who they're going to be fighting, what are they saying? Are they agreeable? Are they not agreeable?
I don't want to fight. Listen, they're going into something like that. There's obviously a lot of emotions and you know, you got guys that are cutting weight, and you know it's always work to get it done, and you know you just got to put in the time, walk these guys through it, and you know it's not fun. It's not fun on this side, but you get it done.
And then just last thing for me with Nate, is this just like another kind of chapter in the weird like Diaz lore? The week starts, Khamzat's the opponent. The week ends, and he's submitting Tony Ferguson in front of a sellout crowd. I mean, just another kind of chapter in that crazy book that those two brothers have written.
Yeah. Yes.
Dana, hey, can you expand on that, Dana, please?
What's that?
Can you expand on that?
No. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's just, this is a crazy business, man. It's a crazy business that we're in. And it's why everybody's always asking me about, you know, what are you going to do to this guy? And what are you going to do to that guy? And what are you going to do? You know, you guys don't know 90% of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. It's the business that we're in. This is a crazy business. It's a tough business. It's not as easy as it looks. That's why all these guys that say they want to get into the fight business. Careful what you wish for. Not as easy as it looks.
Dana, question on the business there. Is there a risk that Conor against Nate 3 might happen outside of the UFC now that Nate is out of contract?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
That's not something that keeps you awake at night, no?
Not much keeps me awake at night anymore.
They have 2 of the biggest pay-per-views in UFC history. That's.
Yeah. Should that keep me awake? No, it doesn't. Not much keeps me awake anymore. We roll with it, man. I've been doing this for a very long time, and you know, we roll with the punches, pun intended.
Thank you.
Hey, Dana, right over here, in the back, in the middle.
Yeah.
With Irena's performance, a lot of people are talking about, did she just lock in a potential title shot against Amanda Nunes at 35? I just wanted your thoughts. I mean, is there competition between her and Caitlin to see who would get the next one, or did Aldana do enough?
We love Aldana. I don't know what we're going to do next, but, you know, like I said, we don't make fights the night of the fights, but, you know, she looked great. She's awesome. We love her. What an incredible way to finish a fight tonight, and yeah, we'll see what's next for her.
To clarify something you said earlier, you say you like Khamzat at 180. Are you talking about more catchweight fights for him, or do you mean a full move up to 185 middleweight?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Thank you.
No more catchweight fights.
Dana, to your right,
Yeah.
down here. Chris Barnett had one of the more exciting opening rounds of the card tonight. Was there any discussion of giving him any fight of the night bonuses?
Who? Who did what?
Yeah. Oh, was he not eligible because he had missed weight? Is that what?
I know.
Yeah, that's a bummer for
He
that
missed
guy.
weight.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna
Good to see about him.
I'm gonna take care of him. I'll do a little something for him.
Great. So after the card was changed and the main event was changed, how much of a bump did you see on social media in terms of how this fight was trending? And what happened at the box office? I know that there was an offer for ticket refunds.
Yeah, I actually was talking to Ioli about that this morning. So whenever the main event changes, you can refund tickets. Not only was not one ticket refunded, the day that all the craziness was going on, we sold 250 tickets that day when it didn't even know what was going to happen or how it was going to go. So, and like I announced when I came in, it was our 25th consecutive sellout, $5.67 million gate, and the pay-per-view killed it.
There's some chatter online about Khamzat meeting Colby Covington. Any possibility of that happening?
I don't know. After he just didn't make weight, I don't know. But obviously there's a lot of possibilities for him, you know, possibly at 170 or at 185.
Final question for me. You had a very successful fight in France, and there are cities in the United States and countries around the world that are opening up post kind of this COVID haze. Where's the next city, whether in the United States or around the world, that the organization is looking to get into?
Yeah, we literally just had a meeting the other day, and we're talking about, we're seriously talking about Africa now. We're actually starting to look at venues and cities to hold an event. So Africa is going to happen very soon.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
Just two quick ones from me. To piggyback off her question about Colby, is Colby's legal situation getting in the way of booking a fight for the remainder of 2022?
No, we were talking to Colby last week.
So there's a possibility he can return this year, right?
Yeah.
And then there's rumors about Gilbert Burns versus Jorge Masvidal, and Gilbert's been very vocal about that fight. So is that something that you'd be interested in booking?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, to your right.
Hi.
Were you surprised about the reception that Khamzat got? He was booed out of the building, basically.
That Khamzat got? No. Our fans are crazy, man. If you don't make weight, I mean, this is how it goes when you don't make weight. These guys are all professionals. They're supposed to show up on weight, ready to fight, in shape, et cetera, et cetera. So no, I'm not shocked at all. I am shocked by how many helicopters there are around here.
They're looking to give Johnny Walker shoes.
Yeah. After he was thrown in the streets.
Dana, I know it tends to be crazy when you guys were trying to scramble to get these fights together. A lot of times we know it's money that tends to move the line at times. I know you will never tell us the numbers, but is there any particular fighter out of the 6 that maybe benefited the most with agreeing to take these new fights?
Is there a fighter that benefited the most from what?
Money-wise, like who got the biggest bump for agreeing to switch fights?
Who got the biggest bump? Well, these guys all have deals.
So none of the money changed for them to switch the fights? They just took the deals going in?
Everybody has a deal.
Thanks, Dane.
Yeah. You done with me? Thank God tonight's over. Have a good one.
Thank God tonight's over, says Dana White. Have a good one. Helicopters flying everywhere. What a crazy week this has been. So Daniel Rodriguez still to come. Khamzat Chimaev still to come. And, of course, Nate Diaz still to come. The MMA Weekly coverage of the UFC 279 post-fight press conference. Powered by Manscaped. 20% off all products plus free shipping. The code is MMA Weekly at manscaped.com. It's Smooth Sack Summer. Don't get left behind. Get on board and don't get left behind. Smooth Sack Summer from Manscaped. They got the Performance Package 4.0. They got them all right there for you. I mean, I got the package. Scott got the package. You're talking about a little bit of everything in that package from Manscaped as Daniel Rodriguez, D-Rod, takes the podium on MMA Weekly.
Daniel, over here. First of all, congratulations on the victory. I'm just wondering what were your thoughts when the scorecard read split decision? Dana was in here and he thought it was pretty obvious that you had won.
Hearing it was a split decision, I definitely thought, it's a close fight. It's a really close fight, and I thought I did more in the later rounds, and I picked up the pace a little bit more, and I did what I had to do to win the fight.
How much of that, the fight playing out, was it you just didn't have time to prepare? It was a completely different style of opponent. These have been going over all night, so we didn't have it. But how did the fight play out in your expectations, given you only had essentially less than 24 hours to prepare for a new opponent?
Yeah, there was no preparation for this guy at all. I mean, I barely had preparation for Holland, but like I said all the time, like I really don't have any preparation in any of my opponents. I just like train really, really hard. And last minute switch up was definitely no preparation. We just knew that he hit hard, and we just went out there and just stick to the plan.
And what was the last 24 hours like for you when you got the call that you're going to have a new opponent? He weighed in 10 pounds lighter than you, different style of opponent. So what was the process over the last few hours?
I wasn't sure if he was going to take the fight, considering that I did weigh in at 9 pounds heavier than him. But when he did, I mean, I was happy that he accepted the fight. I mean, I've been looking to fight for it's been a while. I'm coming off a year layoff, and against an opponent like that it was a crazy situation. But like always, I mean, I'm like I said before, I'll fight anybody. That's why I stepped up to fight Holland, and I stepped up to fight this guy. So it really makes no difference on who I fight.
And were you able to say anything to him after? I know there might be a language barrier, but what were you saying to him in there after?
No, it was all respecting, man. It was like more of like thank you, and you're a good dude. Like he showed 100% of respect. I could tell like he's a good dude, and it was all respect and love, and we just went out there, had fun.
And what did you make of the main and co-main event fight, Kevin's performance against Khamzat, and then Nate Diaz's big win over Tony?
Yeah, I was really surprised. Kevin Holland was, completely dominated the way it was. It's kind of interesting to see, considering we were supposed to fight, but then again, like that was, he had a whole different fight in mind when it came to me. Didn't really have time to prepare for Kamzat's fucking crazy takedowns and shit, but that was interesting to see, moving forward, because I won my fight, and he lost. Obviously that puts us in different areas, me climbing up the ranks with Lee being ranked number 11, so I'm interested to see where I sit at in the rankings, and I just want to keep climbing, and it doesn't even matter if it's a ranked opponent who's next or not, but kind of like it changes a little bit that he lost and I won, you know.
I know this fight was at 180, but you do fight in the welterweight division. What went through your mind when you hear Khamzat came in 8.5 pounds over and then was kind of made light of it, was making jokes online, giving the finger on the scale? What was going through your mind when you heard all that?
Man, I was surprised. I mean, I don't know how he could like flip off the crowd and like just, I'm not a fan of that. Like, I'm not a fan of that style or that kind of person, being unprofessional and not having any remorse for the people that do come in on weight, do their job, and I just don't respect that.
Hey, Daniel, back here. Obviously, with everything going on and the history with Holland, was there a part of you that was a little disappointed that you didn't get to, trade gloves with him tonight?
I mean, I wanted to fight him. I mean, this fight with him was supposed to like just kind of get past it. This is the second time already I've been scheduled to fight him, and it doesn't happen. All the trash talk back and forth is just getting old. I want to just get that shit over with already. But yeah, like I said, me winning and him losing kind of changes things. So I mean, I'm moving forward. So that's all I gotta say about that.
I saw that you had said that, hey, you're trying to ride, with the Diaz train, and that you might have been the first one to light up at the press conference. Did all the drama kind of just cancel those plans, or were you still looking to do it when you got out there on Thursday?
Man, I wanted to do it, but like I said, as everybody knows, shit got all crazy back there, and yeah, it kind of fucked up the whole press conference or whatever. But I got my chance to shine a little bit, so I ain't tripping.
Now, I think a lot of people looking at this style like, Rodriguez is a striker and all that. Are you excited as you fight these bigger and more higher ranked opponents about showing more of your game and showing just how complete of an athlete you are out there?
Yeah, I just like a little bit more time to prepare, like a fight camp or prepare or whatever, But like I said, this last-minute opponent kind of switch up was kind of one of the situations where we both didn't know what to expect out of each other. I knew he was a heavy-hitting striker, and he knows I'm obviously a striker. And the fight didn't even go to the ground really, other than me slipping or whatever, a little takedown.
Who's gonna have a better season this year, the Rams or the Lakers?
Just the Lakers all day. Let's go.
Congrats, man.
Daniel, over to your left. What is the hardest thing, like when you train for a guy like Kevin that is going to strike with you, and now you get a guy that has wrestling background? What is the hardest thing about going in and fighting like that with no preparation?
The hardest thing I would say is just, it's not really hard much. It's just like not knowing what to expect, really. I mean, you never know what to expect in a fight, but like to have like an idea of going in there with a longer range striker, with the more threat and as far as jiu-jitsu goes, to like a kind of shorter opponent and who like kind of wings his punches like really wide. I just gotta it goes to like one of those things where you just gotta have a real good fighter IQ and figure it out as the fight goes.
D-Rock, congrats on the win. And shout out to that Monster sponsorship. You're all, color coordinated, right?
Oh, yeah. That's my style.
You guys were both welters, same catch weight. But, man, there was a difference physically in that bout. You looked like a straight-up middleweight. Did you feel good in there? Were you loose? How was that cardio?
Yeah, my cardio felt great. It felt really good, actually. I felt like I didn't gas out much. I just... it's been such a long time. I felt like I had a slow start coming into the first round, but once I got warmed up and I got loose, I was able to knock off the ring rust. It's been like a year, so I feel like that's kind of like a reason why like the fight was so close, is like me having a slow start in the first round. But I knocked off that ring rust and I'm ready to get back in there.
You kind of touched a little bit about it on the media day, but you had Tony, Nate, Martinez, Irene, Mexican-American. Did that give you a little bit more oomph, or you just get up for fights no matter what or how close we are to Mexican independence?
Oh, no, it felt really good to have Diaz and Ferguson and Martinez. and like everybody, all the Mexican Americans on the card. You know, of course, I'm from Los Angeles, and I'm real heavy in my culture. You know, Mexican American, and you know, the whole style feels really good. You know, and you know, this being one of Diaz's last fight in the UFC. You know, I wanted to kind of wanted to shine a little harder than I did, but you know, I pulled off the win, and that's all that matters.
Right on, man. And last for me, in case, you know, the opportunity comes up, we need a replacement, yada, yada, how realistic now is it to go to 85 and 70, or you're going to just stay at 70 regardless? You're going to just...
It all depends on the opponent as far as 85 goes, you know, because there's some 85ers that are big as hell, and there's some, you know, fighters like Holland or like myself that are like, you know, have to cut a lot of weight to get to 70. It all depends on the opponent, man.
Right on. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Hey, D-Roth, to your right. You're most likely going to take Li Jingling's number 14 ranking on Tuesday. How does that make you feel?
It feels good, man. It feels good to get a ranked name under my belt. You know, my name was in the rankings before my injury, and you know, I felt like people kind of forgot about that. But since I hadn't fought in such a while, my name kind of just, you know, moved down a couple spots. It's gonna feel really good to see my name back in there.
And with your nightmare hand injury that, you know, forced you out for almost all year, how did it feel in there?
Oh man, there's no problems at all. I'm glad I took the time and had patience this time around to let it heal properly.
And finally, most of your fights have been on short notice in the UFC. Do you want your next one to kind of have like a good 3-month fight camp? Like, what are you looking at?
I mean, yeah, that ideally, I'd love a full fight camp, but you know, since my injury, like my main goal was really to get back into shape and be in good enough shape to like be able to take a fight in 2 weeks' notice. That is the plan. The plan is like to take a week off. Obviously, my legs kind of like banged up a little bit, so it's gonna be hard to start moving early. But yeah, I'll take a week off and then get right back to it. I got my teammates got fights coming up, and I want to be there for them. And yeah, I'll be ready to take any short notice calls. I mean, this is the second 24-hour notice fight I have under my belt. So yeah, I'm down for whatever.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Daniel Rodriguez with a lot to say. That was a pretty impressive post-fight presser by D-Rod. Great win over Li Jingliang, although Dana White didn't agree with the judge's decision. A lot of people in the chat not feeling that either. You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC 279 post-fight press conference from Las Vegas T-Mobile Arena. I'm Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease. Cage Side Grease. Jim Grease on social media. Smash that like button, that subscribe. We're still waiting, as I think Scott's picking up the doors. There's nobody coming in yet for Khamzat Chimaev. 2 minutes, 13 seconds. He just absolutely obliterated Kevin Holland in that fight, man. I mean, Holland didn't have a chance. Boris just came out with a super quick takedown and destroyed him. So if you laid all that chalk, minus 500 plus on Boris, you won big tonight. Johnny Walker was my live dog. I had a friend bet $9 grand on Johnny Walker, and he walked away with 26,000. Now, that's 17 in winnings and got his 9 back, but laying $9 grand and walking away with 17, that's pretty dope on his part. Good win. Shout out to my man, Marcus. But I'll tell you what, man, Khamzat Chimaev with a dominating performance tonight. MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC 279 post-fight press conference is powered by MyBookie. Join the MyBookie community and you'll double your first deposit instantly. Use the promo code WEEKLY50 to claim your deposit match all the way up to $1,000. Use the link in the description and the code WEEKLY50. You see it up there. You can bet the NFL games tomorrow. You can bet Triple G and Canelo. And right now you can bet Khamzat Chimaev is on the podium on MMA Weekly. Here's Boris.
Khamzat to your left, over the side, the other side. Just curious how happy you were to squash the beef with Kevin Holland to start with, to get that out of the way.
Насколько ты был счастлив, что все это закончилось с Холландом? Что вся ваша потасовка с Холландом закончилась таким образом?
What should I say? I don't know. So, the guy actually a nice guy, so I like him, you know. So Sometimes we don't like each other before the fights. It's all normal, I know. Then we're coming for the war to kill each other. So now this war over. Like, if he wants, like, he can come to my gym and be one of us. And he's a nice guy, he's a good guy, tough guy. You know, he has a lot of things to learn. So yeah, he's one of the warriors. I'm happy. I'm winning my fight, so I'm going home like with my money.
Did it bother you when you debuted on the UFC in Fight Island? Everybody was happy to see you. They were excited. They talked about you. You heard the reaction tonight. The fans were not happy with you. How did that make you feel? Were you angry at that? Were you sad, or did you not care?
You care about that shit? I don't care. I care about my family. I care about my career. I care about my money. So what now? The people don't live with me now. One day they're with me, one day we're not with me. So I'm real guy, so I love the people who is real, you know, not the fake people like going one way or going the other ways, you know. So yeah, I'm not honest with you guys. Not me is happy about that shit. So my weight wasn't like that big, that over. So the guy said to me, like, I have to go and the doctor like you have to do it. So I was so bad that night, so I was like so mad as well. I was thinking like without fight I just have to go fly back, didn't fight, so I was thinking what's gonna happen now. So I want to fight and get to Vegas and did a lot of work for that. So I want to fight Diaz. I said I don't care about that. My money is almost like, I don't know how much money, is a lot of money. I said give all my money to that guy, let him just fight with me. If he is talking about like I'm the gangster on that shit, you know, like you don't care about the weights. Yeah. And they want to jump on me. When I was one there, so backstage, there was 10 guys. Yeah, I didn't give up, so I want to fight them. If they come forward, it's like I want to fight them, you know, one alone. So I don't care about that. So weights on this shit, you know. I cut my weight to 170 because my coach wants, so I want to be one of the best guys in the world and take like 3 belts, you know. So that's why we're doing that. So we're going back home, so we'll see what my coach say. I'm gonna listen to him. We're gonna go for everyone there as well.
You said in the beginning of that answer that you care about your career. Dana made the point up here, you know, you missing weight that, you know, you might have to fight at middleweight. You know, he didn't make that decision, but he said that might be something to consider. What is it, if you lose out on a welterweight title shot because of this weight issue, will you kick yourself for that? Will you be angry at yourself because of that if you don't get the welterweight title shot?
To who are they going to give that?
Well, I mean, they were basically saying...
Who is the next day? Everyone lose the fight. So
right, but I think they're saying that...
Colby lose like 3 fights in a row. Masvidal lose. When he wins last time against the Diaz, you see Diaz fight, so terrible. That guys, tall guys, how you that keep people, I don't understand, thinking about they can win against me. That guy, Kevin Holland, tough guy, stronger guy, is much better than Diaz, you know, like if Diaz him have fighting, Holland will kill him, you know. So I finished that guy and so easy. First round, I don't know, second minute, so I was there. So yeah, Diaz has to thank God he didn't fight me. So
I don't think that what they were saying, maybe you're misunderstanding. I know there's a language barrier, so I just want to be clear. They're not saying you're not good enough. Everybody knows you're good enough. I think the question was, are you reliable enough to make the weight when you have to? Because if you came in 178 at a title fight, that would screw the whole card up. And so I guess that's what they're referencing. Does that part concern you, or do you think you could make 170 at other points in the future?
Of course, I did that before. Why not? So we'll see. I don't know. I said to you, like, I'm gonna go back and listen to my coach. If he said go 170, we go 171. He says heavyweight, we go heavyweight. So I don't care. I do my training camp, and how he says we train hard, never stop. I'm gonna go back like after tomorrow, going back and directly going to the gym. So I have nothing to do. Only gym is my life. I don't know. I'm scared about like when I finish my career, what I gonna do. So I'm not that guy. So sitting on the writing stuff, and I'm not good at that shit. So I want to fight till I die. So we'll see.
Last question. You said you thought Diaz basically looked terrible in there. you don't like him. I could tell you didn't like him. Were you disappointed you didn't get the shot to beat him up, given how you feel toward him?
What?
Were you disappointed that you didn't get the chance to beat Nate up, given how you feel toward him?
Yeah, but if I fight him, like, I would kill him, you know. I would be in the jail, so maybe I have to be happy. So why not? What?
Khamzat, a lot of fans seem to think that Kevin was reaching out for a glove touch at the beginning when you went in for a takedown. Did you see that, or are they just making things up on the internet?
What?
Много фанатов говорят, что он пытался дотянуться, перчатками прикоснуться в начале, как бы как спортсменшип, да? Но ты сразу пошел на тейкдаун. Тебе казалось, что он к тебе тянулся с перчаткой, или ты этого не видел?
I don't understand. How are we gonna see that when I take off his head? I'm gonna watch his hands. So I wasn't watching on my head, you know, where is his head? So I don't know. So always people find some funny things to say. I don't know. So you want to go back, we're going back and squeeze his head off again. So yeah, I said to him as well, he's a young guy, I'm a young guy, maybe we'll meet again. The other way can come down to Sweden and I help him, you know. So.
And then you had said a few minutes ago that you would have killed Nate if you would have fought. But when you're watching that fight and you're seeing him turn around and put his hands on the octagon fence and kind of joking around with Tony Ferguson, what are you thinking when you're watching this in the moment?
Did you see the real fight? Did you see the fight? Did you see guys that fight? Did you see how they kicks, how they punches, how they wrestle, how they grapple? Did you see the guys is old? I'm a young guy. I'm the killer. So I don't understand what the people talking about. I know, I understand that he's guys from USA. He's home. This is his home. The guys like him. Okay, make that fucking fights in my country, and you will see. You will never find some guy who will like Diaz there. So nobody gonna say Diaz name there. If we say it, they will kill them. You know. So what? What now?
Hey, Khamzat back here. In that fight, once again, another fight, you did not take one punch, one hit. Fans wonder, just, are you aware of that? As you're going through and you're trying to do what you do, does it occur to you, this guy didn't touch me again?
I don't care about that. If I get the patch, I like that. So, what? So, sometimes happen like that. Sometimes I get the punch, bleed, sweat, you know. Sometimes don't sweat, don't get the punch, you know. It's some kung fu shit, I don't know.
When you're in a fight like this, everything's working for you, a lot of transitions, but you're controlling most of it. What's going through your mind? Do you feel just like you're in a special place mentally, or is it just, you know, I just feel normal, I'm used to it?
I feel alive. When I'm in troubles, I feel alive. When I win my fights, I feel alive. When I'm fighting, I feel alive. You know, like when somebody don't like me, I feel alive. You know, so it's my life being going up and down. So lambada, you know.
As you've become more famous, as you've become more noticeable, you're obviously one of the biggest names on this card. Just what do you most like to do with the attention and enjoying it?
Watch they put. I was watching in the Instagram. You see Instagram. Watch the weigh in and it has the siffror. Who say most use?
Yeah.
Watch them how most use, how much more most use Diaz has, I has. Then you understand who is the most star here. Which one is like people wanna see, you know. And I had almost 8 million something. Like he has 6 million. Like I jump over and 2 head on him, you know. So yeah, this is the answer for everything. People can say, well, we doesn't want to watch this fight. He's the liar, you know. Everyone want to watch my fight, you know. Everyone want to see killer, you know. Yeah, not that smoking shit, you know. And drug dealers here, you know. So I'm professional athletes. Yeah, it didn't happen. Like I'm not happy with that shit because. Yeah, so why are you laughing? What should I do? Want crying? So what? Yeah, this happened, so we're going to next. I was happy. I didn't know I was going to fight, so that's why I was laughing, yeah. I was happy. I still fight.
My final question, do you like all of the attention, or do you wish you could walk down the street without somebody telling you to smash somebody?
What?
Нравится ли тебе все внимание, которое тебя посещают, или тебе хотелось бы просто быть нормальным человеком, который может пройти по улице, и никто тебе не будет говорить: «О, давай, смэш его».
Yes, of course. Sometimes you wanna be like, no, I always wanna be like, you know, so like I've been before. So in the cage, yeah, a different person. Like I become a warrior. Like come something out for me, you know. And after the fight, I become normal Khamzat. So I wanna like one thing. Doing that shit, doing these things, you know, like going to cage, get the punches, give the punches, and it's not healthy. It's like, you know, like making weights and doing these things, you know. My plan is make so much money and then help somebody, you know. So I'm being almost I've been like 5 years on some room, you know, like small room. Nobody here, I don't think so, has been there. So yeah, I want to help some guys become something bigger, you know, like take his dreams, you know. If I could help them, so I would be happy.
Congrats.
Khamzat, with Kamaru Usman and Leon Edwards booked for their trilogy until next year, what fight makes most sense for you next? A Colby Covington, maybe a Robert Whittaker up at middleweight? Like, what makes sense to you?
Who's it, Robert?
Robert Whittaker?
I like that guy, so I just want to fight the good guys, you know. I need some bad guy, so I want to fight some bad guy, you know, and don't feel sorry for that. So I want to train with that guy. He's really good, like, you know, one of the best guys in the world. See, I was watching his fights. I've wanted it for this sport, you know. I'm a big fan, so I watch all things. I watch how he trains on these things, and yeah. A lot of guys want to fight me, so Robert never said something bad about me. It's a lot of guys talking shit about me. I gonna go take their heads off, you know. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supremely confident, unapologetic, yet somewhat humble and respectful and likable at the same time. Khamzat Chimaev, do I dare say at this point, with all the venom coming his way from the chat room? Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease on MMA Weekly. UFC 279 post-fight press conference continuing on live from Vegas. There's only one dude left to take the podium, and you know who that is. The man of the hour, the man of the night, the man of a lifetime in the UFC. What a career for Nate Diaz if this is the last time we see him. But, man, a lot of people in the chat room have that same opinion. I mean, half the people saying that he's ducking Nate, the other half saying that he would send Nate out in a wheelchair, on a stretcher, in an ambulance, to the hospital, to the morgue. You get the point. It's unbelievable, man. But Khamzat showing respect to the game, respect to Whittaker, respect to Kevin Holland, said he actually likes him, he'll help train him. You know, I mean, it's not really that bad of a thing, is it? I mean, you think about it. To respect the game that much. I mean, he didn't look like it when he got on the scale and was smirking and flipping people off. And I mean, you act like that all week long, and then you put on a performance like he did tonight, albeit against Kevin Holland. Let's put that little asterisk up there. It's against Kevin Holland. He didn't go out there and do that to Nate. He didn't go out there and do that to a guy like a Gilbert Burns or a Colby Covington up a weight class, or, you know, a Masvidal even, or even, you know, a top guy. So to say that he's ready for a title shot right now, I mean, had another fight where he didn't get touched. I'll say that. But, man, this is unbelievable when you think about the Khamzat hype train. I mean, Dana's going to milk him for all he can get, and he's going to build him up as much as he can. So, of course, Dana's a promoter. Dana's a great promoter, a world-class Hall of Fame legendary promoter. Of course, that's what Dana White's going to do. But does the truth lie? That win against Gilbert Burns was really damn impressive. Gilbert Burns is as tough as they come. He had Kamaru just about beaten that first round. So I really, truly believe that's the win that you judge Khamzat by. And what he did to Li Jingliang was just absurd, right? But the Gilbert Burns fight was the one that we saw. That was the only test for this guy. I still believe that you need a couple more tests before you get a title shot. I would like to see, unless the division's so thin, There's been times when the heavyweight division or the flyweight division was so thin we had title shots that you would never see anywhere else, or quicker than you would never see anywhere else. In the women's division, you've seen it because Valentina and Amanda have beaten everybody over the years. But, you know, very rarely in a division that's loaded like 170 or like 185 with so many guys waiting their turn. Khamzat's right. People coming off losses, I mean, for sure. But at the same time, you know, I mean, what are you going to do? You have to earn your way up there. So when you're looking at welterweight, as we wait for Nate Diaz here on MMA Weekly, I mean, Colby's the guy other than Kamaru, and Kamaru just lost. I would love to see Khamzat and Colby right now. That would be the fight that I would want to see first and foremost. Khamzat and Jeff Neal, after what Neal just did to Luque. Khamzat and Jeff Neal, Khamzat and Colby, Khamzat and Paulo Costa after their little run-in. I mean, Brunson's a good wrestler. They're not going to have him fight Brunson. I'm just throwing out names, right? Someone mentioned Robert Whitaker. He's at the top of the heap right now, Khamzat Chimaev. He's going to get a great fight next. It's probably not going to be a title fight. We didn't see a Stockton slap, and we didn't see his face bleeding. Not your typical Nate Diaz fight, but we did see a submission at 2 minutes 52 seconds of round number 4 by guillotine choke from Tony Ferguson. Dana White said it when he was on the podium. He said, I don't know why Tony's corner, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, I don't know why Tony's corner told him to go for a takedown there. He was really, and I agree with Dana, he was beating up Nate's legs pretty good. And I still think, you know, maybe it was the punishment that he was taking. His corner didn't want to see him keep getting hit. I don't know what the deal is. But as we wait for Nate Diaz, I want to remind you that MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 279 is powered by PristineAuction.com. We're so thrilled to be teaming up with PristineAuction.com, the most trusted sports memorabilia auction site with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Auctions on PristineAuction.com start at just $1, and each day, every day, all day, there are over 1,000 autographed items available, so you win signed authentic signatures at affordable prices. Just last week, an autographed Francis Ngannou glove sold for $49. Deals like this are happening all the time on PristineAuction.com. And they have just about every fighter you could want, including Paddy the Baddy, Conor McGregor, John Bones Jones, and so many more. Every item on PristineAuction.com comes with a certificate of authenticity from the industry's most reputable authenticators. Upgrade your collection of signed memorabilia today and get $10 off your first item when you use the code Diaz. But wait, there's more. Listen to this. You still have a chance to win. You can enter right now. A Nate Diaz signed UFC glove. What a way to wrap up a great week, right? If you're a Diaz fan, all you have to do is head to PristineAuction.com, click register on the top of the page, and sign up using our registration code Diaz to be entered in the giveaway. Links are in the description. Thank you, Pristine Auction, for giving away such an awesome item with MMA Weekly. And, you know, we're trending for big numbers again tonight, so we really want to thank you guys. I mean, coming strong all week, and the chat's still going strong here tonight. The numbers are holding steady. We're waiting on Nate Diaz to take the podium before we wrap it up here tonight on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. Scott Peterson on site. Yeoman-like work all week by Scott, and he deserves a break. Well, he actually got a break. I think his wife was out of town for a while, so he got a little bit of a break. But, I mean, he needs a work break, too. He's running around like a 20-year-old, for God's sake, Scott Peterson, all week long. Just everywhere with that camera and that phone. Nate Diaz getting ready. Well, I don't know if he's got. There he is. Here he comes. Nate. Oh, there's Tony Ferguson.
Any of you guys want a mint?
Tony Ferguson first.
Thank you, sir.
Here's the food.
Tony, just to start with you, how much difficulty was it? You prepared for Lee to fight Nate. You know, Nate has a unique style. Was it difficult to make the change given the short notice?
Right-handed to southpaw? Yeah, a little bit. We were more than ready for anybody to step up to the plate. Listen, my corner went for the shot, should have kept it standing. You know, little details to expand on and to grow from. Nate's a game fighter. Can't say anything else like that. It's not like he's old and slow and stuff, you know what I mean? So hopefully the crowd at UFC 279 that was there and present got some blood splattered on him or something, you know what I mean? So I had fun in there.
I wanted to ask you about your leg. I mean, you kept kicking with that thing. You had a pretty bad gouge in it. Did you get stitches? What was going on with it?
I didn't even realize that it was open. I think my right leg was a little bit more hurting. My coach before, my old coach, Coach Billy, said kick the inside of his legs like how you did with RDA. And I knew that too. I started kicking his arms. We were trying to slow down his boxing a little bit. My boxing was starting to make more sense as I got into it. Little details, man. Like I said, just getting in that zone. I just started sparring again, probably maybe 2 months ago. This was probably my 6th time in front of somebody, or 5th time in front of somebody. So the game is still interesting to me. We had a game opponent. Short notice, no bullshit, but it was a crazy week, man, and I'm excited about it. My shins don't hurt. I think his legs might hurt a little bit, but put some ice on it.
I wonder, as a guy, you had that, 12 or 13 fight winning streak, and you were at the very top of the mountain for a long period of time.
I'm still at the top of the mountain,
and I want to ask you, you fought nothing but great fighters, but what does it feel like when you see all those L's in your column, and does it shake your confidence in yourself?
Are you glad sports are back on in the world?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Are you glad sports are back on in the world?
Of course.
Well, say thank you then.
Thank you, Tony.
Well, you're fucking welcome. So that's what I'm going to say, dude. I mean, when it comes down to an L, it has to go in what's been put on the table. Putting sports back on in the world, setting an example for these youngsters to not quit, to go in there and fucking not give a shit and take the next fight that's on the land. So I'm going to be real. I don't see any L's. I just see growth. The last 4 fights that I had before this one, I'm going to be real, I was sandbagging. I really wasn't doing anything. My wife called me out. I found a good team. I found a good, most fucking motley crew of people that we could have put together. We made fucking noise. I mean, it was fun as shit, dude. I'm going to be real. From wildcard boxing to over in Albuquerque, Jackson Wink to Black House, to my buddy Kalen Walsh, and my family, obviously, first and foremost, God, and my fucking wife on a 10-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's just been a trip, man. I'm still fucking glad to be here, so I hope you guys are amused for that shit.
And last question for me on that. Just talk about the decision to go for the takedown. What did you see at that point when you went for that takedown?
I should have kept it standing. Period. Got to discuss some things with my cornerman. Nothing bad. Nobody's getting fired. Nobody's doing fucking bad. It's just some adjustments, man. This is a new game for me. It's mixing it up, putting the MMA together. My last guy, Lee, was a right-hander. If I would have went for the takedown, it would have been on his lead. It would have been a little bit more difficult for him to do that kind of stuff. But Nate, he prepared for Khamzat. You saw Khamzat when he took down Kevin Holland. He went, took him out on the right side. It was a right-handed opponent that was on his lead jab. He went straight and put him down. Guarantee you, Nate was looking for that guillotine the whole entire camp. They had a full camp to be able to do stuff. I mean, it is what you practice. And we did a lot of wrestling practice, and we did a lot of good stuff. It was just unfortunate, man. Shit happens. Wish I would have made it to the 5th round. I know what to do better next time. Fucking sucks.
Tony, over here. It was obviously a very good fight, but there were moments when Nate was he would turn his back to you, he'd put his hands up on the cage, he would point at you.
I laid down on the floor, bro.
So it seems like you guys were having fun in there, but what were you guys saying during the fight?
We didn't say nothing. We were just, I kicked him in the shit and he was like, ow, and you know what I mean? It was just a lot of just having fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I haven't had a fight like that ever. It was the coolest experience I probably could have had, being in front of everybody, being the most calm, super chill, bringing it out there. I mean, there was a lot of quick finishes before, so it wasn't like we got a shitty warm-up. Although when I go in the back and I put my hoodie on, it was an extra small. So it was kind of weird, but like I said, it's none of this stuff matters. It's what you do outside of there. And seeing the crowd, seeing Hunter, seeing everybody that was right there, it was dope, dude. It felt like I was back in where I needed to be. And I haven't felt like that, ladies and gentlemen, for a fucking long time. Pardon my language. Mentally strong, physically strong, emotionally strong. I feel good. I'm ready for the next one.
And you had mentioned you were, obviously Lee's heavy-handed, right-handed. Nate is a volume puncher, southpaw, but you also went from 3 to 5 rounds. Did you feel it in there in the fourth round?
Not really. We were prepared for 3 rounds, but I've been in this sport for a long time, especially with the UFC. I've been employed by the UFC since 2011. I fought 6 times in 2011, literally, and then I could fight all the damn time. I'm going to be real. If there's a game opponent, we have plenty of time, obviously, not taking short notice fights. But being game for the company, being able to do this. And then, like I said, these younger generations, they see guys like me, they see guys like Nate, and they see us stepping up. Can we fucking quit making so much noise? So look, put it this way. I have a lot to learn. I have very little ego when it comes to learning. I listen to my coaches, I listen to my training partners, I listen to my trainers, my cornermen. And I have a few things to work on. So as far as the volume and the punches go, when I made the switches, I was collecting them, man, and the inside leg kick was working.
Will you stay at welterweight? I know you said at media day you obviously, I think you were 14-2 at welterweight. This one was there. Are you going to stay there?
Oh man, I hang my hat at 2 different places besides home. I'm gonna be real. At 55 and at 70. At 70, I still. I mean, it's been what 10, 11 years. I mean, shit. I was 14-2 with mostly knockouts. My body literally just got used to it. I fought in May. I lifted heavy. I was taking some weight gainer protein, doing it right. 5 exercises a day, 3 reps apiece. You know what I mean? Doing it like old school, high school, man, football. And I enjoyed it. The fans and then the supporters, my family even first. I mean, just it was a different me out there, and it's a different me right now. And I'm fucking thankful. Thank to God, man, that we both came out of there happy and healthy.
And finally, you obviously said you have a lot of respect for Nate. Nate has a lot of respect for you. This was his last fight on his deal with the UFC. What would you like to see him do after this?
I got the invite to their camp. So I'm going to be real, which is super cool. I got my own camp, which is awesome, but I'm not going to say no to them. Those guys are pretty fucking cool. I mean, we run California, you know what I mean? And we do a lot for this sport. So as much as we would want to fight, we have to make things right, you know, for the UFC and the contracts and stuff. But I wish them nothing but the best, him and Nick and their whole entire crew. They're tough, man, and it's cool as shit to be a part of that vibe that's right there. And like I said, Kukui's a legend. I'm not going fucking nowhere, man.
Tony, just to over here. First, how easy or difficult was the negotiations yesterday?
Say that one more time.
How easy or difficult were the negotiations yesterday?
Well, we didn't have the president calling Dana and Dana saying, "Hey, are you in, kid?" But when it went down to it, it was kind of like a reminder of the pandemic. You know what I mean? You got 2 Russians, like Nate said. You got Khabib, who ran away at me at UFC 209, and at the last one, I forget which number it was. It was like a whole bunch of them, right? And then you had Kamzat on purposely miss weight. I'm going to be real. Like, starting all that shit, it could have been a facade, so he could have fucking just whatever. I'm going to be real. But when it comes down to it, we're fighting in America. I'm an American citizen. I fight with fucking everything in my body for that red, white, and blue. You have no fucking clue, guys. I've been in sports for 34 years. And every single time that I went to an event, there was a fucking star-spangled banner. It was taking off your hat, putting it over your heart, and then fucking having respect for it. I fight for my nation, I fight for this company, and I fight for my heritage, and especially my family and God. And I'm very lucky to be able to do what I can do, man. I'm a very lucky guy.
And the other one, just curious, between rounds, you were reading something off the wristband of your coach. Is that strategic? Is that inspirational? What are you kind of getting from that?
That's for me and my corners, guys. It was kind of like Tekken. I don't know if you guys, anybody play Tekken? Anybody? Raise your hands.
When I was 9.
Okay, who's your favorite character? You don't even know his name is? You're a button masher, aren't you?
King.
King, all right, Armored King. Hey, but you know when you have the instructions like that's pretty much what I had on the stuff. It was like Morse code for me. So it was combos, some good inspirational stuff, and it's been something that I've done for a little bit. And you guys got a sneak peek of it. Put a patent on that bitch.
Tony, you were this was one of the craziest weeks in MMA, and you were part of that. So, and you touched on it a little bit with his
me. So you guys have seen me with the baseball. I get hit. So I get something. So I told him, what was your question? I forgot. I was having fun.
When you saw him throw the bottle, it was a crazy moment backstage. Did you even
really.
think that it could escalate to the fact that the whole main card was going to get reshuffled?
Not really. I'm gonna be real. I practice with D-Rod once in a while, you know, and then Kevin Holland's pretty cool. I think it was just a solid fucking main card, which was pretty dope. So I mean, even if they did shuffle it up, or look, put it this way, the matchmakers are fucking geniuses. It's not easy to do their job, guys. I'm gonna be real. The promoter's job to be able to do that, getting up on stage in the middle of the podium, that shit had me nervous even when I went out there for a second. I was just like, next question. So I want to be real. Like I said, you know, maybe I should have threw a bottle too. Fuck it, I don't know.
Last question for me. You found a new passion for the sport, and you just said you can do this forever. You can't do it forever, ever.
I can do it forever, lady.
What else in
I do
this
some of my
sport?
best work in the dark.
What else in this sport could you see yourself doing, Tony, if you're not a fighter?
I'm already going back to school for business in Harvard in about a month, in a couple weeks actually. So I kept my word, and I'm keeping my word. So you guys are like, well, he's gonna go back to school. Yeah, right. No, I'm going back to school. I'm going for my business credentials from Harvard, and my buddy Lloyd and Vitor Belfort, they're helping me with that. And after that, I'm gonna go back to school and get my PT. So I'm gonna keep my word like I've always have, and I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna do this shit, and I'm gonna do that shit. It's like me going back to school in college, and competing in wrestling. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Hope you have fun.
Tony Ferguson, El Kukui, apologize for the technical difficulties there. Power outage in Vegas. I don't know what happened, but we're still here for you, and we're waiting for Nate Diaz. He's going to be the last one. Tony Ferguson with a great job. I mean, all class, all heart. Good job, man, with that question. I mean, look, I'm not going to rip the guy who asked it. He's a legend, been around forever. I don't say legend. He's been around forever covering boxing and MMA. The question was legit about seeing all the losses, but Tony with a great answer. Learning experiences, not losses. Are you glad sports are back? We're a big part of that. I mean, that's just awesome for Tony Ferguson to answer that question like that. For him to show pride in our country, which not enough people are doing, regardless of what's going on right now. A bunch of spoiled brats running around, have no idea what it's like. I've said it to people a million times. Go live in a third world country. You'll come back and kiss the damn ground. Yeah, I said it, and I'm glad Tony Ferguson said it too. And, you know, fighting for his heritage, for God. I mean, Tony Ferguson, just a killer press conference. An awesome dude. I've known him for years. Always loved my interviews with El Kukui. A class act all the way. He's had a lot of things in his life that could have ended him. He's had a lot of things on his way up, growing up, family stuff, street stuff. I mean, this dude has had issues in his life. He's had major injuries. He's had fights lost. He's had a big losing streak. Now, he just keeps coming, man. He is the epitome of what a professional athlete, a great athlete should be all about, man. I am proud to say that I know Tony Ferguson, that I cover Tony Ferguson. He's a credit to the UFC. He's a credit to mixed martial arts. He's a credit to, I think, our country. I'll just say it. I mean, I really appreciate a dude like that. I can't say it enough. Thank you, El Kukui. Thank you for showing out tonight. Thank you for everything you did. I mean, he came out and he admitted he should never have gone for the takedown. He was busting up Nate's legs. One of his corner guys said to do it. He took the advice, didn't want to take the advice, but he did it. He listens to his coaches, his training partners. He's just a great, great dude. And so, you know, I mean, someone's fat head was just in the way. People forget, hey, live cameras here, dudes. Come on, man. Let's go. So I really think that Tony Ferguson didn't do himself any injustice tonight. And, you know, I thought Khamzat was humble and in a way just a nice dude up there tonight. The way things, I mean, he felt like the whole world was against him, and he did answer the question about losing fans, where he said, yo, you know what, I like the real people, the people who are real no matter what, not the fake people who are up and down. And I don't know that that's justified or not, because I really believe that Khamzat Chimaev should have been taken to task and should have gotten a lot of crap from his fans and from all the fans and all the people following the fights this week for the shenanigans that he pulled, for coming in 7.5 pounds over, for the way he was laughing about it, the way he flipped off the camera, the way he acted on stage at the ceremonial weigh-ins. You know, there was no contrition at that point at all. And I don't think there was any tonight for that from Khamzat. You know, yeah, I make it before, I make it again, no big deal. No, it's not no big deal. You know what I'm saying? It is not no big deal. And I actually believe that it is a huge deal when you're a professional athlete and you're a professional fighter and you come in that far overweight. Shit happens, right? You can come in a couple pounds over. Things happen. But 7.5 pounds, look, if something did happen with a doctor and it's right before the fight, it's a day before, I know it becomes unsafe to cut that weight. But if it's unsafe to cut weight, would it not be unsafe to fight 24, 36 hours later? That would be my question. And why nobody in the press conference asked that, I have no idea on God's green earth. That was the question to ask him. If you were so unhealthy to cut weight, how were you healthy enough to fight and dominate and look so great? No one asked it. Not one person in that room asked that question. I'm sitting here literally chewing my own face off and my own tongue, chomping at the bit, wishing I was in that room to ask that question. If you were healthy enough to fight and perform like that, why the hell weren't you healthy enough to cut weight? What's the story? Tell us. We deserve an answer. We being the fans of this sport. We being the people in the community involved and around this sport. When a disgraceful thing like that happens and you come in that far overweight and you say it's medical, 36 hours before a fight, 24 hours before a fight, but then you come out and you look that good and you perform that well? Come on, man. That does not add up. 1 + 1 = 2. That ain't 1 + 1. Nobody asked him. Nobody asked Dana. Nobody asked him. Unbelievable. And I know it's all in the moment. It's a pressure-filled job, and I'm not going to go too crazy on it because Nate Diaz is coming in, the man of the night, with a huge performance. He's asking someone for a beer. He didn't have a cut on his face, but here comes Nate Diaz to the podium, entertaining the crowd as he's moving away tonight. Tony Ferguson, last fight of his deal. Nate Diaz, press conference post-fight right here on MMA Weekly, live from Las Vegas, Press 10 MT Arena. Nate knows how to put on a show. He's taking his time. What a win, 252 of round number 4. Team showing ready to go. There he is. He's got is that a joint or whatever it is. It's Nate Diaz. There's only one. Here he is.
Next question. Nate, to your left. What is this ranking in your mind among your greatest victories in the UFC?
I like it because it was the finishing touch on my contract.
About just your performance and the way you mentioned you fought an OG in there, so the fact that you're beating a guy that you have respect for in Tony Ferguson and the way you did it, did that make you feel good?
Yeah, I'm glad I got the job done. Mission complete for sure.
What was your striking against him? Did you feel like you were hurting him a lot as you were opening up on him as the fight went along?
Yeah, I felt like the later I was gonna get, the better I was gonna get, and it started working out for me.
And I'll leave this last thing for me is in the octagon you said you want to show people how to do something in another sport, and then you left the door open to come back into the UFC. What is it going to be that would bring you back if you ever come back? Like, would it be that you see a fighter that you feel like you need to fight, or is there just, hey, I want to chase a championship? What would get you to come back after you do your thing?
I have no plans on being back in the UFC. I have no plans on not being back in the UFC. Did I say that? That's what I said.
Nate, right here. Tony said that you were obviously preparing for Khamzat, so you probably did a lot of grappling and wrestling, defense and everything. Obviously, Tony and you kept it standing. And when he shot in for a takedown, you grabbed that guillotine, and Tony was under the impression that he probably practiced this a lot.
I was about to snatch that a few times. Did you see him almost shooting? And I was like, I think get the fuck out of there. He didn't want to get caught in that. So when he was in, he was like, and what was the question?
Tony thought that you had practiced that so much that as soon as you shot for a takedown, you were probably preparing for that for Khamzat when in your initial preparation.
In life, anybody shoots on me, they get choked. Crown Gracie style.
Did you watch Khamzat's fight?
Tonight? Yeah, I was watching all the warming up.
What did you make of his performance?
Lame, scared, boring, rookie, whack, pussy, lame, dick sucker. all those things. Pull up tonight, excess, motherfucker.
A lot of people seem to think that he shot in under Kevin Holland was trying to glove touch, and Khamzat shot him for a takedown. Did you see that at all? Did you hear that?
I didn't see that part. I heard about it a little bit, though.
What did you say to Tony after the fight? We saw you guys talking as soon as you let go of the submission.
Just respect. He's been around a long time and fighting a lot of people, put on a lot of good performances, put on a lot of fucking crazy fights, took a lot of damage. People could act however the hell they want if they've been done shit like that. To me, people are like, that person's crazy. This dude's doing that nowadays. I'm like, whatever. He put on enough wars to do whatever the fuck he wants. So it's respect. And I like anybody who could have a career that long, especially in the UFC with the toughest fighters in the world. That's the hardest job in the world. That guy should be $100 millionaire.
And a lot of people, I think, were surprised that you never finished the trilogy with Conor. Is that something you would consider doing outside the UFC without the UFC's involvement?
What? Just kidding. No, I would like to finish the trilogy for sure.
Would you do that in boxing or just in MMA?
Well, that would not be a trilogy in boxing. That would be a number one. So we could do some of those too. But I'm gonna go do what he tried to do and show him how to do it.
Will you be ringside for the Jake Paul Anderson Silva fight?
Where is it at and when is
It's
it?
October 29th in Arizona. Same arena you fought Leon.
Yo, Jake Paul and Anderson Silva, let me get some tickets. Ringside. Yeah, I'll go to that. That'd be sick.
Hey, Nate, going back to the trilogy.
Oh, yeah, my boy Chris Avila's fighting on that card. Check, put the camera on Chris. There he is. Look at him. There he goes. Nah, he's fighting on the same card. So, yeah, I for sure will be there. Hell yeah. What is the show called? It's MMA. We don't
Paul
fuck
versus
with that.
Silva.
Paul versus Silva. We coming. We watching you fight.
So Conor McGregor just recently tweeted about the potential trilogy, finishing the trilogy off. Did you see that tweet, and what was your thought about that?
Yeah, we're gonna finish that too.
Did he reach out to you personally outside of that tweet?
We supposed to fight, dog. I ain't talking to that motherfucker. What you talking about? Hey, how you doing? Want to fight on Jeff? Fuck you, motherfucker. Don't you call my phone? Who gave you my number? That's how the call would go, huh? What about you? You ever set up a fight with a guy on the phone?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe,
you never have?
Maybe he emailed you. I don't know.
I don't know how to read no email.
How did be
like I emailed you? I'm like, what are we gonna do with that? 1,000 people email me. I don't know how to even get in.
Maybe a TikTok. Maybe you did
You better
TikTok.
text message me or write me on Instagram or some shit.
Who
else feels like that? Don't lie. Emails? You guys all take emails? I'm good.
Nate, go for it.
Going back to when the Kamzat fell out, how did those negotiations go when they came to you about saving the show?
And what with me? What happened with me?
When Kamzat fell his weight and he wasn't going to be able. How did that go? The negotiations to save the show.
I was like, you gotta pay me if you want to switch people on me in one fucking day. I just cut 15 pounds. It made me change my opponent. You guys gotta give me more than you give any of the champions in this whole organization. They're like, stupid. We already give you. I thought, oh, well, more than that then. So
how much more did they give you?
I lost count.
Nate, fantastic performance tonight. You got the submission at 209. What does that mean to you? I mean, it's kind of crazy. You come from the 209, you got the submission at 209. What do you think?
I fucked up my leg fighting Tony. I blocked hella kicks, a fuckload of them, dude, and my leg blew up like humongous. And I put this fucking ice on my shin because I had a ball on my shin, and it dripped down my whole sock and soaked my whole fucking shoe. What the fuck? This is a soaking wet Travis Scott.
You're gonna need some new kicks.
Look at that. The hell? They should have gave us these to walk out in, huh?
Would you do a shoey in that?
That's gross. No.
Nate, down here on your right, how early yesterday did you know that Khamzat was gonna, miss weight, and what were those conversations like? Did you say immediately, like, I'm not?
I was in the sauna on my last pound, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, whatever, let me fucking finish this up, and then we'll talk about it. My whole foot's wet. They told me, I was like, whatever, let's just get to weighing and tell me whatever's happening after I eat and rehydrate. But I figured, I was like, this motherfucker's scared. He got punked. He got scared at the press conference. I knew that was gonna happen. People don't show up to spar me all the time.
And was Tony always gonna be like the idea to fight, or was there any other possibilities?
I didn't think anything like that would happen, so I was just ready for that. But you would figure, right? If you're in the business for this long, I was like, okay, they got or Holland or they didn't want to let me fight Chang Lee. Man, that motherfucker had the dopest suit in the press conference.
I think his name is Li Jingliang.
Saying, you know what I was talking about. I didn't mean to do that to him. Did you guys see his suit?
It was dope.
Yeah, I felt bad for him with that one, though. They should have showed him love.
Was there any possibility
They didn't
that
show him a little love, huh? You seen him try to get in a press conference?
was there ever a chance that the fight would not happen at all, that you wouldn't have fought tonight? Was that ever a possibility?
I don't think they were gonna let it be possible, so I didn't think so at all.
Thanks, Nate.
Hey, did you guys know Mark Romani came and lived with me at the Trap House? Yeah, he likes sandwiches from Rayleigh's, wrapped up in plastic. We're gonna go eat. He's like, I got a chef in my house, my boy Romulo, Luciano Ramos. He's from Argentina and he fights all over the place, but he's dopey. And then he lives in the Trap House with me. It's a little ass house that I got, and it's hella ghetto, but it's cool though. But it's fucking little trap house, and we smoke weed all day there and chill and kick it. And then Mark Romani came out to do a story, and he stayed at the house for a few days. And we were getting smoked all night. He was smoking so much weed. He was getting so high. I was like, come on, hit the bong. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And anyways, I'm just playing. He wasn't smoking weed, but we was just trying to make him smoke weed. And they mad. And then, dude, this is a soaking wet Travis Scott. But it was dope. It was dope. Shout out to Inside MMA. I'm sorry I didn't ask your question. I forgot what it was.
Inside Fighting. He always says Inside.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say
Inside Fighting. Appreciate it.
Inside Fighting. Shout out to Inside Fighting. I didn't mean to do you like that.
Nate, question
What was
back
the question, though? Did I answer your question?
You got the submission at 209. I just want to know what that meant to you. You know, I mean, it's pretty cool. You're from
Yeah, that is cool. I didn't know that happened until my boy Chris showed me the picture, and it was dope.
What's XS looking like tonight? You know, for the fans watching, like.
We all going to XS. Mark Romani's coming. You guys should all come. We about to get out of here because my shoe's soaking wet, and it was good to see everybody. Thanks for fucking the questions, and thanks to all the press for everything. Always love. All right.
Gets a little ovation in the press room. Funny, holding court, Nate Diaz. I love that answer. Oh, I'm not going to call it. Hey, we're past. Right? Travis Scott showed us those shoes to walk out in. I mean, what else? Just highlights for Nate Diaz. Funny. But look, man, he doesn't have much luck on him. You know, he didn't have to fight Khamzat. One thing that really stands out to me from his press conference, guys, is this guy maybe was not comfortable with UFC 279. This title fest of this weekend is just about over. Dana's Blackjack table, so it's a good way to get the hell out of it. Nate's gone. He's going to Texas for his post-fight party. Who the hell knows? The Khamzat circus, the backstage melees. Unbelievable week it was. UFC 279 is in the rearview mirror. And man, what a week it was. What a fight card. Me and Khamzat Steve-O's Holland. But one thing that stood out most to me is Tony Ferguson saying Nate Diaz probably worked on that guillotine the whole camp. So if Khamzat shoots that takedown the way he did against Holland against Nate, he might have walked right into the wily veteran's trap. And I love what Nate was saying about Khamzat. I mean, it was just funny. I mean, I won't repeat it. You can go back and watch. He just did a whole bunch of things. Rookie things like that. It got much worse than that. So I'm not going to say it, but man, what a weekend. I want to thank all you guys for being here all week. I want to thank all of our sponsors that have got to give us the love. So is that Nate Diaz glove that you can win right now? Awesome. Prestige Auction referral. Keep going. Prestige Auction on tonight's coverage of UFC 279. PrestigeAuction.com. Scott is the most trusted sports memorabilia auction site with an A+ better business rating. Auctions on PrestigeAuction.com. Just $100 each day. There are 1,000 autographed items available. That have gotten gloves sold for $49 last week. You can win signed, authentic signatures at affordable prices at PrestigeAuction.com. Deals like this are happening all the time. They have just about every fighter you want. Patty the Patty, Conor McGregor, John Jones, yes, Nate Diaz, and many, many more. Every item on PrestigeAuction.com comes with a certificate of authenticity from the industry's most reputable authenticators. Upgrade your collection. Sign memorabilia today. Get $10 off your first item. Use the code Diaz, but there's more. You can still enter to win that signed Nate Diaz UFC glove. All you have to do is head to PristineAuction.com, click register on the top of the page, and sign up using our registration code Diaz to be entered in the giveaway. Links are in the description. Thank you so much, PristineAuction.com, for giving that glove away, for giving that $10 deal to our audience, and for being here with us for this crazy week of UFC 279. Also want to say thank you to MyBookie. The odds got changed last minute, just like the top of the card, and great job by all 6 of those fighters. They all fought their asses off tonight. Kevin Holland didn't have a chance. He went for the glove touch and got taken down by Boers, but MyBookie really stepped up, and they got the odds down, and a lot of people won big money tonight, and things really changed on that fight card. But you can bet the NFL games tomorrow. You can bet Triple G Canelo. You can bet the fights on Fight Island on a loaded card now. You can bet the MSG fight between Izzy and Pereira right now on MyBookie, and they will match your deposit, your initial deposit of up to $1,000, 100%. All you have to do is enter the code weekly50. The link's in the description. Bet on the main event, parlay multiple fights, NFL games, whatever you want. Nobody gives you more options to secure the bag like MyBookie. And if you're still on the fence about who to pick, hey, don't be. Do your research. Get it done. Again, double your first deposit instantly. Use promo code weekly50 to claim your deposit match all the way to $1,000. Use the link in the description. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Also want to say thank you to Manscaped. I got the Manscaped Performance Package 4.0 for Smooth Sack Summer. Had everything I needed for that summer bod. All I had to do was supply the muscles and the abs, and you know I did that, guys, right? Keep it clean down there with the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, the nose and ear hair with the Weed Whacker, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant, the Crop Reviver Toner, the Performance Boxer Briefs, and a travel bag to hold your goodies. Keep your balls cool while still looking hot with Manscaped. The leader in below-the-belt grooming is making sure we all have a ball this fall by giving our pants partners everything they need to stay fresh. Go to manscaped.com, get 20% off plus free shipping with the code MMAWeekly. 20% off free shipping with the code MMAWeekly at manscaped.com. Smooth Sack Summer, boys. Get on board or get left behind. And nobody got left behind. What a job by Ferguson and Diaz, and Khamzat save face. You know what I mean? And Kevin Holland wasn't easy to switch opponents and face that beast after thinking you're going to fight D-Rod, who's been off a year, and D-Rod and Li Jingliang, who I think got hosed by the judges. A lot of people there with me. Nothing that D-Rod did wrong there, but the judges, I think, got that one wrong. He fought a guy 10 pounds heavier, which, again, shouldn't impact the scoring, but I thought he won that fight, and most people did as well. Irene Aldana with a big-time finish. Johnny Walker as well, barefoot, walking out of the arena in his fighting trunks and no clothes and no shoes. Apparently they kicked him out. That's pretty funny. What a week it was. Just like, I don't know if it's full moon, if there's a werewolf out there. I mean, who the hell knows what was in the water in Vegas this week with this fight card, but I don't remember a week this crazy in a long time. But again, an awesome fight card. Terrific job by Scott Peterson on site. Thank you guys so much for stepping up for us and being there all week long. We do it for you. We love what we do for you because of you. Our numbers are through the roof this week, into the 7 figures. We could not do this without you. We would not do this without you. And it just bears repeating. We're so grateful to have you, the greatest fans in the world. The mixed martial arts community, the sport won tonight with this fight card. I mean, we all won tonight with this fight card. And I would definitely say that every time I think this sport can't grab me and pull me in any deeper, it does. And it just keeps doing it more and more and more. So thank you very much to all of you. Again, one more time before we bounce, I just want to say thank you to Pristine Auction. Enter to win that Nate Diaz glove right now, plus $10 off your first item one. Registration code is Diaz at pristineauction.com/register. My bookie, they're going to match your deposit up to $1,000. 100% with the code weekly50, mybookie.website/playwithMMAweekly, and Manscaped 20% off plus free shipping with the code MMAWeekly on all their products at manscaped.com. That's going to do it for us. I mean, it's been a long week in just a few days, but I would never trade this for anything. The hits on ESPN Radio, plus all these great shows with you guys here at MMA Weekly. Follow us on all social media platforms. Follow me on all social media platforms. Smash that like button, the subscribe, the bell, and keep coming back for more, baby. We got some big fight cards coming up before the end of the year. Jake Paul press conferences Monday and Tuesday. Triple G Canelo next week. Bonus boxing coverage here on MMA Weekly, and a whole lot more. So until then, fight fans, keep your game tight and your mind right. For Scott Peterson, I'm Jim Grieshaber. Thank you so much from all of us at MMA Weekly to all of you. Enjoy the night, fight fans, or the morning, wherever you might be. We are out.
Calling to say I